Well, good morning. Welcome to coverage of the second day here at Cheltenham on live on the Gloucester stream. Gloucestershire against Worcestershire in Division 2 of the County Championship. As you know, yesterday we had rain from just about the allotted tea interval. Very heavy it was too, but it was certainly stopped by late evening. And here we are once again, as we were during the Glamorgan game last week, after the first day when it rained, with the second morning starting Dan Whiting promptly on time, thanks to the ground staff getting in at 7 o'clock and completing a pretty swift mopping up operation.
I'm amazed. I'm absolutely amazed that we're here and we're in business as well. I just, I saw the rain and it was absolutely chucking it down when I left where I stay in North Somerset this morning. And I drove up the M5, and by the time you got sort of north of Bristol, it stopped. So, God is a cricket fan, Ian.
Yeah, well, we might debate that at some stage.
Yeah.
But here anyway.
He moves in mysterious ways sometimes, Ian. But
Brett D'Oliveira and Josh Baker continuing their stand for Worcestershire, which was so vital for them yesterday.
Yeah, they put on. How many did they put on?
So Baker 40 not out and D'Oliveira 53, and they have added 83 so far for the 8th wicket.
Yeah, the ball has got slightly older and I don't think it's doing as much. We might get the overheads. They might come into play this morning. It's a little bit cloudy here in Cheltenham. The forecast is okay, but I think that the ball might swing around a little.
And given what Matthew Waite said to our colleagues from Worcestershire media at the close last night, that might be important, because his view was there was not much sideways movement yesterday. So Zaman Akhtar to open from the chapel end, and Baker almost perishes first ball. That was a little jab out on the offside. Miles Hammond in at short extra cover, wasn't far away from this. Just have a look and see how far this travelled in the air. Oh, it just was popped
a little. Took the sort of splice, didn't it? Shoulder to bat.
So we are only with 2 slips at the moment. Jack Taylor and Ollie Price. Zaman Akhtar into bowl to Baker, who plays the same shot but with rather more conviction this time. And I say, given the fact that his highest score, and I know he hasn't played an awful lot this season in the Worcestershire first team, his highest score before yesterday this season was 12. So to make an unbeaten 40 was...
I thought he batted very well. I thought he knuckled down. I thought D'Oliveira's played a captain's innings.
Baker waits again and steers that into the onside, but there's no chance of a run.
But I thought Baker had really sort of knuckled down and given him good support and unfurled a few very pleasant shots of his own as well. He wasn't just sort of grinding it out. He looks better than the number 9.
Now, we have one of those rather curious situations you sometimes get in county cricket, which I'll come to you in a moment after this ball from Akhtar, which will get Baker a single. They might get 2. Zafar's not gone towards that all that quickly, and they've come back for the second run. Dom Goodman is out there at backward point, and I thought just for a moment it might be Ed Middleton in the wrong jumper, but I think it is.
No, it's
Dom Goodman.
The man known as Lenny.
It is Dom Goodman. So 267 for 7. Baker onto 42. Very, very valuable innings for his team. And Dent Fields at mid-off. So Hammond out of the cordon at the moment. But the light is quite, I would say it's bright at the moment. It's not, the sun isn't out, but it's quite bright overhead.
Yeah, I've got the shades on, Ian. Got the shades on, mate.
Well, you normally have done, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I don't like the glare. Trying to protect my eyes.
Akhtar over the wicket. All played with soft hands by Baker. He won't get a single there. Goodman goes round from backward point to field. So Gloucestershire have 18 overs with this old ball, as we'll call it, at the moment. And Worcestershire, you would think, would try and get as many as they can against the old ball, because evidence of what we saw yesterday, very much a new ball pitch. Tom Price will share the opening duties with Zaman Akhtar, and there's been some sawdust brought out just in case there's a problem with some of the footholds.
Yeah, I can't see Paul Van Makeren on the pitch anywhere, can you? Oh, he's at mid-on. Who's off then?
I think Matt Taylor might be the player who's not out there at the moment.
I had a nice chat with Kevin Taylor last night at the end of play. He's a knowledgeable man. Both his boys playing in this game. He's a good guy. There's Ian Randall's private helicopter. Just going back to base, having dropped him off at the ground earlier on. From his tax haven in Saint-Tropez.
I was going to say that my garden wouldn't allow one of those to land. That's the thing.
Price from the College Lawn end. Rather gingerly approaching the crease. Gingerly as in a sort of bit of a stiff way, not as in a Ben Stokes or Johnny Bairstow type of way.
A couple of observations from supporters about the play yesterday. One, that they felt D'Oliveira didn't look like getting out. He batted very, he came in at a time when the innings could have just crumbled completely, but he made it his job to ensure it didn't. And he's put together a very valuable half century, and then he got surprising support perhaps from Baker here.
Price in, squirted out through the offside there by Baker. They think about second, but Zafar slides and throws all in one movement and keeps them down to 1. Good morning if you're listening in from Worcestershire. Wish you a warm welcome. Come down the M5 tomorrow, it's going to be a cracker. Or drop us a line, commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Here's Price. What a lovely shot there from D'Oliveira. That's going to be the first boundary of the morning. Textbook.
It didn't look from that shot as if the outfield has slowed up all that much, despite all that rain. I wondered if it might just hold that shot a bit more, but he timed it really well.
Yeah, we'll stick our commentator's email up after this ball from Tom Price. Defended into the offside.
Just the one slip for Tom Price now. And James Bracey thinks that against the old ball, he's got to try and soak up some overs here almost. Yeah, do drop us a note about anything you're thinking about what you're watching from a cricket point of view. Who would be the Worcestershire bowler who might enjoy these conditions here at Cheltenham? Based on what Waite said yesterday.
Price defended by D'Oliveira.
A lot of the influence on the game from a Worcestershire point of view is going to be in the first 20 overs, while the ball is hard and the seam is still proud. After that, it did get a little bit easier yesterday for the Worcestershire batters. So
yeah,
Gloucestershire should get through that first hour. What else can Worcestershire offer?
I'm predicting a big second innings from Tom Price in this game. I think he's been a little quiet for a couple of games, and it's not often that you keep him out of a game either with bat or ball, and I think you can see Tom Price bounce back, as we know.
I mean, we believe he's going to bat at 6, which will be I think the highest we've seen him
Nosebleed territory.
Yeah, with Jack Taylor at 7.
But Jack Taylor will play that innings like Waite did yesterday. You know, he'll play that sort of counter-attacking innings. That's a Jack Taylor type of innings.
Zamanachta from the Chapel End, 3rd over of the morning, and Baker doesn't quite time that, and that goes out to Hammond, who dives to his right to stop it. Crowd yesterday around the 2,000 mark again, so there'll be good numbers in as well again today, I would suspect, with a forecast probably that we can just about get away with a dry day. And with both teams batting, which also is a factor for some people. Clipped away by Baker. Certainly one out to Joe Phillips at deep backward square, but that one is all there will be.
Great fielding from the Cornishman. Kept that down to 1.
He's got probably went to bed last night thinking about when he might bat. He could be batting in half an hour. He could be batting in
3 hours.
3 hours, yeah.
Or tomorrow.
Well, no, I think you know. But as you're going in first, you're mentally getting yourself ready. D'Oliveira to face Zamanachta, and that's squeezed down to 3rd man. Difficult to tell from our angle, just that was played very softly, I think, knowing that there was only one slip in. There's a big gap there for him to steer that down to.
He's got 2 in with Ollie Price now.
There are 2. Van Meekeren's down at 3rd man. After 3 for 65. Funny little stutter at the start of his run. It's quite a smooth approach, and a sharp, short one that Baker gets out of the way of.
Well, Wasp is after James Healy's lemonade, causing absolute havoc in the commentary marquee this morning.
Yeah, well, I think that Wasp may be for the Sunday paper very shortly.
He saw the paper coming. He's gone.
After for Baker, who again defends. He's looked, for somebody who I say is batting at number 9, he's looked a tidy bat. Josh Baker. James is trying to lure the Wasp to the soft drink tin.
Like a cheetah stalking its prey.
Baker squeezes that rather finer than he would have imagined. That would have gone to backward point in his perfect world, but it went on to the outside edge of the bat, all the way along the floor down to Paul Van Meekeren at 3rd man. So Baker will keep the strike at the end of the over. No initial alarms for Worcestershire here. They started 265 for 7, so they've added 11 so far today. The bowling figures for the bowlers who we haven't seen yet. Matt Taylor, 14 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 65, not on the field at the moment. Paul Van Meekeren, 11 overs, no maidens, 1 for 59, and Zafar Gahar, only 8 overs yesterday, 8 overs for 11. Economical, but it's kind of on the first day, as you sort of expect, kind of minimal impact.
Yeah, Healy hunting by stealth.
He's going to leave the soft drink tin just outside the marquee in the hope that the Wasp will go to the tin and not come inside to us. Good work.
Price past Jack Chantry. Squeezed out. Misfield by Zafar. They're going to run 1 on the misfield. Had a nice chat with Jack Chantry this morning.
And his dad?
And his dad, Brian. Yeah, we spoke about what we said yesterday about his teaching them to swim by hurling them in a canal, shouting, "Watch out for the barges." Apparently it was in Welshpool. That's mid Wales, is it? Or is it England?
It's Shropshire.
It's Shropshire, yeah, sort of. Yeah, right on the border, like Oh, nice shot there. Zaffer comes and fields. Sort of Shrewsbury, but going west, isn't it? Like Chirk, that area. Chirk. What a strange name for a place. There's one in Worcestershire as well. I think it might be in Herefordshire, called Simmons Yat.
Well, Simmons Yat. That's now then. See, I would say that's probably got a Gloucestershire postcode.
Okay, it's in Worcestershire, isn't it?
Again, very close to the border.
Is it Dumbleton area?
No, it's not Dumbleton area, but we kind of want a similar kind of situation, Dumbleton in reverse.
Price. Oh, is that dropped? Is that bounced short of Bracey there? Let's have another look at it. Oh, it hasn't carried. Wow. Just hasn't carried, has it? And it was only a thin edge as well. Baker lives again. Oh, Price now beats him again.
Yeah, Simmons Yat is east and west, either side of the River Wye, technically in Herefordshire.
Okay. Baker gets bat on that one.
Should tell you at the Oval, by the way, Australia won the toss and put England into bat in the final test. England, as we know, unchanged. Australia have made a change. Todd Murphy in for
Marshall Green. Price. That's a nice shot there by Baker. That could well be his 50. That is his 50. Well batted. 103 balls for Josh Baker. Really good innings. Came in with his side 182 for 7. And with D'Oliveira has got his side into a position now which could be potentially match winning.
18 for 3, 99 for 5. Baker's only made one previous 50 in his limited first-class career. It's only his 19th first-class match. So,
and 100 partnership as well.
Fair play. Very good effort. Only 4 fours. I reckon at least I was going to say 3 of them have been that shot away past orthodox mid-off.
Yeah.
Always means it's go-to shot if the ball is there. Oliveira lets the new ball from Zaman Akhtar go.
Akhtar, known to everyone as Zoom, or as they say in Bristol, Zoomer. What James Healy would call him.
What J.R. Hartley means he's done.
J.R. Hartley.
Well, no, he sent a note on it. We have a little WhatsApp group on James, Dan and I.
Called the Dream Stream.
not my name. Here's Akhtar in again, and Oliver wants a single. He's going to get one now. So Worcestershire, it's a popular sort of concept, but they've played some shots that have made Gloucestershire go a bit more defensive. So with the field set back, what are they doing? Just picking up the singles.
Sensible cricket.
James signed himself the other day as J.R. Healy. So I said, don't you mean J.R. Hartley? And of course. Oh, and Baker inside that.
Yeah, living a charmed life. Yep, James Healy's off fly fishing later on this morning.
So nearly reeled in Baker here. That's a little push at that.
Like a trout.
He'll wait once more for Actor, and that again, same outcome. So he's got to just refocus, having got a big congratulatory tap on the shoulder from his skipper, having got to 50. A bit wider of the crease there from Actor as he delivered that. If you are going to just vary things a little bit, it's not just about pace and line. If you use that a little bit from the use of the crease as well. Baker plays a more confident shot this time, pushed out to Hammond. So still Jack Taylor and Ollie Price in the slips. There is now, though, both a third and a fine leg, which is, I've got to say, in modern championship cricket, we've not seen that very much this season, Dan, at all, have we? I know, you know, runs can just accumulate,
especially here at Cheltenham.
And those areas here.
Especially here at Cheltenham.
You don't think you've done a lot wrong, and suddenly 30 or 40 runs can go down through there. So, not necessarily against James Healy, James Bracey doing that. Well, James Healy would have a view, I'm sure, about the tactics.
James, what do you think of Zaffa coming in for the chapel in for a little twirl? Yeah, he's well with that.
283 for 7. So Actor 17 overs, 3 for 67. Tom Price 17 overs, 1 for 66. Very nearly a perfect scoreboard for J.R. Healy. Same number of overs, same number of runs, almost.
Almost. Almost. I mean, it's... Yeah, 3.9 and over. Price. In.
That almost looked like it was a low full toss. Oliveira didn't.
No, it was...
Give it a...
No, it was normal ball. Length ball.
He seemed to get it right off the bottom of the bat, though.
No, length ball. It's not a very easy sighting ground, this. It's got to be said. I mean, it's got... I love Cheltenham, don't get me wrong, but it's sometimes not that easy to pick it up here. Bit of aerial traffic this morning. Helicopters coming and going.
Chris Dent just having a bit of input there, trying to push Miles Hammond in a bit shorter and straighter at kind of a short straight extra cover.
Yeah, that's good.
Just to stop him, Baker playing that drive.
Yeah, and from lunging forward as well. Yeah, because what he doesn't want to do is get the bat pad that just pops up to Hammond there at that sort of silly mid-off short cover. And therefore he doesn't get as far forward, so it brings the nick-off into the slip cord and into play. Good cricket this from Gloucestershire.
That may have been Dent's suggestion, actually, because he's seen a couple go past him.
Oh, that nearly sneaks through. They run on a misfield to Goodman. They get through. Been a couple of misfields this morning. I wonder if the sort of dampness has anything to do with that.
Just in the Test match, England 21 without loss in the 5th over.
Bit slow, isn't it? Must be blocking it out.
Yep. Worcestershire have added 23.
Nice shot there from
21.
Baker.
I know that some of the Worcestershire contingent got very stuck traffic-wise yesterday. There was
I got stuck as well.
There was an accident coming down the motorway. So
in the morning or in the evening?
In the morning.
Right.
And a lot of them therefore decided, well, to come in.
Bouncer from Price.
Down through Tewkesbury, and a horse box had broken down in the middle of Tewkesbury as well. So,
first world problems.
Yes. An hour and a half to get from Malvern is not normally what you'd expect to get to Cheltenham.
No, it was a bit grim for me coming back home last night. Dang, I've gone for the jelly babies very early today. Feel the need for sugar. Prize to Baker, who plays that up to Van Makeren. That completes the over. 286 for 7. D'Oliveira's on 62, Baker on 52.
So going for sugar early.
Yeah.
I think it was A.P. McCoy, very well-known jump jockey, who used to say breakfast for him was a cup of tea with, I think it was 4 sugars.
Oh.
But that's all, nothing else. And of course, if you're going out to take out 2 groups of horses perhaps, and then going off with to a race meeting where you've got 4 horses to ride, maybe more than 4, that's not much to go on, is it?
Middle that one.
James has absolutely middled a wasp. Absolutely.
Can we get the stream footage of that? That would be really good.
Pure timing.
286 for 7. D'Oliveira, nice shot. That's gone past Dent, who's been in the chase down towards the scoreboard, and he's hauled that in. Good stop. They're going to come back for 3. And a very slight fumble as he went to pick it up, but he did the important thing, which was to stop the boundary. And Worcestershire at the moment, against this old ball, look as though they're getting in again, these 2.
Certainly do. I don't think this wicket's doing much now.
It may be what you might call a new ball wicket. Baker waits for some.
Kevin Taylor said that. He said that it was
new ball pitch.
New ball pitch, and imperative that we took those early wickets yesterday at Gloucestershire.
Which makes, whenever Gloucestershire come to bat,
yeah,
that first hour absolutely
yeah,
critical.
Crucial, absolutely crucial. Yep.
Axter with the chapel behind him.
That's just.
But that's gone nothing woody about that. That's gone straight off the pad. But nobody really interested in the appeal. Certainly Martin Saggers wasn't. Worcestershire, of course, now getting close to a second batting point. They've got loads of overs left in terms of how many they might think they could get. It's more about the wickets column for them. D'Oliveira again waits for Axter and sways out of the way. It's a short one.
He's impressed me, D'Oliveira.
Yeah, I mean he's been
diminutive in stature, but he's shown the heart of a lion out there.
Yeah, he's been around on the county circuit for best part of a decade, so most people will know how he bats and what his strengths and weaknesses are. Axter again to D'Oliveira, quite content to let that go. And Joe Phillips is out at deep square, just to the left of our commentary position. We're on the what you might call the top side of the ground, not on the Sanford Road side at the bottom of the slope. We're on the Thurleston Road side, not far from the Church of Latter-day Saints, as Dan will testify.
Well, you've got your pick of churches, and I'm lost with my churches around here. There's that many of them. As I said yesterday, it's a bastion of Christianity, Cheltenham.
D'Oliveira carefully forward. So 25 added this morning in 27 minutes, and 25 in 7 overs if you prefer. And these 2 have almost shared the strike equally, because they all virtually came in together, because the wickets of both Matthew Waite and Joe Leach fell only 11 balls apart. In those 11 balls, Worcestershire didn't score a run, so they've almost been in for the same amount of time, these two, and so balls faced almost identical, as you can see on your screen.
I'm going to a quiz night tonight in Gloucestershire Exiles, in the marquee, just to our right. Got a barbecue.
Start time flexible.
I believe so. Price to Baker, crunches that one through the offside. 4 runs.
It's a well-placed shot. I mean, put Hammond into that sort of short, straight mid-off. Baker said, OK, I'll try and pick the gap that's a bit squarer than that. And even though Zaffer is at point, and he didn't have an awfully big gap to work with, it was very, very well placed. Zaffer's coming in now to a more orthodox point on the 1.
Ooh, that was aerial. Zaffer, great fielding there.
And he wouldn't
That
stop.
was in the air for quite a while.
If he'd have been a bit deeper there, that might have well run away towards the pavilion, but
it would have curved, snaked round over those squares of the college square. Once it goes over those, it's hard to stop. It actually picks up speed over that, doesn't it? That's a nice shot from Baker. He's unfurling all his repertoire here.
and by going to 60, he's only 1 run short of his career best.
Yep, 298 now.
Career best 61 not out.
A very nice little sojourn down the Bath Road this morning, Ian. My hunt for breakfast.
So you went, did you go, if you went for the, I'll come back to that after this ball. So
run.
if you went from here,
Yeah.
and you went to the Thurleston Road crossroads and turned left, you'd go up the Bath Road.
That's correct.
Yes.
Was I down the Bath Road or up?
No, you're up.
Why am I up?
Well, because the top of the Bath Road is on the way to Shirlington, as you know, because that's
It is? Yeah.
your local geography.
Yeah.
You now know that's the best way to leave town if you're heading south. Avoids going through the centre, which can get a bit bottled up, particularly during the festival. Did you find anywhere suitable to have a coffee?
Yeah, I did. I managed to get a $4.95 breakfast deal, bacon doorstep sandwich and a cappuccino. Yeah. Yeah, very nice place. Very nice lady in there. Price.
So that was on that was at the bakery about halfway up, almost opposite the Exmouth Arms. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the one.
That's the one.
That's the one, yeah. Little parking down the side street.
That's it.
Illegal parking because it was for loading only, but hey, as long as there's no traffic wardens listening in, we'll be okay.
Yeah, I won't go into this too much, but if you turn, that is on a corner, that particular bakery, isn't it?
It is.
If you turn left,
Yeah, which is where I go.
is it?
It's where I park.
Okay.
And then I go up that road because it's a one-way street.
It is. We're going to have Paul van Meekeren, I think, from the chapel end. We are. Van Meekeren's marking out his run and putting down his disc in the right place. On my mother's side of the family, an aunt used to live in the house that is literally on that junction. The house is still there.
Do they still live there?
No. This is a while ago.
Oh, so I can't knock on the door.
You can't knock on the door. No. I think.
Well, I could do.
I don't think
I could do.
Yeah. Van Meekeren then from the chapel end, and D'Oliveira drives straight to Hammond at short extra.
The new owners might be slightly surprised.
Yeah, surprised. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So my mother tells of tales of Christmas in that house when she was small, where Christmas would go on for the whole week, and the family would gather every evening at my aunt's. And here's Van Meekeren in, steered by D'Oliveira past the dive of Ollie Price out to Goodman for a single. Yeah, so I think there were quite a few happy Christmases spent in that house, which you say it's right on the junction. You go past the bakery as if you're going to park where you would normally park. It's just on the left. It's almost on an island.
Okay.
Yes. A house I only ever knew by its not because it has had a name, and I only ever knew it by that name.
Okay.
So, and it still has that name now. Pushed up by Baker to Dent at mid-off. Worcestershire one short only.
It's it's like a sort of trendy part of Cheltenham, isn't it, up there?
I would kind of describe it as the Clifton of Cheltenham.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah. I mean, I've had to hunt down that bakery. I've been on the search for a filthy bacon and egg sandwich, and all you can get is, stuff on sourdough and eggs Benedict and stuff like that. And that's not my cup of tea, and it really is not my cup of char.
Van Meekeren to Baker. He won't get one there. That's to Achter at mid-on. Just a reminder, if you weren't with us at the start, Dom Goodman is on the field for Matt Taylor at the moment. When Taylor missed the game against Glamorgan, you were told he had a problem with a toe. Now, whether that has flared up again, having bowled yesterday, I don't know, but it would not. I suppose it wouldn't be impossible that it has. Van Meekeren short, and Baker ducks out of the way. Not interested in that. That's the one says umpire Saggers. Where was Martin Saggers? Martin Saggers was at Kent, wasn't he, as a player?
Yeah, was he at Essex for a little bit as well?
Might have been.
Definitely at Kent. He's a good, experienced umpire.
Yeah, he's been on the circuit for quite a while.
Yeah, these two. I mean, we had Neil Pratt and Chris Watts last week, and there was a certain Gloucestershire fan who was not overly happy with the umpires that Gloucestershire have received this season.
300 up for Worcestershire. They'll take two here. Baker will work that to the left of Phillips at deep backward square. He's got ground to make up, and that is probably their first target this morning. Can they get somehow to 300? And they've done that without losing a wicket. So, well, next target, and you've got to be realistic and say these two stay in. They want to get to 350 and then work from there. So Martin Saggers, now aged 51, obviously been on the umpire circuit for quite a while. He was at
He's been about 10 years, I
Durham initially, 96 to 98, and then right through until 2009 at Kent, apart from a loan at Essex in 2007. 119 first-class matches, 415 wickets, pretty decent effort, and 3 tests.
Yeah, he did play Test cricket. Zafar Gahar is going to come in from the College Lawn end as D'Oliveira plays into the offside, and Dent fields.
Been on the circuit since 2012, so yeah, good experienced operator.
He's here today.
John Gordon and Benny have turned up. We spoke about Benny having 3 ice creams yesterday. Here's Zaffa. Defending by D'Oliveira. Big shot there from D'Oliveira, goes over the top, and that goes one bounce for 4 into the marquee in the corner there. Had to bring his bottom hand into that. He didn't get quite to the pitch of the ball, but 4 runs. We're wondering how many ice creams Benny's going to wolf down today. The ice cream van that's normally here, which is Anna and Paolo's, has moved on the ground. It's gone into a different place. D'Oliveira sweeps. Out to Dominic Goodman, out at deep mid-wicket. And Benny can't work it out. He can't work out where the van's gone. Poor Benny. And he's a Labrador here. He's a Gloucestershire member. We mentioned him yesterday. He's got his membership card around his neck. Cut by Baker. Out to Joe Phillips on the deep cover boundary, who hurls it into James Bracey. That completes the over. 307 for 7. D'Oliveira 71. Baker's on 63. Zaffa is rather tidy, none for 17 off 9, but hasn't been particularly threatening. Van Meekeren's 1 for 62 off 12. Been a little expensive, but has generally been good. Tom Price has bowled without much luck, really. Matt Taylor's been good. Got collared a little bit yesterday by Matthew Waite. And Zaman Akhtar has been the pick of the bowlers with 3 wickets. Has again been collared at times, but has bowled some magic balls as well.
So this is the second time this morning that Gloucestershire have asked about the shape of this ball, which is 72 overs old now, and back it comes to go through the hoop to see if it's more like an egg than. Well, they are going to change it. Well, that probably indicates where Gloucestershire are, because the last wicket in this Worcestershire innings fell on 182. So these two have added 125 together. And even though there's only 8 overs until a second new ball.
Yeah, not a lot. Cricket paper even worse.
Not going to get rich on it, are you?
No. No, I'm not going to get rich doing anything. Trust me.
Just interesting. I've asked Harry Clements a question here, because he does a lot of the analysis for Gloucestershire, and his screen is full of all kinds of information and pie charts and what have you. And I asked him what he thought a par score for this innings would, and Harry's written a number down. I just want to ask you, is that a number that you would have thought of at 11 o'clock yesterday? No. Okay. Oh, right. Okay, that's a par score on this ground, he reckons. So, Baker goes aerial.
Oh, into the marquee.
Gone all the way into the marquee at backward point. It was short from Van Meekeren, and that is the shorter of the 2 boundaries, square of the wicket, but he stood up there and just crunched it.
It went a long way into the marquee.
Yeah.
And that's quite a way back over on that side of the ground. You've got a row of seats, then you've got a gap. And that's quite a big hit to cut something, an uppercut.
And interestingly, Harry's number as an average first innings score is 290. Interesting. Steered away by Baker. That might be 4 more. Goodman can't reach that. It's gone all the way along the ground this time. And Baker's now gone past his captain into the 70s. And this is now a career best from the Worcestershire number 9.
Yeah, Gloucestershire are floundering here. And there's helicopters going all over the place. What's going on today?
Well, there's no. I mean, we're talking about AP McCoy and his tea and 4 sugars earlier. There's no race meeting today, so you normally get this kind of air traffic during the National Hunt Festival, not the Cricket Festival. Baker again.
Is that what happens here? Is it just helicopters non-stop during the festival?
There is a lot of air traffic during the National Hunt Festival.
Right.
Landing in the centre of the course.
Yeah. And the course is sort of directly ahead of us, isn't it?
The course is, yes, it's not quite direct, but it's not far off. You're heading, obviously, out towards Evesham. Van Meekeren in, short again. Baker judges the length of that and ducks underneath it. But particularly during the National Hunt Festival, important people who've got the ability to hire a helicopter and fly in for
like you
part of the day and
Gloucester.
fly out again.
You fly in from Gloucester, do you?
I tell you, I must have told this story before.
Can't be bothered doing the 8 miles by road, so you.
No. I must have told this story before. Van Meekeren in again, and Baker drives. I was involved. I was involved in an accident in a 4-seater plane once.
Were you really?
Yeah. So, in a previous life.
Okay. Were you flying it?
No.
No.
In a previous life, my old boss used to have access to a 4-seater plane.
Okay.
And he knew a pilot who would fly it. Van Meekeren to Baker, who stands tall once more and just plays that quietly up to Chris Dent. 317 for 7 at the end of the over. Van Meekeren's got taken 1 for 72. So he's taken no wicket for 13 in 2 overs today, including that 6. Very convincingly played, it must be said, by Baker. First 6 of the match. He's into nosebleed territory now. He's 73 not out. He's never got this money before, not in a first-class game anyway. D'Oliveira 71. So, yeah, and it was an agricultural business that he ran, and part of the big thing was research and development. That was one of the reasons why the company was such a success.
Well, like life sciences, that sort of thing.
No, not quite in that sense.
Okay.
I'll do it during Zaffa's over because he gets through it too quickly. I'll come back to it.
Cut away. That's going to go away for 4 as well, I think, down there. It is 4 more. Worcestershire, the tail is wagging here. So go on, tell me more.
So he said they were what they used to call a trial plots.
Yeah.
And there was a site not far from where the HQ was. So Bill said, would you like to go up and look at the plots from the air?
Okay.
I hadn't been with the company very long. It had been about 4 or 5 months, I suppose.
Zaffa around the wicket. D'Oliveira looking for a single. Dent's too quick, though. Yeah, go on.
So I said, so where are we going to meet? Where are we going to meet the plane? And he said, oh, it's all right. He said, you can drive up to a client's farm, and Jim will take you up front and take off from one of the fields.
Okay.
So we go up there, and the field is a shape such that he had the plane in one of the corners.
Oh no. Zaffa in. Yeah.
And the theory was it would go across corner to corner, and it would go up, and you could see the trial site from the air. So there are 4 of us in the there are 4 of us in the plane.
Okay.
You kind of.
Zafar around the wicket. D'Oliveira leaves alone. Yeah.
And we're going across the field, and I'm thinking, this isn't going up, this plane.
Oh no. Zafar to D'Oliveira, defended, end of the over. Yep.
Just thinking it's not going up. And ultimately what happened was, of course, it didn't go up. It went through a Cotswold stone wall by the A40, up the bank, over the dual carriageway, and into the Cotswold stone wall on the other side. Whereupon we had to get out.
You were right. Everyone all right?
Everyone was okay. And you can imagine, I was living at home at the time, and you got how was work today? Oh, was somebody involved in a plane crash?
Yeah. Wow.
And there is a funny footnote to that. Here is Paul van Meekeren to start a new over to the very comfortable-looking Baker, who plays it back up the pitch. So apparently, and I didn't see it, but we were told that an Italian lorry driver saw what happened, stopped in the lay-by the A40, and was flagging people down, waving his arms because he couldn't speak very good English, about the fact the plane had come to a
I'm not surprised.
an unscheduled halt. Baker nicely down the ground. That will certainly be 2. Dent will chase towards the rope just in front of the sight screen at the chapel end. They thought about a 3rd, but his throw was on its way quickly, and D'Oliveira said no.
Great work from Dent.
And Baker agreed with him. I don't think there was a 3rd run there. So ultimately, the petrol tank, or the fuel tank on the plane, did not perish, because that would have been very nasty if that had happened. And the footnote was, later that same year, I'll come back to that. And you can understand there will be a certain nervousness about this. The other trial site was in Hampshire, not far from Thruxton Airport.
I can see where you're going with this.
And
yes.
I was offered the chance to go up in another 4-seater from a proper runway to go up and look at the site in Hampshire. And I thought twice about that.
And said no.
And at that point I did say no.
I bet, yeah, I bet.
And he's gone. Baker goes. Bracey with the catch.
That's a good catch there by Bracey.
Van Meekeren gets the breakthrough. You could hear it down the leg side. It was a smart take, but one he would expect to get. And the stand is over at 141.
Josh Baker out for 75. Paul Bracey bowled Van Meekeren.
Excellent innings there from Josh Baker.
Career best for Baker.
Yeah,
and
fantastic innings.
A big impact on this game, with 141 added for the 8th wicket. And he gets a good hand from the members' stand here at Cheltenham. Adam Finch in at number 10. At number 10. Now, interestingly, given the situation of the game here, the fact that overs for Worcestershire are not the issue, he, in the game against Yorkshire at Worcester back at the beginning of the month, batted with Ben Gibbon, who's not playing in this game, for 35 overs for the 10th wicket. So is he capable of hanging around with D'Oliveira in order to perhaps get Worcestershire up to 350 or maybe even beyond? So 323 for 8. Finch to face. Van Meekeren now has 2 for 74. Will that open the door though for Gloucestershire at one end here? Finch clips that pleasantly away. And he's off the mark straight away. Should get 2 here. Chase round once again for Joe Phillips. And his return is on its way. There was a very distinct chat between D'Oliveira and Finch when Finch got to the wicket. Very specific about what he can expect.
Certainly, the new ball's due in just over 5 overs as well. And I can't imagine Gloucestershire not taking that new ball.
Give you the stats from Baker's knock in a moment. 75 he made from 135 balls. He batted for 2 hours and 28 minutes, 7 fours and 1 6. And, you could not have asked for more of a number 9 than that.
Yeah, 141 they put on. Really good innings. He came in with his side 182 for 7 and departed at 323 for 8. And for a number 9 to come in and get 75. D'Oliveira's batted very well, led from the front, as all skippers should do. But you need support at the other end, and it's no good if the tail capitulates. The Worcestershire tail, like my old Labrador, wagged with vigour.
Well, 5 overs to the second new ball, so you would think that Zafar might only have three, just a little experiment here to see if he can winkle 1 wicket away.
Here he comes, as that's got to be close. Chantry's not interested.
Largely only from the bowler, I think, the appeal there.
Yeah, a little bit from Bracey and Ollie Price. Let's have a look. Going down. That's got to be closer. Oh, that one could be going down as well. Let's have another look at this.
Quite a long way back there.
Let's have another look here. His feet didn't really go. That's going. Ooh. Ooh. Probably going down. Probably going down.
He'd had to straighten it quite a lot.
Yeah.
Which we can't necessarily see with Chantry stood as he is.
That's better from D'Oliveira. Rocks onto the front foot and defends.
I mean, he's quite happy to take that half a pace back to the seam bowlers, but half a pace back to the spinner here at Cheltenham might be a different issue.
Again, he goes back.
Greater risk, perhaps.
Yeah. Have we got Dumbledon Dan in today? Who's he in today? Work experience lad. Tickled around the corner from D'Oliveira. He's going to get at least 2. Zaman Akhtar out there in the deep does the fielding.
I wouldn't say 350 is a dangerous score for Gloucestershire, but you wonder where the momentum is heading after this first hour, which Gloucestershire have again had the better of things. It just puts the focus right on the top order again, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. That's just defended there by D'Oliveira. Good ball by Zafar, because it means that now Van Meekeren can attack the new batter, Adam Finch, who's come in.
And just a thought too. I mean, this is about the wider picture of the table, with Durham clear at the top, and then a whole gaggle of teams scrabbling for this second promotion place. Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester said, and I bumped into him this morning, that Worcestershire might be okay having one last week to not feel that they have to necessarily chase a win here. If they could get good bonus points from a draw, that might be all right, because they've banked a win already.
Yeah, well, there's been a lot of draws in Division 2.
And they've got 2 of the last 3 games are at home as well. Van Meekeren into Finch, who lets that go. They've got to play Durham at home, which clearly will be awkward.
Yeah.
And they've got to play Glamorgan at home, who, as we know, actually they're probably the 2 best batting sides in the country in the second division.
Yeah, I'd say so.
They're the 2 strongest at the moment. And the last game is at Headingley. So, and that's right at the end of September. So it's you'd have to say that with 2 home games,
yeah,
they might back themselves.
Ian, you saw Adam Finch in that game against Yorkshire. He got a fifer in that as well, didn't he?
He did. That was a mixed performance. Here's Finch facing Van Meekeren. Yeah, he bowled, I think he himself would say, he bowled poorly on the first day. He bowled 5 overs for 48. And on the second day, he took 5 for 52 in 12. So it was, the overs were quite expensive, but he did pick up 5 wickets.
Yeah.
But in this situation,
he's top of their bowling averages this year. He's picked up 21 wickets at 26.9, which is very respectable.
he is where's that gone? It's gone high in the air. Zomakta's underneath it. It's just going to drop safe at wide mid-on. He wasn't in control of that. Van Meekeren dropping that one in short, and Finch trying to go over the top and almost clothing it to mid-on. 328 for 8. Perhaps Worcestershire want to get the runs and get in here. Perhaps that's Finch's approach, although he's just had a chat from his skipper to maybe suggest that that was an error of judgment. D'Oliveira has been the glue of this revival. Waits for Van Meekeren and then just steers that out to Ollie Price, who's come out from second slip, and he's now he's almost in the gully. So he's got a gully, a backward point, a third man and a fine leg. So 4 players behind square, as well as the 1 slip.
Ian, at what point do you think Joe Phillips has thought about sort of batting? I mean, is it now? Is it last night? Is it
certainly over the yoghurt and berries this morning, I would have thought. Well, that's the.
Are you a yoghurt and berries man for breakfast, or are you more of a granola man?
Oh, I'm probably more of a granola man. But but that comes back to that point we were talking about. A jump jockey might have a cup of tea and 4 sugars, and then well, what's lunch? Well, maybe a chicken breast. Anything else? No, nothing else. And they live on fresh air, I think, sometimes.
Yeah, I need more sustenance than that myself. I don't know about you.
Yeah, probably. The high-stepping Van Meekeren in again. D'Oliveira gets defensively behind it, pushes it out onto the offside. Van Meekeren's bowled 15 overs, 2 for 77. Zafar's only had 11 overs, 11 tidy overs. So
he hasn't been threatening, has he?
But Baker, I mean, as all sorts of thoughts come into your head as you go around a cricket ground and talk to spectators and supporters of both teams. And again, suggestion this morning that Baker will have felt good about getting runs yesterday. He'll feel even better about getting a career best this morning. Will that scroll forward when Brett D'Oliveira throws him the ball? It might do. Will the confidence from the batting spill over into his bowling?
You never know. You never know.
Bit of a dark cloud over the hospital at the moment.
Yeah,
but I
it's
think
looking a little bit.
It's going round us, I think.
It's all blue skies over the chapel. Here's Zafar Gahar as.
And just to say,
Finch leaves that one alone.
As you've mentioned, the chapel, there is a service on Sunday at 10 o'clock in the chapel.
Will you be attending, Ian?
Let's think about that. Ahead of the match against Wiltshire.
Oh, bit of a leading edge there from Finch. I believe that the organist is a member of the Gloucestershire Exiles.
Ooh. Good inside knowledge.
Yeah. You know me, Ian. I'm down with the kids, innit? Defended. Yeah, no, I believe that the organist, the sort of, he's going to be there on Sunday. He's a member of the Gloucestershire Exiles group, so. Yeah, Zafar throws it slightly higher. Finch gets that one. That's going to run away down to third for 4 runs. 332 for 8. Gloucestershire could do with just mopping this tail up.
Yeah, but it's 63 this morning. Worcestershire. Gloucestershire would have, I think, hoped to have kept them down below 300, but it hasn't worked out like that. And Worcestershire will be eyeing at least a third batting point. Just Dylan Pennington to come after these
Defended
two.
there. I had Andy Brassington in the hub with me this morning. Very, very amusing man. Gloucestershire wicket-keeper from 1972 to 1988. We shared duties with Jack Russell in the 80s. As that's defended there by Finch. That's the end of the over. 332 for 8. Finch is on 7. D'Oliveira 77. Van Meekeren is 2 for 77. Zafar none for 27.
Element 2, I suppose. These last 2 wickets of skipper's got a long way towards 3 figures here. Would
Andy Brassington told me a very amusing story about Jim
Finch and Pennington like to see him get there? Could they support him enough to get there?
Told me a very amusing story about Jim Fote, who Gloucestershire fans will remember well, after the 1973 Gillette Cup.
Van Meekeren to continue, and he and Zafar be taking Gloucestershire up to the second new ball, where you would think, with Matt Taylor off the field, it will be back to Price and Akhtar.
You'd think so. Yeah, so Jim Fote goes off fish and chips after the game, having had a few drinks with his Gillette Cup winners medal around his neck. And big queue of people in the fish and chip shop.
Van Meekeren into D'Oliveira. It's pulled that aerially but safe. There's a chase for Joe Phillips. He'll get a couple and they won't risk a third. The ball slowed up quite a lot as he got towards the boundary at deep mid-wicket. And D'Oliveira comes back for 2.
Philip and Jim Fote thought that this Gillette Cup winners medal would give him access to jump the queue, for which he came back with his nose rearranged all over his face and blood all down his kit. That wasn't the case.
.334 for 8. D'Oliveira tries for a... Where's that? 4 byes? Yes. Tried the ramp.
That took off.
And Bracey left absolutely helpless by that. Nothing the keeper.
Yeah, byes.
Nothing the keeper could do about that. Worcestershire will take every boundary they can at the moment. Extras up to 28. So not terrible, but still a significant contribution. Just to say, D'Oliveira had 300s in the championship last year. He's not got one this year yet.
Ian.
Yes, Dan.
You baked a rascal cake today.
Oh, I did. I know. I baked it last night.
Oh, you've baked a rascal cake. We've had a rascal cake baked for us by Ian Randall.
I had to ask Jimmer for a knife to cut it.
Now you're asking.
And Meekeren in again to D'Oliveira, who will steer a single to take him to 80. And give Finch 2 balls of this Van Meekeren over to face.
And how long did this cake take you to...
So oven time about an hour and 10 minutes. And
okay. And what about your prep time?
Oh, and you've got to knock it up beforehand. So
yeah,
prep time would be not the fastest, half an hour.
Okay. Oh, I'm very impressed. You're listening to me, Dan Whiting, and Gloucestershire's answer to Mary Berry. Ian Randall here.
I got a funny story about that. We were talking about drummers yesterday.
Yeah.
And James Healy's got a photograph of Mary Berry playing the drums. How appropriate is that? We'll come back to that in a minute. Here's Van Meekeren short, and Finch sways out of the way. So where's this photograph, James, of Mary Berry playing the drums? Because he showed this to me before play, and I didn't quite believe it. And how strange that Dan should just mention Mary Berry, and there she is.
Wow.
Presumably from a charity gig. But
it looks like you with a wig on, Ian.
The test match, England 66 for 2, by the way. 66 for 2 in the 14th over.
Who's out?
One stage at a time.
Oh, tell me now.
Van Meekeren in. Finch tries to pull that away to deep square and gets underneath it. Doesn't get a touch at all. End of Van Meekeren's over. 2 for 80 from 16 to suppress Mr. Whiting's enthusiasm. Both the openers have gone. Moeen and Joe Root are in. Neither have scored. Duckett made 41 off 41 and Zach Crawley 22 off 37. 1 wicket to Cummins and 1 wicket to Mitchell Marsh.
Bit slow for Zach. What was he doing? Playing for his average.
Only 6 boundaries in that score, so they've been clearly pushing it around. I'll give you some other county scores in a moment. This is the last over with the old ball. Well, we think, because they've bowled 79 and they can't believe that they won't take the second new one. Zafar.
Paul Hibbard tells us.
To Oliveira.
Paul Hibbard tells us that Simmons Yat is in GL16. There you go. We had that one. We read that one out.
We've not read that one out, but that comes back to a Dumbleton situation.
Here's Zafar. Oliveira wants one into the offside. Dent Fields, and they scamper through for a single.
Technically in Herefordshire, but with a GL postcode, in the same way that Dumbleton is technically in Gloucestershire with a Worcestershire postcode.
Ooh. Yeah, Simmons Yat. Westwood Ho is one of those curiously named places as well. The only place with
been there recently.
Only place with an exclamation mark in its name.
That's right. Yeah.
Zafar into Finch, who defends that.
So give you some county scores. 1 game in the first division, heading towards a conclusion. That's at Southampton.
Zafar around the wicket. Finch just plays Anthony onside. There could be trouble here.
Jack Taylor out at short mid wicket. In fact, a couple of games in the first division could well be over today.
Driven nicely by Finch. Can only find 12th Middleton on.
So Phillips has dropped out here. They're quite happy to give Finch the single if he wants it.
Finch plays that one nicely out to Tom Price at long on. He's about 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. As that completes the over, and Finch will retain the strike.
So, first division at Southampton, Essex are chasing 83 to beat Hampshire, and they are 25 for 2. So that game heading very much to a conclusion. And at Edgbaston, Warwickshire are 230 for 9 in their second innings. Their lead over Middlesex is only 91 with the last pair together.
You haven't seen Middlesex bat much this season, Ian, right? 91 could be a steep ask.
They've had a delayed start. No play before lunch at Northampton. Northampton's that's at Old Trafford, that game, isn't it? Northampton's 342, Lancashire 121 for 1.
Tom Price is going to come back on at the Chapel End.
Just was giving you. Is there a new ball going to be thrown? No, they can't find the new ball.
Here it comes.
Is that the issue?
Umpire's got it. He's going to signal it.
There we are. Tucked in a pocket somewhere. So Lancashire 121 for 1 in reply to Northampton's 342. Price has taken the new ball. And at Trent Bridge, Kent 137 for 3 in reply to Notts 350. Taunton, Somerset 4 without loss in their second innings. They still trail Surrey by 194. In the second division, a couple of other games, it's clearly a flat pitch at Derby. Derbyshire 139 without loss, replying to Glamorgan's 521 for 8 declared.
Are you surprised to see Leos deploy? We'll come on to it after this ball.
And Finch, facing the new ball from Tom Price, pushes it out in the offside. Last score, as at Scarborough, Yorkshire 340 all out, Durham 106 for 1.
Were you surprised to see Leos deploy sign for Middlesex in the week?
Well,
from Derbyshire?
All I would say is I gather it's a 4-year contract.
5, I believe.
Oh, really?
That's what I thought.
Oh, I thought I read 4. But in any case, 4 years is still a long contract.
Yeah.
Finch on 8, waits for Tom Price down the leg side. Good take from Bracey. Just check. I mean, if it's 5, even more. Where do I sign? I would suggest, but
And I thought Middlesex didn't have any money. I thought Middlesex have got sort of financial problems, and I believe that the ECB might be taking a little peek into those.
so one article there says long-term contract, deal until 2028, so it will be 5 summers.
Yeah.
That's a real investment from Middlesex. That's steered out by Finch for 1 run to the right of Van Meekeren.
They have to bolster their batting though, Middlesex. It's failed, it's been failing for years. Really, since they won the county championship in 2016, their batting has not been quite right. So Middlesex, they signed Mark Stoneman a couple of years ago. It's made a big impact. And Leos Deploy, hopefully as well, will bolster that top order.
Well, here, Worcestershire closing in on a 3rd batting point. I know you can score quickly at Cheltenham, but remember they were 18 for 3 half an hour in yesterday. And Oliver is just settling himself once more against Tom Price, and he's come down the pitch to him to try and put him off his length there, and that's a wider one which in the end goes through to James Bracey. This is Price bowling from the Chapel end.
Big movement there off the pitch.
Yeah, a little bit. Oliver may not be too upset to see that. Bear in mind that his side have runs in the bank. Price only 1 wicket so far, but that doesn't tell the whole story of how he's bowled. Tried from some bowlers prefer to bowl from a particular end here at Cheltenham because of the slope. Price has tried from both.
He tries from both at Bristol. He prefers the Ashley Down Road end, doesn't he? But
yeah, David Payne will tell you he generally has preferred the College Lawn end here at Cheltenham. Oliveira might go back into his shell a little bit here, just against this second new ball initially. Doesn't want to give away a position that Worcestershire have worked hard for. 42 for 8. Price 1 for 78 now in 20 overs.
Ajit Singh Dale just walking past us. Good to see him back having a run out this morning.
Yeah, it was only a straight line run. Wasn't there? There's no bowling involved.
No bowling involved, no. But he's obviously into his rehabilitation now, and I think we'll see him back for the September round of fixtures.
And it will be Zaman Akhtar from the
for the 50 over stuff.
From the College Lawn end.
Zaman Akhtar returning at the College Lawn end.
Can Akhtar get his 5 for here by blasting out the tail? Here he comes past Jack Shantry. That's crunched through the offside there by Finch.
That was dismissed, wasn't it?
Yeah. Short and wide though, got what it deserved.
How wide? Oh
Yeah.
yes, very wide in fact.
Yeah, got
Not again.
Still got to put them away though.
Yeah, a little bit like Matthew Waite yesterday. Not a lot of foot movement.
That's a pleasant shot from Finch as well. That's going to be 4 more down the ground. That's much more authentic off drive.
350 for Worcestershire, third batting point.
Yeah. Done very well.
Yeah, what was the line from a supporter this morning? He said Division 2 is a batting division. Division 1 is a bowling division. Interesting thought. And actually the sides who are struggling at the bottom, actually, and you said about Middlesex and Kent, I think have got 3 batting points between them all summer. Just shows where their problems have been. Sorry, Middlesex and Northants, I think it is, 2 and 1.
Turn round the corner there. Goodman doing the fielding out in the deep. So there's been murmurings amongst the fans of overseas players, hasn't there, Ian?
For the T20?
For the 50 over.
For 50 over. Yeah, well, there's a forum at lunch today.
There is a forum at lunch.
I don't know who's on the panel, actually.
It's Will Brown. Will Brown, I believe, and it's hosted by David Jones, who's the chair here.
Will Brown, CEO, is
So I'll just get Harry to check who actually is on the panel, but that will be in the hub marquee during lunch.
Yeah.
Terry, I'll check in for you. Just thank you.
So Worcestershire from a position of some fragility yesterday.
Yeah, they've done very well.
They've climbed out of that hole.
They've showed a lot of heart here. Oh, that's well bowled by the man known in the West Country as Zummer.
It didn't really. I don't think it did a lot. Just held its line. Probably 4th stump. Therefore, D'Oliveira had to think about playing at it.
J.R. Healy's been rather quiet this morning. I think he's. Oh, that's a swish. D'Oliveira misses out. That's down the leg side. I believe a few of the team might have.
Had a curry last night.
Yeah, gone out.
Generally the way of things during Cheltenham. There's a team bonding session somewhere.
It is team bonding, all in the name of team bonding, wasn't it, Jimmer? Feeling a little dusty this morning, I think. A little delicate.
See, some people contribute to team bonding in a different way. See, Dan did the round of ice creams last week. That was his contribution. Look, right, better bake the rascal.
And I bought the jelly babies.
Oh yeah. 351 for 8. Worcestershire have been batting for an hour and 20 minutes this morning.
I've got a stat for you, Ian.
They've added 86. And Tom Price to Finch, who nearly doesn't drop down on that, but gets enough on it to squeeze a single out to Zamanakta.
I've got a stat for you, Ian.
Yes, Dan?
Adrian Thomas. The highest 8th wicket partnership for Worcestershire against Gloucestershire in 200 matches between 1900 and 2023
was
135 or 142 as it was in the end. 141 between D'Oliveira and Josh Baker. It beat
Price in and steered away by D'Oliveira for a tight single. Good backing up because the throw was to the bowler's end.
It beat the 124 between Steve Rhodes and Stuart Lampitt at Bristol in 1997.
There you go.
Thanks you to Adrian Thomas.
So, I'd say it was a good effort. got them to, well, certainly I think they're probably above a par score now. Price to Finch. He's got quite a long reach. He, like Baker, is a tall man. And not generally known for his not for his volume of runs. I'm not sure about just literally sticking around. Can confirm that the forum at lunch here at Cheltenham will be CEO Will Brown, head coach Dale Benkenstein, David Jones, the club chairman, and Graham van Buren, first team skipper, but obviously currently sidelined with a side strain. Finch waits for Price short and through to Bracey. We've not seen, I can't think of too many Yorkers that have been tried by Gloucestershire to try and see if the reactions of the Worcestershire batters would just allow one to get through their defences, but that's very little of the really full ball. Price can bowl a good Yorker, that isn't it, and it's only going down the leg side. They are missing Matt Taylor, I think, Dan, too, aren't they, at the moment? They've been a bowler light this morning.
Yeah, certainly are.
Taylor obviously bowled yesterday, 15 overs for 54, 14 overs for 65 and 2 wickets. But he had a sore toe that kept him out of the Glamorgan game, and you wonder if that has flared up again. Price to Finch, who defends. Back to the bowler. If the pitch is flattening out, then it becomes really a case of whether Worcestershire really want to win in this match. Presently played by Finch.
I think that depends on how Gloucestershire bat.
Yeah,
I mean, Gloucestershire could bat, score 500 in a day and a half, which isn't out the reckoning here at Cheltenham, and then suddenly give Worcestershire an awkward last day. So it all depends on how Gloucestershire bat. I'm
just thinking that if Gloucestershire are going to get something like parity, they may go about it in a slightly different. They go about it more slowly, and therefore it then depends. Who wants to set the game up. I think, as James Bracey's view at the toss may have been, right, I'd rather bat last on this because we think we can chase.
Yeah.
Therefore, Worcestershire have got to just squeeze the life out of the game if they find they can't get a big lead. But at the moment, they just keep trying to get as many as they can and put themselves in the driving seat. And nothing much with the second new ball so far. I mean, Finch has taken quite a bit of the strike, and he's got to 20. Here's
Actor to D'Oliveira. Lets that one go through to the gloves of Bracey. 357 for 8. D'Oliveira 18 away from
they've still got,
what would be a well-deserved 100.
They've got 27 overs yet. In theory, that they could get more batting points.
Yeah, just over half an hour to lunch. Or is it 10 past 1 today because of the extended day, isn't it?
It will be.
Yeah.
10 past 1 and 4 o'clock.
Actor to D'Oliveira, who just defends that one into the onside, and they're going to pick up a single.
Just to even the sessions out. Gloucestershire are only 1 over from being on the required run rate, on the required over rate rather. So they're not miles behind as they were in the previous game. England now 3 down, 79 for 3 at the Oval. They've been put in. check who the wicket was in a moment.
Aussies have dropped 4 catches apparently. That's let go through to Bracey. How un-Australian. This is David Warner's last test as well.
So Joe Root bowled by Hazelwood for 5, last wicket to 4. So it's Moeen Ali and Harry Brook at the moment.
Akhtar. I wouldn't mind seeing Showy back there on this pitch back in his heyday.
So I remember seeing Waka Yunis bowl here.
Was that quick?
Yeah, that was sharp.
Yeah. Who's the quickest bowler you've seen live? Big appeal there. Chantry doesn't fancy it.
The thing with Waka was, because he wasn't of a height of a Walsh or an Ambrose.
Let's just have another look at this 1 second. Oh, he's gone a long way across his stumps there. Don't know if it's height, perhaps. Yeah, who's the quickest you've seen live here?
I think, bear in mind that
Akhtar. Oh, he's nailed that one. That's gone all the way. 6 runs.
it's not a bad shot for a number 10, is it?
No. I think the quickest I've seen live, I saw Wayne Daniel bowl some quick spells when I was a kid. Saw Imran bowl a really quick spell for Pakistan once at Lords.
Bear in mind that until the age probably of 30, most of the cricket I would have seen would have been here at Cheltenham.
Yeah.
And I think therefore probably Courtney would have been the fastest you'd have seen close up.
Yeah. Sean Tate I saw once. I thought he was quite sharp.
364 for 8 Worcestershire, and D'Oliveira has got a bit becalmed here, but that's not been a bother because his number 10 partner at the other end, who has never got beyond 33 in a first-class game. He's got inspiration from Baker's effort.
Tell you who else I saw who I thought was quick was Garth LaRue.
Price again to D'Oliveira. A bit of a grunt, but again D'Oliveira goes back and just pushes it out quietly into the offside. So this morning, the only wicket to fall, that of Josh Baker, caught behind by Bracey down the leg side. High down the leg side, off a short one from Van Meekeren for 75, stand off 141 for the 8th wicket, with his captain who's still there and who's whipped that just over Van Meekeren, and that will go away to the boundary at long on. It didn't miss, I'll say didn't miss the Dutchman didn't fail to get it by very much. It was a short arm pull. And Bracey's reaction tells you he was pretty close to getting it. Oliveira onto the Australians' unlucky number, 87.
There's some tall lads, aren't they? Baker's a tall lad, Finch is a tall lad, Pennington's a tall lad. Watching them bat with D'Oliveira's watching a dads v lads match, isn't it?
Yeah, they're well over 6 foot, all those three. D'Oliveira probably more like 5'8". Oh,
He's not 5'8", is he?
not even that.
No, he's about 5'5". He's not in the league of We need to see, have we got the cricketers who's who with us? He's not in the league of Harry Pilling.
He was a small man back in the day.
But I think he's smaller than Van Buren.
Yeah, Harry Pilling played in that 71 semi-final. Pre-floodlights. Pre-colour television for many people. Price-led Oliveira. Pinch a single out to deep point. Phillips is out there. 27 minutes to go until the scheduled lunch. We're not till lunch taking lunch till 1:10, and that may be delayed if
5'9". He's never 5'9". Ian Randall's 5'9".
No, I'm not 5'9".
He's never 5'9".
Well, however tall he is, he's done a really determined job for his team here. Man out now for Finch at deep backward square, and only one slip, and he's not going to play the forceful shot to a ball that's pitched up from Tom Price. But no joy for him with the second new ball at the moment, and only one wicket for Gloucestershire this morning. 104 added by Worcestershire for the loss of Baker.
I think this might be his 100th first-class game, isn't it, D'Oliveira?
It is. It is his 100th first-class match. Yeah, what a way to mark it that would be. He needs 12 more
for his 12th first-class century.
Yeah. So he got 3 last year, but nothing so far in 2023.
Akhtar pulls out of the delivery as Gloucestershire moving the field, putting Zafar Gahar out at deep backward point.
He's 5'9". Look at the size of his head.
Oh, that's edged. That's going to go through. And down to Van Makeren down at third.
Well, he heard the cry of catch it. How close was it? Not in your shot. Lee Price at almost like a 4th slip.
D'Oliveira seems to like Cardiff, has his best batting there. 202 not out in 2016, and his best bowling there. 7 for 92 in 2019. He also likes a full English. So, Brett, I wouldn't advise going down the Bath Road, mate, because they're pretty rare. That's just squeezed down there by Finch. Finch would be happier there. He's likes avocado on toast with poached eggs and halloumi. So, Finchy, get down the Bath Road, mate. That's your sort of breakfast down there.
Just to confirm, that Middlesex target, by the way, Edgbaston, is 94. And they are 2 without loss.
Defended, no run. Paul Pridgeon, biggest influence on Finch's career. Finch is closing in on a career best of 33 against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge last year. Most beautiful thing he's ever seen is Queenstown in New Zealand. That's probably a leg by. Lovely cricket ground there. You've got the planes taking off, haven't you, from one end? You've got one end with the mountains that are known as the Remarkables, and the other end is now known as the Unremarkables.
A friend of mine did a New Zealand trip. Said, it's all right, I think the population of New Zealand is about 3 million.
Yeah.
And just appreciate the space you have there when you've only got 3 million people just scattered around it.
Akda in edged. That goes past the sprawling Ollie Price at sort of fifth slip there. Adam Hose, he likes a poached egg and smashed avocado as well.
Just to remind you that should Worcestershire be 9 down at lunch, we can keep going. And, mess up the schedule of the day somewhat.
Oh, big swing there from Finch. Nothing doing. That completes the over.
Worcestershire probably in, are they in bonus territory, do you think, down here now? From where they were at 265 for 7, if you'd have offered them this position, I think they'd have said, where do I sign up?
All day long. Yeah.
Probably at least 50 runs more than they may be budgeted for.
Yeah, Josh Baker is a type 1 diabetic. Same as Jordan Thompson at Yorkshire. Fair play.
So Van Meekeren returning from the College Chapel End. Just to reiterate, this is a live table, of course, which is changing all the time. Sussex, Glamorgan, Worcestershire and Leicestershire separated by only 2 points, 2nd to 5th. Oliveira tries to swat at one outside the off stump from Van Meekeren. First ball of the new spell, but brought back because Gloucestershire have only got the 3 quicker bowlers on the field at the moment. Bracey in splendid isolation now at the College lawn end, keeping to Van Meekeren now with a leg. What's the leg gully? Very deep leg gully for Oliveira. More short, fine leg. And he's just prodded that out into the offside. Something a bit different, perhaps. We haven't seen any overs from Ollie Price, but wondered if we might have a couple. Time for that might have been with the old ball. We didn't see it then. And Van Meekeren trying to generate a bit of extra pace with the new one. From the Chapel into D'Oliveira. Oh, he's pulled that. Where's that gone? High in the air. That should be caught, and it is by Tom Price. So D'Oliveira has to wait for his 100, but he got 90, and he's taken Worcestershire to 372 for 8, and Van Meekeren has his wicket. But it's been a valiant knock and a very important knock for his side.
Yeah, fantastic innings. 272 minutes, 164 balls, and showed real grit, real heart there, Brett D'Oliveira. And he's got his team from a position of real uncertainty into the ascendancy in this game.
So Dylan Pennington, the Worcestershire number 11. And Worcestershire fans of cable knit pullovers, so You can't see Pennington's squad number, which is 22, on the back of his shirt because he's wearing a sleeveless sweater.
Dylan Pennington used to wash lawnmowers. Do you know that, Ian? Apparently so. I think
This is the unusual fact about...
I think you might be having them on there. I can't believe Dylan Pennington washed lawnmowers. You won't be washing them for long. New contract at Nottinghamshire.
Doesn't have much of an average with the bat, Dylan Pennington. So I think he might... Let me see what his approach is here. Oh, his approach is survival against Van Meeken. That was sharper than he would have
Yeah, that was quick.
liked first up. And just about got away with surviving it with Phillips in at short leg. He might prefer that Finch takes the strike, I suspect. Van Meeken looking to mop this innings up, but Pennington defends. Now, because of a 10-1 lunch...
10 past 1.
10 past 1 lunch, sorry. Gloucestershire might not want to go in before lunch here.
So when would that be? That would be 1 o'clock, wouldn't it?
It will be 1 o'clock, correct.
Yeah. So Gloucestershire... I don't think they're a thing like that. I think they just want to wrap it up.
Well, they do. I'm sure they do. But the openers might have a view about having to go in for a short period of time. Pennington does defend here out to...
Don't worry about that. Smash a quick 20, get in for a spot of lunch and come back out after. That's the attitude, Ian.
Wicket maiden to Van Meekeren. So 3-4-80 he has now. 17 overs. So 3 wickets in the Glamorgan game. And 3 wickets in this game so far.
Yeah, he's bowled with
Van Meekeren.
Bit of heat, hasn't he?
I mean, his bowling is it is what it is. There are wicket-taking balls in there, but you have to accept there are going to be boundaries as well. Would be
Change of bowling.
my take.
Tom Price.
So a switch of ends for Tom Price. And that brightness that we had at the start of play is, for the time being, converted into quite pleasant sunshine.
Gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely lovely.
Miles Hammond practicing a sand wedge of a golf shot in the outfield. Maybe he isn't going to play that when he bats. Well, actually, he's practicing right-handed as well, which is an oddity, given he bats left.
Price in. Finch.
Heard the cry of no.
Yeah. Miles Hammond. Nothing surprises me what he does, Miles Hammond. He's a character and a half. He's dyed his hair. This sort of, I don't know, it's like a sort of Eminem look-alike, isn't it? It's probably something that was fashionable back amongst sort of early 2000s. I don't know what's possessed him to do so. That's driven up to Chris Dent.
Well, he dyed it initially for the Pride match, didn't he, at Bristol? And it
Yeah.
wasn't that colour. It was like a purple.
Yeah, he's dyed it purple, and now he's dyed it sort of a white blonde. He's had some wonderful hairstyles. He had a little bit of a mullet going on at one point, didn't he?
That's a while ago.
Yeah. Tom Price in. Finch, big hoik across the line. Horrendous shot. Doesn't make contact.
I think the other person who was going...
Not one from the coaching manual there.
I think the other one was going with the mullet was Luke Charlesworth, but he's now gone for the Miles Hammond sort of crop.
Yeah. Nothing beats Ollie Carter down at Sussex, though. That's horrendous. I mean, he needs, like Mike Gatting did with Phil Tufnell, march him down the barbers and get his hair cut. Oh, well, bold. Tom Price going for that Yorker that Ian Randall spoke about. And a no ball.
Which was a shame, because we've just mentioned the fact that they haven't tried that very much, and particularly against the lower order. Price is just asking about where his front foot is coming down to Jack Chantry.
Chantry had one of the strangest actions in county cricket.
It wasn't quite Paul Adams, but it was pretty unusual.
It was idiosyncratic, shall we say.
Yeah, Price well short of the front line with that delivery. I don't know who coined the phrase, and on one level it's a bit unkind, but he was known as this. Paul Adams, his action was described as a frog in a blender, wasn't it? Which is a terrible turn of phrase in a way. It's probably politically very un-PC, but you kind of knew what it was like, because it was all arms and legs. Very unorthodox.
Some of the press being very unkind. Interviewed Ashley Giles yesterday, who I think Henry Blofeld christened a wheelie bin. That's pulled away with aplomb there, as beats the man out in the deep. Jack Taylor's out in the deep there. Can't cut that one off. Finch moves on into the 30s. Yeah, I mean, Ashley Giles, you know, his test record, you don't get Sachin out, do you? The only time Sachin's ever been stumped in his career. You don't get Inzamam out, you don't get Brian Lara out, you don't get Callis out. That's hoiked. That could be 4 runs as well. Jack Taylor's in pursuit, does well actually. Gets round and throws it into Bracey. Good arm from Jack Taylor there. Wow. Didn't know he had that in him. I always see him at slip when he skippers at mid-off.
So Finch now equaling his previous career best. So we've got one career best already in this innings. A season's best from D'Oliveira.
Yep.
And now an equal career best from Finch.
Ian Randall bringing you stats.
There's all the mechanics. I wonder if did that overs figure say 96 or 104 at the start of the day? Because the overs on the board. Actually, it must have been 104, because we've had nearly 2 hours cricket, and I failed to see how they'd have only bowled 18 in that time. Pennington waits for Van Meekeren, tries to steer it away down past the slip court and doesn't get a touch. Baker for 75 and D'Oliveira for 90, the men out this morning. Both to Van Meekeren. Can Worcestershire eke out another 20? Pennington waits and capable of defending. Out into the offside Hammond Fields.
We've had a Jerry Wolstenholme email saying, "Morning, Dan and Ian." Oh, good afternoon to you, Jerry. One of the quickest I saw was Sylvester Clark of Surrey, who was rapid, off only a few pace as well. Broke Bill Athey's arm at Cheltenham one year. Patrick Patterson and Colin Croft
But Lancashire were pretty rapid too.
Van Meekeren to Pennington, who just defends that on the leg side.
And he mentions a guy called South African Stephen Jack, who played in a Jack Russell benefit game. And Jerry was stood without a lamb when he was marking his run close to the boundary edge. Jack was virtually unknown then, and I was aware of him, for he'd played as a professional in a league in Lancashire. And I told Lammy, who said, does he not know that it is a expletive benefit game? All I could say was that he was ambitious to play county cricket, and perhaps thought this would be a good showcase for his talent.
Pennington, wait, what's a pleasant shot.
Oh, Pennington.
Van Meekeren's pitched that up, and he's driven it all the way to the boundary at long off, and Dent can't haul it in. It's gone for 4. It's a very pleasant shot.
Then Jack opened from the chapel end and Chris Broad was facing. First ball bouncer, second ball the same. Broad trying to get out of the way, landed on his backside, at which point Lammy repeated his earlier remark about it being a benefit match, but much more forcibly. He played 2 tests and 2 ODIs. Certainly frightened many a Northern League batsman, in addition to upsetting Lammy. Paul Hibbard, he's been in touch. He said Wayne Daniel was pretty quick live at Bristol in 77. But Alan Donald at Trent Bridge in the 99 World Cup was quicker live.
Van Meekeren trying to get this last Worcestershire wicket. And Pennington a bit jumpy as he gets out of the way.
In those days, sweeping a quick bowler like Donald was unusual. Possibly quite stupid, Paul, it has to be said. But I remember seeing Moin Khan, the Pakistan keeper, sweep Donald for 6, which is an amazing shot at the time. Thanks for your emails, guys. Keep them coming in. We'll read them out. We love hearing from you guys. Drop us a line if you're a Worcestershire fan as well. Let us know if you have Worcestershire sauce on your lunch from Worcestershire.
Pennington, oh, he's got a splice on the edge on that, and it's gone over the slip cordon and down to third man. Van Meekeren thinks there's no justice in the world at the moment. He's got a couple of wickets today, but
yeah, he'd like a 4 for here, Paul.
That's gone over. Ollie Price at second slip, 385. Worcestershire creeping up towards a possible 4th batting point.
Are you a fan of Worcestershire sauce, Ian?
No.
No.
No. Leon Perrins,
no.
No. I think it's a bit too spicy for me.
Is it? What about Tabasco?
As you know, I am largely somebody who likes my food relatively plain.
Yeah. James Healy showing me this thing called Henderson's Relish. Like Worcester sauce, but 1 million times better. Well, Worcestershire fans, what have you got to say about that? Their marketing slogan is better than Worcestershire sauce. And it comes from Sheffield. So obviously any Yorkshireman thinks he's better than anyone else. Tom Price. Is that another no ball?
No, it's a cry of no from Finch.
Ah. Price not happy here with his footmarks. It contains no anchovies though. Worcestershire sauce contains anchovies. Where do you get anchovies in Worcester? Where do you get them up the River Severn? Oh, that's a gorgeous shot. Off drive.
Pennington. He's played a couple of those.
Yeah.
If it's, I don't say if it's in his half, he'll go for it like that. But that's.
There's also the 7 bore as well, which is a tide that goes the wrong way up the River Severn. I think once a year, isn't it?
No, more than once a year.
More than once a year.
It depends on what the star rating is, as to how much of a spectacle it is. Higher the star, obviously.
That's gone in the air. That's Pennington's nailed that one for 6. Almost gone into the hospital. And just to corroborate that, the 7 bore isn't one of those gentlemen sitting with his scorebook in front of the pavilion at Worcestershire.
No.
Ian Randall's been up there. He's been known to have a slice of the lemon cake at the ladies' pavilion. I think it's gone up. It used to be £1 a slice, served to you by ladies in pinnies back in the day. But I think James Healy went up there at the start of the season. It was £2.50. I mean, that's way beyond the rate of inflation. Oh, Pennington's cloth that. Pennington's on a 15.
See, he's got to just keep his head here because Worcestershire are only 5 runs from another batting point. There you go.
Yeah.
And that point, given the tightness of the table,
Oh, yeah.
might be relevant come the end of the season if they should be right in the promotion mix, which they certainly are at the minute.
That's at least 2 more to Pennington. Dent's in pursuit.
Take a couple. This has been an annoying morning for Gloucestershire, hasn't it, in terms of the runs that Worcestershire have added. 131 they've added.
Well, Gloucestershire haven't taken 20 wickets in a game all season, and I know they've got injuries. David Payne hasn't played a game of red ball cricket this year. They're missing Ajit Singh Dale.
Missing Matt Taylor at the moment.
They're missing Matt Taylor at the
For this-
moment. They
for this
missed him
session.
for the Glamorgan game as well. And you know, when your bowling attack is shorn of probably 3 of your best bowlers, it makes a difference, doesn't it?
So there's a chat going on between these two. In theory, there's 1 ball left in this over, and they're trying to make sure, I suspect, that even if one of them gets out here, that they will go to lunch. But they only want 3 runs for another batting point. The clock has ticked round, so
Pennington drives into Dent, who shies at the stumps. Then Pennington would have been gone with a direct hit. But he gets through. 398 for 9.
the last over before lunch at the Oval. England 127 for 3. So that's been a interesting morning. In only 26 overs, Brooks got to 45 off 39 balls.
A bit slow, isn't it?
So enterprising stuff. So lunch will either now be,
England going at 5 and over.
well, lunch will now be at the fall of this wicket, won't it?
Yeah.
Van Makeren into Pennington. That's gone high in the air, and it's going to go for 4. And there is the batting point for Worcestershire. It's a bit of a slash from Pennington, but it's gone high over Bracey, and Worcestershire up to 400.
And third batting point.
Fourth
Batting point.
Fourth batting point.
Correction, fourth batting point. Thank you.
Pennington to 22.
Would have been maximum batting points last season. Now I think Pennington's going to have just a real swing here. Not that he was playing properly anyway, but I think he's just going to.
Now they've got to the 400. I think it's a absolutely free-for-all situation. He's trying to steer that beyond brace, he can't do it, and taken by the Gloucestershire keeper. Might be a little bit of a bit of chat there between Van Meekeren and Pennington.
Just appraising his technique there, I think.
Scores elsewhere. We'll give you, I think, when we get to lunch, because that will be the relevant point. Certainly the games at Southampton and at Edgbaston heading towards conclusions. They won't be far away. Here, 402 for 9 Worcestershire. And Pennington plays that well out on the offside. One thing we...
Pennington's poking his bat back at Van Meekeren there. I don't know what's going off out there.
Well, when, as and when, or if, Pennington is bowling at Van Meekeren later, I think there might be the odd short one coming
I don't think
his
the
direction.
Dutchman might get too many in his half of the wicket.
There's a short leg in for that very reason. Van Meekeren into Pennington, and again he punches that pleasantly out through the offside. That's going to run away past Miles Hammond and down to the Sanford Road side of the ground for 4. Pennington's highest score of the summer, this is. So 9, 10, 11. Finch has equalled his career best, and the other two have got either a career best or a season's best on this second morning. Van Meekeren to Pennington, who's crunched that high in the air. It should be a catch for Tom Price, and it is. So Van Meekeren does have, in the end, his 4th wicket, and Worcestershire are all out for 406. Finch is left 33 not out, so arguably that beats a 33 dismissed for a career best. Van Meekeren has finished with 4 wickets. Pennington caught by Tom Price at mid-on. 4 for 93 for Van Meekeren. And I think Worcestershire will feel, Dan, although they've been bowled out this morning, they've had the better of that session.
Massively. I mean, from 182 for 7 to get 406 is either this pitch is flattening out, Gloucestershire have run out of steam perhaps, or Worcestershire have been excellent and showed real heart. And you do wonder if it's a combination of all three possibly, but it's been a real innings of substance there from Adam Finch. The whole lower order from, you know, Adam Ho's got 32, D'Oliveira 90, Waite 64, Baker 75, Finch 33 not out, and then Pennington 26. The tail has wagged considerably, but Gloucestershire now are looking at saving the game as opposed to being in a position to win it.
Yep, lunch will be taken. 75 overs will remain on the day. Final bowling figures: Matt Taylor didn't bowl today, 14 overs, 2 for 65. Tom Price, 24 overs, 1 for 110. Zaman Akhtar, 21 overs, 3 for 88. Paul Van Meekeren, 18 overs and 5 balls, 4 for 93. And Zafar, 13 overs, no wicket for 29. Play will resume at about 1:45, and we hope you can join us for the resumption and the start of the Gloucestershire first innings, when once again they will be facing a score of over 400 against them. Join us again at 1:45 for Gloucestershire's first innings here at Cheltenham on day 2 against Worcestershire.
Good afternoon and welcome back after lunch here on the second day of this clash. The M5 derby between Gloucestershire and Worcestershire. Worcestershire finished their innings just before on the stroke of lunch, 406, as Dylan Pennington was out. And it'd be interesting to see here how Gloucestershire respond, because at the moment I don't think Gloucestershire have got to go some to actually win the game from here. You can see Joe Phillips opening the batting today. Only his second first-class game, made his debut a few days ago against Glamorgan. He batted at number 5. But he bats regularly at the top of the order in the second 11. Joe Leach is going to start us off. A burly figure. I described him yesterday as having the look of a man that you don't want to owe money to. Apparently he's supposed to be one of the nicest blokes in the game. So we're going to see Joe Phillips take the first delivery. Interesting. So, Gloucestershire, can they win this from here? Here's Leach with the first ball. Phillips plays that into point. The only way I can see Gloucestershire winning the game from here is to score quickly and to try and get 5, maybe 550 by close of play tomorrow, which is quite a big ask. Although it's a very quick scoring ground, as we've seen. If they can get 550, they could probably set up quite an awkward last day for Worcestershire. Leach in, edged. Phillips is going to get off the mark, and that's going to race away down towards the chapel end boundary. Phillips played that with soft hands, actually. Let's have another look at this one. Yeah, it wasn't in the air. The pace seems to have gone out of this pitch. I'm joined in Randalls taking an elongated lunch. He's at the members forum down at the bottom of the ground with our Gloucestershire chairman David Jones, CEO Will Brown, Del Benkenstein and Graham Van Buren. I think David Payne might be down there as well. That's just defended there by Phillips. Cornishman, Truro Cricket Club. Lovely lad, really nice kid, Joe Phillips. Love him to get some runs here today. Very polite, always says good morning to you. Leach bustling in. Phillips defends. Warm sunshine here at Cheltenham. The chapels at the end there, glistening in the sun. It's down the leg side. Roderick takes that. Worcestershire favouring the cable knit, I think, by the look of it. So no numbers on the backs of their jumpers. Finch is at mid-off here in front of me. That's edged and again goes downwards. Phillips going to get a single this time. Let's have a look here. Leach just bowling in the right areas here. Yep. Well played by Phillips. Soft hands. Doesn't push too hard at the ball. And therefore it doesn't carry through to the cordon. We're going to see Dylan Pennington from the Chapel End. Batted well. Gave it some long handle. Pennington from Shrewsbury School. Morning Morkel was blown away by him back in 2018. Said he's had height, bounce, pace. Here he comes in. Phillips defends. Just been joined by Ian Randall. Afternoon, Ian. Nice lunch.
Yes, bit of a queue, but we got there in the end.
Yeah. Yeah, Pennington from Shrewsbury. He's, I don't know if he went to Shrewsbury School. Jack Shantry was Shrewsbury School. David Lloyd, who got runs here last week. Fulker Morgan, he's Shrewsbury School. James Taylor. Good cricket there. Pennington coming in here. Phillips leaves alone. I'll let you get your feet under the table, Ian.
Well, I also heard some of the forum at lunch, which was, I think, probably attended by, my guess would be there were probably 300 supporters there, something of that ilk.
Yeah.
I had to leave, obviously, to not take it all in. I think it might go on for a little while. But one or two nuggets to come out of it.
Phillips to defend. Go on then. What was said?
So
hot off the press.
Hot off the press. The club are. There's quite a bit of talk about money, understandably.
Right. And lack of it.
And the lack of it. Will Brown said there was a meeting on Tuesday at which there was a lot of discussion about the transfer system and whether clubs were being adequately compensated who developed players.
Yeah. Pennington in.
And he said there was a speaker there from Southampton Football Club who said that the way it works, or can work in football, is that if a player, for example, goes from Club A to Club B and then Club B to Club C, Club A may still get a benefit. And he said in cricket it doesn't work like that. But we want to get to a position where it can.
Like add-ons.
Yeah, we want to get to a position where it can. And I think that is very much a hot potato topic at the moment. So that the smaller counties feel that if they do lose a player, that they are going to get adequately compensated for it. And,
I agree.
And just on that,
I agree. I think otherwise, the vultures, the big boys, will just pick off the meat off the carcass.
Will did talk about sort of the overall picture in cricket, and particularly here at Gloucestershire, with regard to the next, say, 2, 3, 4 years. I'll come back to that in a minute.
Phillips defends.
And he said, we always knew that this year was going to be hard. He thinks that from 2025 things will be significantly better. They may even be marginally better next year. And part of the reason for that may be, he said, so he hopes that T20 cricket will be back at Cheltenham next year.
Okay.
Which suggests to me
who's going to move in the calendar,
that the calendar may be restructured.
Interesting.
And the logic for that would be that the One Day Cup goes back into the spring. I'm not saying that is the way, but that would be the suggestion.
Joe Leach going around the wicket to Dent.
The alternative would be that just that the T20 is actually more spread out, and as it was pointed out, Neil Prescott pointed out that if you get paid monthly, all the T20 matches in Bristol this year came within one pay month.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of money for people to shell out on tickets within that time frame.
Not for a man of your means, Ian.
So concept of T20 cricket back here at Cheltenham next year,
Leach to Dent.
definitely on the agenda.
So would that be an afternoon game then? Because there's no floodlights
yes,
here,
it will be an
obviously.
afternoon game. Yeah, 2:30 start.
Yeah.
So that was one thing. Dale Benkenstein said that the club have sanctioned the signing of 2 overseas players for the One Day Cup.
Nice.
One of whom is a Pakistani.
Okay.
He is an all-rounder, and there is also a quote development signing.
Leach around the wicket to Dent, who defends. Dent. Yeah.
With a player, or for a player, from the Rajasthan Royals.
Oh. So no South African then?
No.
Interesting.
And the target for an overseas for 2024 was, I read it as a bowler, probably a pace bowler.
That makes sense. Gloucestershire struggled to pick up 20 wickets, haven't they, in any game this season? So I get that.
And the one other thing
Left
I think
alone
that
by
was
Dent.
of interest to me, relatively, was that Will Brown said he believed that Gloucestershire were 9th in terms of the cricket budget of the teams across the country. So 9th out of 18. So there were obviously some above and some below. So he said, I don't think, not his words, but I think people would feel that's a fair investment.
Well, it is, yeah.
For a club of Gloucestershire size.
Leach, Dent plays that out to mid-on.
So
No run.
Just from so just to recap that playing perspective, 2 overseas signings for the One Day Cup, 1 all-rounder, Pakistani, 1 player, nationality not known, but development opportunity from the Rajasthan Royals, and that the overseas target for next season was a pace bowler. I think we can assume he said a bowler, but I think we've got a top flight spinner already, so you want a quick. But I think a lot of supporters in the north of the county would like the idea of T20 cricket coming back to Cheltenham.
Yes, definitely. That completes the 3rd over. Gloucestershire 5 for none. Maiden for Leach. Following a maiden from Pennington. Ian Randall will take you away for Pennington's next spell.
Yeah, and I'll just also, whilst we're at it, because we've got the quicker bowlers on, try and give you the scores from elsewhere in the championship. So there are a couple of my games that heading pretty rapidly towards results in the 1st division. We'll do that during this Pennington over. His run is quite long. He's bowling from the Chapel end, with Worcestershire having got over 400 on the board. In belongs to Phillips, and Pennington fields as he clips it back to him pleasantly off his own bowling. In the Test match, England 139 for 3, having been put in by Australia. In the Championship, Essex have beaten Hampshire by 6 wickets, 86 for 4 in their chase at Southampton. So important win for them. Pennington to Phillips, who steers that out into the gully. D'Oliveira's there. Having got 90 this morning. At Edgbaston, Middlesex need 38 more to beat Warwickshire. They're 56 for 1 in their 2nd innings, having bowled Warwickshire out today for 232. Play due to start imminently in the match between Northants and Lancashire. Northants 342. All out. Lancashire 121 for 1. Score at Trentbridge. Scores at Trentbridge and Taunton in a moment. Pennington. In and again, Phillips defends. At Trentbridge, Notts 350. Kent 198 for 4, so they still trail by 152. And at Taunton, Somerset in a bit of a pickle. 48 for 4 in their 2nd innings against Surrey. They still trail by 150. In the 2nd division at Derby, Derbyshire 194 for 2 against Glamorgan. They still trail by 327. Here's Pennington, very upright approach to the crease, and Phillips goes back and defends out on the offside. And there's a delay and an inspection at 2 o'clock at Scarborough, where Durham are 106 for 1 in reply to Yorkshire's 340. The one
Mark,
thing,
you'll be down the pub.
not in Chesley Street though, and the one thing that Ed Seaborn said to me on the way back round at lunch was, from his vantage point up on the balcony, he thinks the pitch is flattening out and it's becoming a bit more like the Glamorgan one.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at Pakistan all-rounders.
Pennington into Phillips down the leg side, taken though by keeper Gareth Roderick.
Mohammed Wasim, 21-year-old. Imad Wasim. Fahim Ashraf. Another left-hander, right on medium. Could be anyone really, couldn't it?
Pennington over the wicket. Oh, appeal for an LBW from the keepers and the cordon, really. But nothing doing.
I was saying earlier, Ian, well, I was talking to myself without you. And I missed you, Ian. It has to be said, I missed you.
Kind of you done.
Deeply. I felt...
Only for 10 minutes.
I felt like, Morecambe without Wise. I felt
But
like...
in what happens at Cheltenham is, you see that you've been working for the lunch hours
Yeah.
at this festival, interviewing guests, and I thought, right, my turn to do some homework.
Yes, indeed.
On your behalf.
Yeah, indeed.
And indeed on behalf of the others who couldn't be among the 300 who were packed in to listen to what the club had to say. One other thing about...
But I did miss you.
Oh, thank you.
Leach. Phillips plays that off the back foot.
One question that was asked was about the wickets at Bristol. One gentleman said there was talk of trying to quicken the wickets up a couple of years ago. That's gone quiet. What's been happening about that? And Dale said he and Sean Williams, who's the head groundsman, have a very good relationship. There's been a lot of talk about the practice wickets, and in a sense of trying to... I'll come back to that.
Leach to Phillips. Defends that. Pennington comes round from mid-on.
He's taking a lot of the strike, Phillips, at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Dent's only faced 6 balls compared to Phillips' 20.
And I think the feeling is they would like to get some more pace into them, but it's not that straightforward.
Do you think the square needs digging up at Bristol?
Well, that's a big job.
It is a big job, but, some of it has never been dug up since 1874, has it? Or something like that, I believe. Leach to Phillips, plays that nicely. Goes through for 1, but that's a decent stop there by Finch, sprawling away to his left. Gets a pat on the derriere from D'Oliveira. Yeah, I mean, it does make you wonder whether...
And I think that the balance was, of course, they were trying to get wickets that would favour Zafar as well.
Yeah.
So it's a genuine balance affair, that.
Dichotomy. Leach to Dent.
I think these Gloucestershire openers know that first 20 overs will be key to what the innings might become.
Yeah, and then make hay.
Ollie Price at 3, Miles Hammond at 4, James Bracey at 5, up 1 in the charts from last week, so to speak.
Just like Fluff Freeman there, Ian.
Well, was the 50th anniversary of the Radio 1 Roadshow this last weekend.
Was it?
Yeah, apparently so.
Leach to Dent, defence. So, I mean, that always used to, Winter Gardens, Margate, Western Supermare.
all the predictable places.
Great Yarmouth.
Yeah.
So what? James Healy saw Bananarama at Western Supermare at Minehead Butlins. I went on a stag do once to Minehead Bognor Regis. And
you mean Butlins Bognor Regis? You said Minehead.
Oh, sorry, Butlins Bognor Regis. Sorry, I'm very tired in. Sorry. Butlins Bognor Regis, and I saw Chesney Hawks. And we, in our excitable state, we managed to get the groom up in the air, and we crowd surfed him all the way to the front of this Chesney Hawks gig before dumping him on the stage. And Chesney exclaimed that's the only time anyone's ever crowd surfed at any of his gigs ever before.
Should say, by the way, we couldn't get Sarah Blowen on yesterday, who is the chair of the Gloucestershire Exiles, but they had their day here yesterday. I had a note sent to me last night. Here's Pennington into Phillips, who steers that into the leg side to Kashi Valley.
He's reasonably sharp, isn't he, Pennington?
Yeah, very, very upright approach to the wicket. The Exiles raised over £2,000 yesterday.
Very good.
On their day.
Very good.
So they did present a cheque for £3,500 to the club, very appropriate given what we've been talking about today financially.
Yeah.
And there will be a further presentation from the funds raised here at Cheltenham later in the season. And Sarah may join us later today as well if we can work that out. Phillips against defends. He looks as if, dare I say, he's got plenty of time out there, Joe Phillips. Even against, Pennington's no slouch, pace-wise. But
no.
Is he going to try something a bit different? Kashifali's been dropped out to deep square on the boundary. So is that is that the bluff? Phillips with his quite open stance. There is the pull, but it's all the way along the ground, and he'll just take one run. So it's a understandably measured, quite cautious start from these two. Conscious that when you are facing a big score, Gloucestershire need a really good start. Worcestershire's last 3 wickets today added 141, which interestingly was exactly the same number of runs as the 8th wicket stand added, although that's a slightly different story. Dent waits for Pennington. Oh, he's cut that over the slip settle before. Down towards the third man boundary. There isn't a third man. And safe shot.
Yeah, shot to nothing, as they say in snooker parlance.
It was definitely with Pennington's pace and bounce, and it will run away very easily for 4. So Dent off the mark with that shot. Gloucestershire, so replying to 406. 75 overs today to get towards that, and Dent forward here. Pennington fields.
It's quite accurate, Pennington. Doesn't run much rubbish, does he?
Tends not to. And say, from what I understand, he's been bowling well lately. The one thing Worcestershire don't have, with Ben Gibbon not in the team, is the variety of a left arm seam bowler. They have Josh Baker, obviously. D'Oliveira can bowl a little bit of leg spin, but he doesn't bowl a lot. Pennington in again, and Dent goes down the ground towards Joe Leach at mid-on, Leach Fields, and he's going to, I think, he'll be nagging away at that generally good length that he bowls, possibly for quite long spells here. Matthew Waite and Adam Finch are the other two seam bowlers, but Pennington would be the quickest of the 4. There's not a lot of difference between the other 3, so it's a relatively samey sort of situation. You might feel, if you can play the one, you can play them all. A little bit like with Glamorgan last week, it was felt, Von der Hoogten was accurate, but there wasn't much variety elsewhere.
Yeah, I haven't
within the Glamorgan attack.
I haven't really seen a lot of Worcestershire. Anyway, here's Leach coming in. Phillips plays that out to mid-wicket.
Do you think Phillips has got apparently that extra split second that you want on this?
Probably haven't seen enough of him yet to have a proper look at him. He looks very correct. He looks technically a decent player.
Must have got 4 slips in.
Yeah, he's edged a couple down.
They know this first hour's big for them.
Yeah. That's a nice shot there by Phillips. Not sure it's going to go all the way. Kashi Fali's in pursuit. Oh, good arm. 2 to Phillips.
He also goes
pleasantly played.
Pulls a little bit of leg spin as well, but largely untested at first class level. We'll bring you that Middlesex Warwickshire result as and when it's through.
Defended. What's the score in that?
Middlesex need 31. That's all, with one wicket down.
See, that could have a big impact on who comes down out of Division 1, that result. Warwickshire were in 3rd place, were they, I think, in the table?
Yeah, I think that I did encounter a Worcestershire supporter on the way round before play today who said, wouldn't it be funny if Worcestershire went up and Notts went down?
You think of
said with a grin.
Well, there's 3 players on their way. Leach.
Although I also think that his view was Worcestershire were not ready to go up.
Yeah, Pennington, Tongue, Haynes, all following Joe Clark, who went a couple of years ago as well.
Pat Brown to Derbyshire. Chiefly played only in white ball cricket. In fact, Pat Brown has not played any red ball this season at all.
He got in the England side, didn't he, in white ball cricket? But I don't think he had a very good T20 tournament this year. He had a really good slower ball. Nicely played by Phillips.
He took 24 wickets at 22.
In the T20?
Yeah.
That's pretty decent then.
Which is probably all right, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Now,
what was his economy rate?
Economy rate was high, 11.09.
Oh.
So, yes, wickets, but the economy rate actually the highest of all the Worcestershire bowlers.
Yeah.
So if you're taking one, I'm making this out, you're taking 1 for 44 in 4 overs, you probably think,
Phillips defends. That's the end of the over. 14 for none. Phillips into double figures. Chris Dent with that solitary boundary for 4. So he uppercut over the slips. Off 12 balls so far. Leach none for 8 off 4. Pennington none for 6 off 3.
And I think Worcestershire probably know, and Gloucestershire didn't really drop anything. They've got to absolutely snaffle every chance that comes their way.
Yeah.
On this pitch.
Yeah, chances are going to be at a premium.
Middled it again.
James Healy showing his backhand there.
Against our friend the Wasp.
Pete Sampras back in his pomp.
Pennington's 3 parts of the way to the boundary when he starts his run. Starts a new over, coming round the wicket to Dent. Just pushes that out into the offside, fielded by Kashi Fali. So it's Baker at first slip, Hose at second, the 2 tallest players in the Worcestershire team. And then Jake Libby at third and Azhar Ali at fourth.
Yep.
Libby's come a little bit further forward there at third slip as well. He's a little bit closer than the others in the cordon. Pennington around the wicket, and Dent again content to let that go. Doesn't need to play it too much at the moment.
Yep, Libby, the other Cornishman on the pitch from Cannington Cricket Club.
Strangely, of course, he went Notts to Worcestershire rather than
He did,
going
yeah.
the other players going the other way.
Yeah, he did.
And I read somewhere that in the game at Oakham School last week, he passed 3,000 first-class runs for Worcestershire at an average of, as near no odds, 50. Pennington passed umpire.
Oh, that was in the air
Saggers.
for a while.
And there was disappointment in the cordon. There, here's Pennington. You can't really see. It's Libby's on the edge of your screen.
That's Azhar Ali in the gully.
It's gone between Libby and Azhar and away to the boundary at third man for 4.
Jake Libby's got nearly 800 runs this year. Got 1,000 2 years ago. One of only, I think, 4 players got 1,000 that year. Libby being one of them. I think Sam Robson was another.
Pennington staying around the wicket. Dent tries to force that but doesn't get any real weight of shot onto it, and Kashif Ali fields.
David Beddingham was another who got runs that season. I can't remember the fourth.
He's scored very heavily at Durham since he's been there, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's a good player. Really good signing. I think Rob Yates might have been the other one at Warwickshire.
Dent goes back into his crease. Has he gone there? He has. Roderick takes the catch and Pennington has the breakthrough going round the wicket. And celebrations for the Worcestershire fielders. He's right across here, Chris Dent. Just a feather, and yeah, he knew he didn't need to wait for the umpire in a way. And first blood to the visitors with Dent got obviously a century against Glamorgan, but that was a decent delivery actually, that one.
He probably didn't need to play at that, if I'm honest with you. I thought it was a little bit wide. He's not very happy with himself, and Chris Dent sets himself high standards, and he could probably have left that one alone.
Ollie Price.
Ollie Price coming in at number 3. Miles Hammond, James Bracey, probably Tom Price we gather at 6, Jack Taylor at 7, Zafar, and then Matt Taylor, Paul Van Meekeren, and Zaman Akhtar. Lost bottom 3, not necessarily in that order. I think Van Meekeren may bat at 11.
We've got a 21-year-old and a 19-year-old at the crease. Gloucestershire.
Well, Ollie's been in reasonable nick lately, so he will see this as an opportunity, you would hope. Pennington, though, with tail most definitely up, has bowled 4 overs, 1 for 10, and first breakthrough for Worcestershire. They've still got a rookie at one end and a new batsman at the other, and these 2 new ball bowlers will think, right, we've probably got to at least have another couple each here, if not maybe 3 more, just to see if we can really press home the advantage given to them by their lower order this morning. Baker 75, D'Oliveira 90, and then Finch and Pennington having a bit of a charge at the end, which got them over 400. Van Meekeren finished with 4 wickets.
Leach to Phillips, who plays that nicely down the ground. Yeah, they'll get 1. Ollie Price turns down the second. Finch was in pursuit. Misfield there from Finch, really. Allowed that.
There's just one other thing with that wicket having fallen and that sort of rather broad brush statement about Division 2 being a batting division and Division 1 being a bowling division. Something that was said at the forum at lunch.
Leach to Price, good leave.
And that was, Dale Bengenstein said that Zavagahar hasn't taken a fifer this season yet. And that, you know, in a sense, it almost goes, it's almost a throwback, isn't it, to the Courtney scenario. You want somebody who can blast through a team rather than somebody who's necessarily going to take you 2s and 3s on a regular basis. I mean, those are fine.
Yeah. Leach. Price just turns that one round the corner, gets off the mark. Just brought him into my fantasy side this week, Ollie Price.
And David Payne was at the forum, but he didn't really, wasn't really the topic of this answer. But I think Dale's kind of feeling was, look, we've got a group of young bowlers. They are progressing, but it's not an instant situation.
Yeah.
And therefore we may have to be patient with them, and to have, for example, Marchand, if fit, and an overseas would significantly, pep up the seam bowling end of the attack.
Phillips defends.
In an ideal world, and that Gloucestershire haven't really done this, you wouldn't be asking Zaman Akhtar, Ajit Singh Dale, Tom Price to be playing every game, because they would be, you'd be
prone to injury.
You were getting into burnout territory, aren't you?
Yeah, you are. Oh, there's a bit of a mix-up here. Phillips in trouble, but he scampers through for a leg by. Ollie Price calls him through. Bit of hesitation there between the two of them.
Yeah, Miles Hammond in next. With the informed batter at the moment. His last 5 scores: 48, 92, 52, 86, 57.
Leach to Price, he defends that. To the oohs and ahs from the Worcestershire slip cordon.
Nothing for an ooh, Dan.
No, not in this game. Not in this game, Ian. Not in this game.
Not in many games, actually.
Drop us an email. Let us know how you are. Let us know where you're watching. We want the furthest away in the world. Send us a picture. We'll even put it up on screen.
Simmons Yacht, Dan.
Yeah, if you're listening in from Simmons Yacht, we want to hear from you. There we go. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk.
Here's Pennington to Joe Phillips, who lets that go through to Roderick.
Let us know if you're in Westwood Ho or Simmons Yacht.
More likely Simmons Yacht, I would think. Or Powick. That's in the BBC Hereford and Worcester broadcast area.
Some very nice towns on the border there, aren't there? Ludlow, Leinster.
Pennington. Phillips inside that. Taken almost on the trot by Roderick. Ludlow, very much. I've never been there, but I gather it's got a reputation for very, very good eateries.
Has it?
Yeah, very much have high class food in the in the market town of Ludlow.
Talking of which, we've got your cake to eat later on, Ian.
Oh yeah, I'm pleased you've got a knife.
Ross on Wye is a very nice place. I've been there. That's very nice.
Pennington comes in with good pace, and you wonder how we'll get on at the pitches at Trent Bridge and elsewhere in the First Division. Well, assuming not stay up, of course.
Hereford is a market town, isn't it? I think I went to probably the roughest pub I've ever been to in Hereford, actually. See, it's round the corner from Edgar Street, the football ground. My friend asked the landlord whether he sold cigarettes, of which he produced a Gola bag full of Russian contraband cigarettes.
A former work colleague of mine is the Bishop of Hereford.
Ah. But he doesn't sell Russian contraband cigarettes.
No, but it kind of keeps the religious theme going that we've had to go through the whole of this week.
Yeah.
And another little story about that. Pennington in and worked away by Phillips into the leg side. Kashivadi Fields. Again, apologies if I've mentioned this before, but Richard was involved in the King's coronation.
Okay.
He was one of two bishops chosen to be part of Camilla's role,
right,
in the service. So it was only literally announced on the day that he would be doing it. Phillips cuts over the slip cord, and that'll be 4. So that's the shot that Dent played earlier on safely, and Phillips has also played it safely, though he's got more than enough on it, lifted it over the cordon. It was a top half of the bat shot, really. Tried to hit it squarer than that, I suspect, but because he got so much on it, it was safe enough, and he's up to 15. And Gloucestershire on to 25 for the loss of Chris Dent, caught behind off Pennington. And this in reply to Worcestershire's 406. The full details of the overall match position on the bottom of your screen.
all circular of a score. A 406. It's a miserable road at times. Another ambulance goes to the hospital. Leach. Price edges, and that ends up just short of Azhar Ali.
Wasn't short. We had a couple that have dropped just short. There was one.
Phillips in the first over went for 4, and
yes,
then one that went for 1. So it looks like the pace has gone out of this pitch a little, but you don't go hard at it with the new ball if you play with soft
Azhar,
hands.
would you be tempted to go foot and a half closer?
It's hard then to see it, isn't it? Especially when you're 38 years old. Leach. Price leaves that alone. There's something of the Gareth Chilcott about Joe Leach, isn't there?
Yeah, it is a curious thing. He is a barrel-chested individual, isn't he? Right, but
just chest.
But if you see him in civilian clothes rather than his cricket kit, it doesn't seem to be so pronounced. But in a cricket kit, particularly, I don't want to say a tight-fitting shirt. It's
Ollie Price just plays that one out to mid-on off the barrel-chested Joe Leach.
Well, that's nearly as bad as me saying that Ollie Hannon Dalby's got a mincing run, which I said.
I saw him the other day. He's got a haircut now, very similar to Joe Leach. Very similar to yours, Ian. I think he's modelled himself on you. But he does have a mincing run into the wicket, Hannon Dalby. Oh, that's straight back at the stumps. Save 4 runs. Nice shot by Ollie Price. Hit it too straight.
Justin Perkins has been in touch on Twitter. Not too impressed by the Gloucestershire bowling, suffice to say. I won't exactly read word for word what he said, but I think we get the gist of the message.
Yeah, I mean that's the general consensus amongst the fans. Price defends.
And that view would, I wouldn't say it would be replicated by the club, but the club are clearly trying to do something about it by targeting an overseas pace bowler for 2024.
Yeah.
And by trying to pep up the attack for the One-Day Cup with the signing of a Pakistan all-rounder.
Price defends into the offside.
Leach doesn't bowl much this loose, does he?
No, he doesn't. Doesn't bowl hardly anything loose at all.
You know what you're going to get with him, and to some degree that probably makes you think that you can play him satisfactorily, but he's taken a sweater here, and he's bowled 6 overs for 10. Pennington's bowled 5 overs for 14, but he is now going to be replaced. We're going to see Matthew Waite for the first time. Of course, he had some fun with the bat yesterday, particularly after lunch, where
So Ian,
he really...
Ian, the thoughts just hit me.
Yes, Dan.
If you combined the age of these two batters, yeah, to make one person, they'd still be 20 years younger than you.
20 years? You reckon that's right, do you? That might be right. Here's Waite into Joe Phillips.
You could probably get a Tommy Borman in there as well.
You might be able to, yeah. That's true.
They're actually 12 years younger than I am, so, you know, people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones and all that, you know, but...
You see, with that age, Dan, brings...
wisdom.
Well, in some instances.
Maturity. Aging like a fine wine, Ian.
Yeah. Tales of Campbell's, Bishops of Hereford being in charge of the...
Yeah. Whereas me, I age like
at the King's coronation.
I age
Aeroplane
like
crashes.
I age like a Bulgarian Retsina.
Wait. About 8 paces. Ian and Phillips go down the leg side. Roderick starts to ask about a little feather down there, but not given. So just to give you again, this is all with matches still in progress. The live table: Durham 170 points, and then Worcestershire in match 11 115, Sussex played 10 113, Glamorgan in match 11 112, Leicestershire played 10 111. Wait to Phillips again. Happy to.
So we go from your story of the Bishop of Hereford to a bowler bowling who shares his surname with the envoy to the Archbishop of Canterbury back in the 80s.
Yeah. And then Yorkshire 93, Gloucestershire 79, Derbyshire 75. But 4 teams separated by only 4 points, and chasing that second promotion place. Phillips, very high bat, clips that neatly up from around his pads. Finch is on the chase, and then we take one. Not the best throw, but it was
good arm though.
At least
Flat.
on its way quickly. I wonder whether they would have taken Pennington off with a view to him possibly changing ends.
Yeah, potentially.
Or here's Waite. Right over the wicket from the Chapel end. Ollie Price lets that go. So he's been He's proved a good pickup from Yorkshire, Matthew Waite, for Worcestershire this season.
You're going to see Finch.
England are 186 for 4 now in the Test match. Harry Brooks 70 not out, and Murray Nally out for 34, bowled by Todd Murphy.
College Lawn End, Adam Finch.
So 186 for 4 in 36 overs at the Oval. And Adam Finch from the College Lawn End played in that game here and was involved in that tense finish back in 2019.
Here he is into the crease. Lovely shot there from Phillips. That's going to be 4 runs. Beautiful shot. Got up on his toes and rode the bounce.
I mean, overhead conditions wise, it's very much a batting afternoon now, isn't it? I mean, blue sky overhead. Couldn't ask for much better than this.
Nice shot, Joe Phillips. Square cut. Played it slightly later than the one before. That one goes the other side of D'Oliveira.
Yes, it was hard to equate what happened with Finch in that Yorkshire match that I saw. So he finished up with 5 for 100. All 5 wickets taken on the second day of the match. 5 for 52 he took on the second day, and he'd taken 0 for 48 off 5 overs on the first day.
Defended this time, back to the bowler. Better line and length there from Finch. It's all about line and length, isn't it, Ian? Disciplines.
It's the repeatables, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not the invincibles, but the repeatables.
Ian, have you been drinking at lunchtime?
No, Dan, absolutely not.
Oh, he's bowled him, yorked him.
No ball.
No ball. Oh, my word. Stumps akimbo. And Finch has overstepped. Jack Shantry calls him for a no ball. That was a good yorker. Shame it was from 21 yards.
That's very interesting, that, because I had a conversation upstairs this morning with our good friend Frank Watson, and in the pre-match warm-up, all of the Worcestershire bowlers were overstepping.
Right. It's cut away and
In some cases by a long way.
fielded.
And Frank's line was, well, they're not coming off their full run, and it's more about the rhythm of the upper body than where the foot is landing.
Frank's a coach as well.
So I kind of get that, but it's just the indiscipline of bowling a no ball.
Yeah.
Be in bonnet, I'm afraid. About
Yeah,
that.
I agree. It's not necessary. Well, it's been a lively over. Phillips crashes Finch for 2 fours, then Finch bowls him off a no ball. It was a proper speared in yorker as well. Now,
I think
can Joe Phillips make them pay?
I think Finch is a bit of a Van Meekeren. There may be wickets there, but there may be boundaries as well.
That's a nice shot. He's going to get 2 for that at least. Kashi Fali in pursuit.
Just says cash on the back of his shirt.
Yeah.
Sure it doesn't say
With a K.
as.
With a K, not with a C.
No. And that's because his name is spelled with a K, but I'm sure it hasn't got as on the underside of Azhar Ali's shirt. But that's clearly what he's known as. Quick drink for Joe Leach.
Well, Zafar, his name is Zafar Gohar Khan.
To give him his full name, and Ajit Singh Dale, and we always call him Ajit Singh Dale.
Yeah,
by and large.
but I think the Pakistanis are always referred to as their full name, aren't
Yeah,
they?
by and large, yeah.
So he's just known as Zafar Gohar, but his name is Zafar Gohar Khan.
Matthew Waits into his second over, and Ollie Price still just having a look out there at the moment.
But you never see him in the scorebook as Zed Khan, do you? He's always Zafar Gohar, his full name in a.
And I think
He's never even Zed Gohar. It's Zafar Gohar.
Yes, quite a few of the cricket websites would tend to put Gohar as his name for the surname, if on scorecards and such like. Wait to Ollie Price again. Lets that go outside the off stump. I think initially some did put Khan.
Did they?
Yes, and maybe they approached the club and said, "What should it be?"
Yeah.
Generally, it's Gohar now.
Yeah.
On a card, it'd be LBW Gohar, for example. 38 for 1, Gloucestershire, and Ollie Price again goes back.
I always write his full name in my book that I keep here. He's always Zafar Gohar. Yet Paul Van Meekeren, I'll just write LBW Bill PVM or GVB for Van Buren.
Yeah, that's right. It's the shorthand you understand. Finch was having a chat with some of the spectators in the committee marquee to our right hand side. Wait from the chapel end. Doesn't take a very long run. And again, Ollie Price. That was a no ball, was it? Was that umpire? Sagar's just signalling, I think, to his the Worcestershire fielder at mid-off, who is Joe Leach in his cap. Waite starts his run just about on the college square. A couple of walking steps. He's quickly into his stride. And again outside the off stump. If you're, whether you actually get into the Yorkshire first team or not, I suspect the background to your coaching at Yorkshire is very traditional. You know, top of off, if you're a bowler.
Don't give runs away, lad.
That is a bit shorter from weight, but fielded by Don Oliveira at backward point. So he's bowled 2 overs for a single, and Worcestershire, really, they should have 2 wickets. They've only got 1 because Finch overstepped with a Yorker that bowled Joe Phillips. Good delivery it was too, but Phillips survives. He's on 24. And Gloucestershire 38 for the loss of Chris Dent.
Finch in. Nice shot there from Phillips.
I think that lady may have been looking for the public address announcer. That would be my guess.
Finch. He accelerates quite quickly into the crease, then slows down and goes into like a rhythmic. Oh, that's gorgeous, Joe Phillips. Lovely shot.
It's his 5th boundary. I think Finch probably knows that short and wide at Cheltenham is not the way to do things.
No, you can't bowl there. Phillips will cut you and cut you and cut you. Very strong in that region.
Kashif's gone a little bit squarer there, so they're leaving the gap but cover and extra cover. See if you can straighten that shot up at all.
Finch just played backwards. D'Oliveira at backward point. It's not often you see someone captaining from backward point, is it? You normally first slip or mid off gives you the best vantage point to actually see what a batter's doing.
Yeah, I mean he's got Leach as a second pair of eyes up there, though, hasn't he?
Yeah.
That's the only thing I'd say. Leach captained the side for 4 years, I think.
Notice Chris Dent's batting in glasses these days. Finch. Oh, Phillips. Gorgeous.
Yeah, he's picking up runs in. He might say it's a one-trick pony, but he's certainly worked out that that's an area where he can score profitably.
Yeah, Kashi Valley's gone back to deep backward point now. So Ian, where I see this game going, if Gloucestershire can win this game, which is unlikely, but the way I see it is to have about 250 on the board by close of play. That's just going to be one. Ali's gone back there.
So would your strategy be that Gloucestershire only bat once?
Yes. Well, no. Well, don't know yet. But my strategy would be Worcestershire have got 406. Gloucestershire then try and get maybe 250 by the end of play today. And then look at 550, possibly even 600 by close of play tomorrow. And then give Worcestershire an awkward last day on Saturday. That's the ideal scenario. It's a long way to go before then. Finch to Price. That completes the over. 47 for the loss of Chris Dent. Joe Phillips has motored along to 35 of 56 balls. Ollie Price, more circumspect. 1 of 17.
I think
Lovely sunshine now. The Cotswold stone of the chapel, and what's the building next to the chapel there, Ian? Just to our sort of, over sort of long on or third man, that building there, and the Cotswold stone. The school?
as in I'll come back to that after this three from weight. Phillips just pushes it out into the offside. So
You're my tourist guide here when it comes to
so,
North Gloucestershire.
the one with the pointed with the rather
With a weather vane on top. This one here.
I'm trying to see where the weather vane is.
This building over third man over this brown marquee at the end.
Wait to Phillips. Well, there are 2 chapels.
There are 2 chapels. There's this building here.
Well, that's part of. Sorry, I couldn't see the weather vane. That I'm sure is part of the school,
Right.
or part of the college.
Okay.
Wait to Phillips. And he's gets into position very quickly. You can see why he would have got some attention with his technique and that double 100 in the seconds. And now trying to see if he can make a name for himself in the first team. And to come back to that last point about the forward, of course, the most cost-effective way to run your club is to develop your own players rather than sign them on contracts either from overseas or from other counties for that matter.
Certainly is. Anyway, enough of that. I'm thinking about your cake at tea. And
Tea not till 4 o'clock, Dan.
No, but it's only an hour and 13 minutes away.
Phillips. Almost the near thing once again for Gloucestershire.
Does it have any of those glacier cherries in?
No.
Ah, you know the sort that go on cocktail sticks, that go in a snowball, for instance.
What era was that from?
Or a Warnings Advocar. Or maybe a vermouth.
I'm not sure what that is.
Martini.
Phillips again pushes out into the offside.
Do you never?
It might be the
Do you
after.
never drink a vermouth?
Wait, three overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 1. The wicket taker so far in this Gloucestershire second innings, Dylan Pennington, who had Dent caught behind by Roderick for 8. Wicket falling at 18.
Josh Baker coming into the attack by the look of it. Interesting move. Early for spin.
And Middlesex have won by 8 wickets against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, chasing 93 is a win.
Josh Baker.
But now, for the first time, as Dan said, we can have the slow left arm of Baker, who, so far this season, has only taken 1 championship wicket. Not bowled a huge amount, to be fair.
Part of the England under-19 set-up, isn't it?
But
there's only one Baker I've got my mind on there, and that's Ian Randall and his cake here at tea.
already had a good day with the bat. Wonder what he will get out of this pitch. Zavagahar was economical but didn't look particularly threatening.
No.
So let's just see.
He was tidy. He was very tidy.
Only 1 slip for Baker.
Defended. Lots of oohs and ahs there for Baker past Chantry. Price defends. Worcestershire have got their tails up here, haven't they? There's a lot of encouragement in the field.
They have, but equally
Price turns that one around the corner. Just a single.
There doesn't look to be an awful lot happening for the bowlers.
No, you've got to remember that first hour was going to be crucial, wasn't it?
So here we are at 10 to 3 in the afternoon. We've only seen 4 wickets today.
Yeah. You told me Cheltenham was 300 for 10 every day in. Phillips just tickles that one around the corner for a single.
Perhaps
you lied to me, Ian.
Yeah. Perhaps that says.
I thought we had a relationship built on mutual trust and honesty.
Perhaps that says, though, that comes back to what we said earlier. These 2 sides across the season have struggled to take 20 wickets.
Yeah.
And you know,
Rice just turns that one on the onside.
We've got the bat dominating the ball effectively.
Very much so. The story of Division 2 this season. There's the 50 up in the 17th over. Just a warm smattering of applause. defended by Phillips. That completes Baker's first over, which goes for 3. There's a few spectators around enjoying the sun. There's a few spectators around enjoying their lunches in the marquees. A few just wandering around grabbing an ice cream. It all makes up the rich tapestry of the Cheltenham Festival, doesn't it? It's a wonderful occasion.
So spin in the 17th over. That's quite early.
Yeah. Yeah, Waite's going to change ends. Oh no, Waite's been bowling for this end. What am I on about? Well, I haven't been drinking either, Ian, I promise you.
So can Worcestershire dry up the runs and force a mistake? That's what it's looking like. That's what appearing to be the tactic here. Finch having, as I say, bowled Phillips off a no ball and comprehensively bowled him as well, I should add. Has come out of the attack to allow Baker to be introduced. Finch 2 overs for 21. A little bit like that first day against Yorkshire.
Yeah.
He was expensive. Brett D'Oliveira not prepared to allow too much of that. 406 on the board, but they want to make the most of it. Kashivali being dropped from orthodox mid-wicket back to deep square by Matthew Waite. Price, who's starting a bit like he did in that first innings against Glamorgan.
Watchful. Yeah, just watchful. Just no need to up the tempo. Just play at his pace. Because when he does get in, you know how quickly Ollie Price can score.
Waite to Price, that's a short one, and taken by Roderick. They've still got 3 slips in for Matthew Waite. And probably for the first time at the festival this year, you can probably say that those spectators in the Sanford Road stand probably feeling the heat of the sun here this afternoon. Wait, short, pulled into the ground by Price, and that will go for 4. Kept that down well, directed it out of the reach of Adam Finch, and comfortably to the boundary at, well, either wide long leg or very fine deep backward square. 4 more, 54 for 1.
That's a belter there from Jerry Cinnamon fan Price.
He waits for Waite on 7, and again defends. A lot of the movement from both Phillips and Ollie Price has been back first and then forward. Are Worcestershire bowling to a fraction too short? They're not being driven very much.
You do wonder?
I just wonder if they're just a touch short with the seamers.
Yeah, you do wonder. Does make you wonder as well. You know, we've seen Glamorgan turn up here with a sort of just all seam attack. Worcestershire as well. I mean, Pennington take the parks. He offers something a little bit different, I think. But there's a lot of attacks that are quite samey, aren't there, in Division 2? Here's Baker.
And that's why Durham have a point of difference, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Phillips defends.
To be fair, batting and bowling, they have a point of difference.
And they play good aggressive cricket.
Yeah.
Ryan Campbell's recruited well, and they play good attacking cricket, I think, Durham. That's a big appeal. Chantry not interested. Baker down on one knee, pleading.
Up with the appeal, and Jack Chantry just literally picked up the coin and passed it from hand to hand and put it in his pocket.
Phillips drives nicely. Can't get it past Libby. Short mid-wicket.
So apart from Hose that slipped, no other close catcher for Baker.
That's too high. He's bowling quite flat, isn't he, Baker? He's pushing it through a little bit.
I suppose that, you know, loop is difficult for a bowler of his height.
Yeah. That's nicely played. We'll pick up a single. Goes out to, is that Pennington, I think?
It is Pennington, yeah.
Yeah. Nice shot from Ollie Price, well fielded by Kashif Ali.
Partial stop, I think, more because Pennington appeared to be mopping that up. But 55 for 1, Worcestershire. They resumed this morning 265 for 7, got bowled out for 406. Pennington was the last man out, and chat between Azhar Ali and Joe Leach. It's about how Worcestershire might try and get another breakthrough here. But Phillips has taken a fresh guard.
Ian, the Eagle Star building that rises over the chapel there. It's, you know, rather out of place. I think we've discussed that.
Wait into Phillips, who steered that for 4 more. That's his area, isn't it?
It's a nice shot, that.
It's almost off the kind of doesn't play it off the back foot. That was almost off the front foot.
Yeah. It's not that short, actually.
Punch drive.
It's not that short.
Well placed.
So in the Eagle Star building, when was that? When was that built? It looks 70s. It's out of place here, isn't it?
I don't really remember a time when it wasn't there, so I'm thinking probably 70s.
The 1870s.
Yeah, yeah.
It's ruining the aesthetics for me.
Wait. Again to Phillips to steer this time to backward point.
Don't you think I mean, whoever gave that planning permission didn't have the photograph of a cricket festival in mind?
No, they probably weren't a fan, were they?
No, and I don't think Photoshop was invented in the 70s. Yeah, Jack Russell paints that out. He doesn't put that in to his paintings. And rightly so.
Wait. That short, pulled away by Phillips in the air for a while, but because Kashif Ali is on the boundary at deep mid-wicket, there is no problem with it being in the air. It's a safe shot. And he picks up 1 more. Although Waite might... Well, he's got enough pace to do that, just to hurry him with a... possibly try him with a short one. Waite comes... I don't say barrelling in, but that's not quite true. It's a bit of a sort of a shoulders rocking kind of run up. Leach none for 10 from his 6 overs. Pennington 1 for 14 from 5. I say Finch as well, 2 overs for 21. Leach leading the attack. Baker 2 overs for 4. This is Waite's 5th over. 1 for 10 so far. And that will be none for 11, just a single out again to Kashif Ali on the mid-wicket boundary. Just in front of the members. If you know your Cheltenham, we are just to the right of the members stand. beyond us what was the Exiles marquee yesterday. Committee are in there today. Then round to the hospitality marquees beyond the sight screen. And round to the Sanford Road side of the ground. Short again, pulled by Phillips. With a chase for Kashi Valley. Right in front of the pavilion, and they'll pick up the comfortable 2. It doesn't quite appear to middle the pull on the leg side as smoothly as he does the crunch through the offside, Joe Phillips.
No, certainly doesn't. But he's on 44.
And part of this now for him, I guess, is about temperament. And, and you know, concentration and being able to bat for a long time, and that's probably why, in a way, not batting for 10 minutes before lunch probably helped me. He came out and knew that, in theory, he's got 2 hours and 10 minutes to bat if he wants.
Here's Baker. Nice shot there from Ollie Price. Just a single, just ticking it over. The 3 Worcestershire players to be left out of their 14 were Ed Pollock, son of Angus Pollock, who played 24 first-class games for Cambridge University back in the 80s. Brother Alistair's also played for Cambridge MCCU. Josh Baker in there, just defended there by Phillips. Ed started at Herefordshire in the national counties before signing for Warwickshire, and then came to Worcestershire in 2022. Product of Durham University, 28 years old, 200th in his career. Defended there by Phillips. Jack Haynes, the other one, 22-year-old, just signed for Nottinghamshire. Son of Gavin Haynes, who played for Worcestershire between 1991 and 1999. Cut away by Phillips. He was good friends with Ben Charlesworth. I think they played together in Adelaide last year, or might have even lived together, I'm not sure, but they were certainly quite good mates down in Adelaide last year, as that's played there into the covers by Phillips. Haynes is part of the England under-19s, also part of the Oval Invincibles in the 100. There, that's defended. 64 for 1, Phillips 44, Ollie Price on 9. The last player to be left out is Ben Gibbon, who's a 23-year-old. Started off as a builder. He was on building sites earlier in his life, playing for Cheshire in the national county side. He's another burly individual. I reckon him and Joe Leach don't get in any trouble on a night out in Worcester, I'll tell you that. He's bowls steady line and length. Made his debut against Durham back in 2022. He's played 14 first-class games.
So Waite's bowled 5 overs for 13, and Finch is going to try his luck from the Chapel end after 2 expensive overs from the College Lawn end earlier.
Just under an hour to tea.
Yeah, 64 for 1 in 21 overs. The important stat there is not the runs scored, it's the wickets column, isn't it?
Yeah, I think
20 overs gone, only 1 wicket down.
Gloucestershire can go in 2 or 3 down overnight.
Finch to Ollie Price, tries to drive it past Joe Leach, can't do it. Leach is up mid-off. So the field for Adam Finch, going back to 2 slips again, Baker and Hose. There is both a third man and a long leg, deep backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket, so fairly orthodox field. Finch from the Chapel end, pleasantly driven in the V, up to Azhar Ali at mid-off. Remind you of the 2 results in the Championship earlier today, both in the First Division. Win for Essex at Hampshire and a win for Middlesex at Warwickshire.
How is Surrey getting on? With that Essex win.
I'll come back to that in a moment.
So I think as we speak, Essex could well be top of the table.
Well, Somerset are 93 for 5, still 105 runs behind Surrey. Surrey having made 368 in their first innings.
Essex are top of the table as we speak, obviously waiting for the conclusion of that Surrey game.
England collapsing.
Oh, no.
212 for 7.
Oh.
Just give you an update on that.
Harry Brook still there?
England card. They got a good start. Duckett and Crawley. Duckett made 41 and Crawley 22. The card then reads Murray Alley 34, Root 5, Brook 85,
Out.
Out. Stokes 3, Bairstow 4.
Eek.
And played into the ground by Ollie Price, straight to D'Oliveira. Wickets shared, 2 to Stark, 2 to Hazelwood, 1 to Cummins, 1 to Marsh and 1 to Murphy, who's only bowled 3 overs. So Brook 85 off 91 balls, 11 fours and 2 sixes. Finch here at Cheltenham bowls, it's pulled away by Ollie Price. That'll be 4. That's well placed.
Nice shot.
Kashi Valley and Dylan Pennington at deep mid wicket and long leg respectively, but he absolutely bisected the 2. Partnership worth 50 now between these two. And drinks required for the batters. And nothing much happening for Adam Finch out there at the moment. This is a little bit representative of the first game, or the first innings I should say, of the match against Yorkshire, when they were very heavily punishing anything that was out of a good line or length. I wonder whether there'll be a second burst of Leach shortly, with not much happening here for Worcestershire.
Great to see for Gloucestershire fans, this partnership. 22-year-old and a 20-year-old doing the business. Baker. That's just squeezed out there by Phillips.
Let's get James to remind you of our email address at the end of the over.
Defended into the offside.
You got any thoughts on anything that you may have heard today, maybe about this game or about the form at lunch? Might just recap some of the main points of that in due course.
Nicely played out to mid-on for a single. Mid-on, mid-off, quite deep.
So the nub of that chat at lunch, I didn't hear all of it, but the concept that T20 cricket will be back at Cheltenham next year, that might mean either a slightly elongated, stretched, perhaps better word, T20, or a shuffle of the calendar.
Price just opening up the face, running that one wide of Kashi Valley in the covers.
I think Gloucestershire know that they can sell tickets easily here for T20.
5,000 sell out.
4999.
4999.
It's nothing really to say.
Phillips defending.
2 overseas players to be signed for the One Day Cup. One hails from Pakistan. One is an all-round. That's an all-rounder.
That's the over. 70 for 1. Phillips 45. Ollie Price 14.
And the other one what was described as a developmental opportunity for a young player from the Rajasthan Royals. The target is for an overseas pace bowler to be signed for 2024. And Will Brown saying that with regard to players moving around county cricket in general, that there's been a lot of talk among the CEOs and management at all the counties about a proper compensation scheme for teams that develop players and then lose them to other clubs, and that is an ongoing conversation. Here is Finch to start a new over to Ollie Price, and there does not look to be much danger out there, touch wood, for the Gloucestershire batters at the moment. That Finch delivery that bowled Phillips off a no ball, he only heard the call as soon as the stumps were splattered. Adam Finch looks perhaps to be an important moment now. I know that Phillips had 24 at the time. What is Harry's got the total at the time of that delivery? He's just going to check on his many grids of pie charts of this, that.
He's awash with grids, isn't he, Harry? He's a hive of Excel spreadsheets, pivot tables, VLOOKUPs.
We'll get that score in a minute, but Phillips had 24 at the time. He's got 45 at the non-strikers end, and Ollie Price again defends to Finch out on the offside. The fact that spin was introduced in the 17th over also tells you, I think, that there's not much happening for the quicker bowlers. Matthew Waite said yesterday after his innings that there wasn't much sideways movement in this pitch. 70 for 1 against 406 would suggest that. Can Cassie Farley get that clip through Ollie Price? He can't. There's a chase for Azhar Ali out towards the pavilion. Will he haul it in? They've run 2. He'll just about stop it, and they'll come back for 3. So he saved the run with a long chase, and he gets applause from Kashif Ali at mid-wicket. Couldn't quite get down, and with the dive reach that little nudge through the leg side from Ollie Price. But it is very pleasant batting conditions at the moment. Gloucestershire looking to profit from it. Still 51 overs to go after this today, so I think Dan's idea of 250 at the close would be about right. Phillips almost yorked by Finch. He's
got a good yorker, isn't he?
Yeah, so he's
got a very good yorker, spears it in.
Bowled him once with one of those off a no ball, and then tried it again and very nearly got through.
I wonder if he's expensive because he strives for that yorker at times, and you know, with a yorker you get it slightly wrong and it's either a half volley or a full toss, isn't it?
Finch a bit like Pennington, quite an upright approach. Oh, that's steered off outside half of the bat.
Worcestershire
down to Waite at third man.
Worcestershire have got to take a lot of credit for the seam bowlers that they're producing, though. I mean, Tongue being one of them, Pennington another. Finch looks all right.
Pat Brown obviously has gone to Derbyshire, but chiefly a white ball bowler.
Yep. So they've got a, obviously, you know, good sort of. I mean, Alan Richardson, what a good seamer he was as well.
I mean, Ed Barnard, not the worst seam bowler either.
No.
Obviously left them last year to go to Warwickshire.
Exactly. Yeah.
J.R. Healy is scribbling a quick note. Baker to continue.
Here he is, past the umpire. That's a shot there from Phillips. That could well be his 50. It is. Very popular 50 from the youngster. Really well played. 87 balls. Just over an hour and a half. 8 fours in it. And he's played some delightful shots. Well batted, Joe Phillips.
Yeah, has not looked out of place at all.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Now go and double it up. Go big. Oh, that's kept a little low.
So against Glamorgan, I don't think he would have got out to Andy Gorvin on another day. If
No,
he'd
he was
have
trying to force it,
Yeah.
wasn't he? He was trying to force the pace.
tried to pull a ball that was just a bit too full.
I did speak to him about that, actually. Just plays that out to mid-off. Did speak, and he just said he wasn't there to pull, and he was just trying to, get the score moving and trying to sort of get the game moving along, really. Just tickles that one around the corner to Leach. Something of the club player about Leach, which is lovable, isn't it? Don't you think? There's sort of, you see people like that in club cricket, don't you? And I think it's fantastic. And he's still a great bowler, Joe Leach, and he's had a wonderful career.
I'm going to compare him with somebody you'll know in a minute.
Defended. Over.
So you remember Ian Austin at
I
Lancashire?
do. Bully Austin.
So
Yeah.
Leach would be of a similar
Ilk.
ilk, wouldn't he?
Yeah, James Ormond springs to mind as well. James Ormond, I believe, turned up. Gone away from, I can't remember, I think it was after his move to Surrey. Went away one September, came back the following March, and he put on 4 stone. I don't know, very happy with him.
But yeah, very, very good effort from Joe Phillips on his second championship appearance. 17, batting on that flat wicket against Glamorgan, and this one looking almost as flat. He's pulled here. That's gone in front of square. Cassie Valley won't be able to hold that in, and that's Finch again, who's dropped that too short, and he's been onto it really quickly, Phillips.
Got on that early, didn't he? That's why it went so far in front of square. Got on it nice and early.
And it's almost as if Worcestershire are bowling a bowler short here. Finch is being, I'm sure, far too expensive for Brett D'Oliveira's liking. Phillips tries to crunch that through the offside, gets inside it. And rather belatedly, James Healy's lunch has finally arrived. 3:15. But I hope he can operate the camera as well while tucking in.
Looking at that, my baguette just looks the poor man's choice next to that. It really does.
83 for 1. Phillips, he just pushes at that. He's got to just keep his concentration here. Joe Phillips made a really good impression. 9 boundaries so far. One man out, Chris Dent, caught by Roderick Pennington for 8 when the score was 18. Finch again to Phillips, who steered that. Again, that'll be 4 more. Nothing Waite can do about that. He's picked that gap again between kind of extra cover and backward point. A lot of his runs have come in that area. He might prosper at Bristol on that basis, Dan, because we know that people like Chris Taylor and Chris Dent have scored an awful lot of runs cutting and pulling in that area.
From what I've seen,
Bristol.
I think he'll prosper anywhere. I think he's got a massive future ahead of him, this lad.
Finch, he's prepared to defend.
You've got to have
well.
something about you to get 250 in the second team, even
Yeah.
if you're 18, 19 years old or whatever he was at the time. You've got to have talent, you've got to have concentration levels of a certain degree, and you've got to have that hunger to want to score more and more runs and not just give it away on 114 or whatever. To go on and go big. And I really like the look of what I've seen here.
Finch, Chapel behind him. Draws a big appeal for the LBW from the cordon, but Martin Saggers immediately knew that he wasn't going to answer that in the affirmative. End of Finch's over. Probably going down the leg side, I would think. Umpire's opinion. It's the only one that matters. 49 overs left in the day. Gloucestershire going along at the moment at a little over well over 3. So
we're going to definitely be on for a
250 could be on. 250 could be on by the close, particularly if there isn't a clatter. We haven't really seen anything to suggest there would be a clatter of wickets. Now this ball's getting a little bit older.
That's gone down the leg side. I think more actually in now. I think if we look at 4 and over, which is generally sort of the rate that people have gone along in this game on average. I know Gloucestershire have gone on at 3.3, but I think that's just defended there. I think as sort of the likes of Hammond come in, etc., I think that will increase. Jack Taylor, Tom Price, I think that will increase. So if you think, just played out to mid-off. So if you think that's 200 on from here, that takes it on at 4 and over. That takes it on to 287. And if Gloucestershire can score 300 tomorrow, could give Worcestershire potentially a rather tricky final day. Or it could be a ball draw, as we saw last week on the 4th day against Glamorgan. Or it could chuck it down with rain, which is probably the most likely scenario. Well, bowled. Nice to see this battle here. Baker, 20 years old. Bowling. Ollie Price, 22 years old. And Joe Phillips, 20 years old. Really good to see. Both counties investing in youth. That's a maiden. Baker's bowled tidily as well. Again, without looking massively threatening, but 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 12.
Yeah, if he can just at least keep things relatively tidy at one end, then it gives Brett Dolliver a little bit more flexibility, and he's seen enough of Adam Finch to say that, right, we need another burst from Pennington here. Finch has bowled 5 overs for 37, and his other bowlers have all been relatively economical. Young Adavalath, one of the Worcestershire squad, coming round the boundary with a drink for Adam Finch. But Dylan Pennington's back into the attack from the Chapel end. He'll bowl to Phillips, and that's steered away for 4 more. It's actually been cut off. It's going to be cut off by weight. I thought that was going initially out of the reach of Jake Libby, and weight I thought would be too fine to get to it, but he did get there. And score just advances by 1. Ollie Price just taking a fresh guard here. So Miles Hammond with 4 successive half centuries behind him, due in next, then James Bracey. Bracey also off the back of an unbeaten 60 against Glamorgan in the 2nd innings. So Worcestershire will know there's more potential for runs here. Good crowd in again today, and with forecast pretty good for tomorrow as well. Be a good day potentially to come to the cricket, and that will be 4 more off the very, very fine touch from Ollie Price. Pennington for once straying down the leg side, and Price flicking that on its way. Finch is quite wide, that long leg. That was going outside leg stump and flicked away. There's the signal for umpire Saggers up towards the scorers on the balcony.
Mark Aiton Williams has been in touch. He's watching from Köln.
From where?
Cologne in Germany.
Okay.
Great commentary. Coming back to a theme you were discussing before lunch, probably the fastest bowler I ever saw live would either have to be Fred Truman or Michael Holding. All the best, Mark Aiton Williams. Mark, thank you for your email. Hope you're having a couple of cold Kölsch there, which is the local beer of Cologne, and very nice beer it is as well.
And I've got Bill Griffin's email as well. Bill is on one of the regional committees and a frequent face and welcomer at Bristol. I'll try and get to his email during this over. Steered away by Ollie Price into the gully. He says, I'm not able to be at the college ground at the moment, so thank you for bringing your thoughts and commentary through the stream. Talking of the quickest bowlers one may have seen over the years, probably Shoaib Akhtar playing for Worcestershire at New Road in a one-day match against Gloucestershire when he dismantled our top order for very few runs. But Procky in his early days was equally as quick. I first saw Mike bowl at the Wagon Works, as it was known then, against Derbyshire, with Barry Mayer keeping wicket. He stood back further than a pitch length and was taking the ball rising in his fingertips at full stretch above his head. You wouldn't do that on this pitch, I don't think, Dan.
No.
Also, don't forget the club's current president, the past his ball I saw David Lawrence bowl was to the then England captain Graham Gooch at Bristol when they played Essex in a championship match just before the Test series against the West Indies started. Sid was expected to play in that game but was not selected. The delivery in the first over had a message in it when it uprooted Gooch's off stump. Sid was selected in the subsequent matches in the Test series. Best regards. Bill, thanks for your I'll but vacate. I'll do some cake cutting.
That sounds wonderful.
Ahead of tea.
That sounds wonderful. I'm
and,
sure our next guest would like a slice as well.
You may not be allowed.
Baker to Phillips.
And Josh Shaw with a Dame Edna Everett set of sunglasses round his neck. He's going to join Dan Whiting.
Good day, Possum.
How are you doing? You all right?
I'm wonderful, Josh. How are you?
Yeah, very good, thank you.
Enjoying your little few days off?
Yeah, it'd been nice to bowl yesterday morning, but it looked like it flattened out a little bit.
Mm.
And now the boys are batting well now, which is just what we need.
Do you think that's the wicket, or do you think it's when the ball gets old?
Probably when the ball gets a fraction old, I reckon, yeah.
Yeah,
Doesn't seem to have the same zip, really.
Baker in. Price just opens the face, plays it square. And as our alley picking on the old man in the field there.
Picky fielders.
Now, Josh, we had a little conflab over text messages, didn't we, earlier in the week?
Yeah, we did.
That's nicely played. Joe Phillips, he's going to get 4 more there. Pure timing. Moves on to 65. He's been impressive, hasn't he?
Looking really well, yeah.
You've seen a lot of him?
Yeah, played quite a few games in the second 11 with him now. He always looks pretty set in the second team. I'm glad to see he's taking his chance here now in the first team.
He seems to have a lot of time.
Yeah, especially with a new ball being thrown out there just in his second innings in first class cricket to come up against a decent attack.
Defended there. Just hoping he can go big, hoping he can get the big one here. That would be amazing, wouldn't it? I mean, this ground there wouldn't be a dry eye in the house, Josh.
Fingers crossed. Don't put the commentator's curse on him.
No, don't.
No, it's
played that one nicely just for a single. Finch will do the fielding and chucks it into Roderick.
I think you get rewarded for the hard work you put in, and he's certainly done that from a young age, travelling up from Cornwall for the nets in the county ground.
Yeah.
It's not a short trip, to say the least.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Right, so we had a cricket Curry 11, which we sort of discussed a little bit last year, didn't we?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
And
you want to read it out? Do you want to read it out?
No, I'll leave that. I'll leave that to you. I'm only viable for one of these, I'm afraid.
He is. I was looking for 11th man. I thought, who'll know this? I went, Josh Shaw, he'll be all over this.
Yeah.
Oh, is that John just Shaw, or has that been dropped? Let's have a look at this again. Let's see. Is that carried?
Just short.
Just Shaw, I think.
Yeah. Nearly the commentator's curse down. Strikes again when I'm on commentary. No surprise.
Just trying to work out who. Oh, it's Josh Baker at slip. Pennington. Phillips defends. So the cricket Curry 11. We've got Lias Tupiatsa Ploy. We've got Ollie Plowrice. We've got Rogan Josh Shaw. We've got Jake Balty. We've got Poppadom Goodman. Angus Jal Fraser. David Booner. Samosa Robson. Oh, that's a nice square drive. Phillips going through his full repertoire here, through the offside, front foot, back foot, and that's 100 up in the 30th over.
There's not much justice as a bowler here. He's thinking that's a
No.
half chance and it's raced away down the hill for 4.
No. So, completing our ninth man is Zafar Anchari. We've got Anuj Dal. Oh, he's got a leading edge. That's gone down to 3rd. He's going to get 1 there, but moral victory to Pennington. So I was looking for a 11th man. And I thought, who shall I text? Josh Shaw will know. And within 2 minutes, came back straight away with Danny Lambuna. The commentators are Ian Randall and Dan Sack Whiting.
That was very good. That is a good one.
We're looking for a coach, so if anyone's got any ideas, drop us a line to commentators at glossccc.co.uk as Ollie Price leaves that alone. Josh Dylan Pennington, he's off to Nottinghamshire. He looks a real prospect. He's got the height, he's got the pace, he's got the bounce. Have you seen much of him over the years?
Played against him a couple of times. He not a lot, but he just looks like one of those bowlers who just keeps coming back every spell. He just keeps running in.
He's got a touch of the Morning Moore calls about him, I think, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a good bowler. I mean, if we can negotiate his threat here, we're going to put ourselves in a good position.
Yeah. Price just plays that one defensively into the offside. The way I can see this going, because there's still 45 overs remaining in the day. I mean, if Worcestershire is scoring at 4 and over, which I expect them to do now, the ball's got a little older, and that sort of seems to be the rate here, especially with people like Miles Hammond to come in, etc. That gives them another 180 on top of this, so they'll be looking at the late 280s, providing they bat well.
Yep.
I mean, this is best case scenario for home fans.
Yep.
They'll be looking at 280, and then tomorrow, if they can get 350, and that puts it on sort of 630, gives them a lead of 220. It could be quite an awkward last day for Worcestershire, couldn't it? Here's Baker.
No, absolutely.
Phillips tickles him round the corner.
We just got to bat well in this situation now. Try and get ourselves through to tea first before we start thinking about anything else, really.
Am I running before I can walk here?
I wouldn't to count your chickens sort of thing. Yeah, I wouldn't be. But no, I agree.
Baker appeals down on one knee. When you appeal, you're not down on one knee, man. You're a pleader.
I'm not flexible for that. I don't think that's the only issue with that one.
Oh,
Down.
that's nearly out. That's nearly out.
Little dink sweep.
Yeah.
Not quite sure what you call that. Maybe we call it the Joe Phillips, maybe. not quite sure.
It was unique to him, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. Anyway, it's one more to him. He's on 72 now. We spoke about your grandmother's fish pie on Sunday. I was going to buy you a fish pie, actually.
We
defended there by Ollie Price.
we went out last night for a pub meal at the Green Dragon, which I love to go to every time we're here. And Zaman sat next to me, said, "Right, just close your eyes and point at the menu. What do you want?" You never guess what came up.
Fish pie.
Yes.
Brilliant.
I usually go for the steak and kidney pudding, but I was like, I've got to change it somewhere.
There's a Yorkshireman. There's a Yorkshireman.
Yeah. And he said, "Close your eyes and we'll point at the menu," and it was fish pie, and I turned that down.
I'll bet you did. For those of you who weren't listening in on Sunday, Price defends, goes back and defends there. That completes the over. 105 for 1. Phillips, 72 off 108 balls. Ollie Price, a little bit more circumspect. He's on 22 off 62. For those of you listening in from Worcestershire, or those of you who weren't listening in on Sunday, Josh Shaw was subjected to his grandmother's fish pie as a youngster and hated it. She thought he liked it and just served him more and more and more, and you've had this irrational hatred of fish pie ever since.
Yeah, it's more worrying the fact she thought I liked it when I was putting lots of ketchup on there just to get it down.
Just to mask it, mask the taste.
Yeah.
Pennington. No, it's Waite, isn't it?
No,
it's Pennington. It's Pennington. They do look similar.
Yeah.
Do you play much with Waite at Yorkshire?
Yeah, I've known him for a long time. There's one way how you can spot Waite, who's bowling, because he's got a bit of a hunchback and runs in like a penguin, as we used to call him. His nickname is Pingu, if you want to take that any further. But no, I've played a lot of cricket with him growing up since I was around 10, 11, really.
He had a bit of a bad time with injuries, didn't he, at Yorkshire? He only played 27 games in his first 6 years there.
Yeah.
Defended there by Philip. But you could argue that it was his innings that was the catalyst for Worcestershire's recovery.
Yeah.
I thought he batted very well. He got 100 in the first game of the season against Derbyshire, and he's no mug with the bat at all, is he?
Sort of came in, took the sting out of the tail a little bit, sort of played a few shots and got their motoring forward a little bit. But no, he wasn't reckless to say the least. He was playing very nice shots, that's for sure.
Yeah. Pennington in. Phillips pushes that into the offside. A little bit squared up. The reason Josh Shaw is not doing any ball-by-ball commentary is that he is banned by
myself,
his teammates, and by himself.
Yep.
Whenever he's on air. It arose from Cheltenham last year.
I can see myself, if I was doing the ball-by-ball and Phillips, when he was out to that no ball, it wouldn't have been a no ball, I think. So maybe lucky's on his side today, maybe.
Yeah. Where all of a sudden he was on commentary with me 1 minute.
Padding up the next.
And padding up the next. That's whereas Abbott took a hat-trick. That's gone down to third off an edge. Phillips moves on to 73. Kyle Abbott took a hat-trick here, and you were banned from ever coming anywhere near ball-by-ball commentary. They let you on the mic now, but ball-by-ball commentary is a big no-no.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done with that, unfortunately. I did have a few compliments from last week's episode of the commentary that we did.
Did you?
Matt Taylor's dad walked up to me yesterday and said, "What one thing you should do after cricket?" And I was expecting groundsman. Quite like doing that.
Yeah.
Could have coaching, umpiring, commentary, he said. So I'd take that. Bit of a compliment.
Oh, that's well bowled. Bit of zip there from Pennington. Well, Ian Randall will be 86 by the time you can retire. But yeah, where's Waite from in Yorkshire?
He's from a village called Methley, it's kind of in between Wakefield and Leeds, I'd say, which he probably lived 15-20 minutes away from my house, so I'm close with his family and he's close with ours. We used to get together every Christmas and spend a bit of time together.
Pennington to Price, who defends.
So yeah, he, summer holidays, I remember going down to Methley Cricket Club with him, and we used to get in the nets together and a bit of practice. And who'd have thought many years later that we'd have both been at Yorkshire together, yeah, and then sadly not playing this game, but that'd have been nice rolling back the years off the AstroTurf nets. But
and Jared Warner as well from the same
Wakefield
club.
Thorns, yeah, same as me, yeah, Wakefield Thorns. He was they were actually best men at each other's wedding, Jared and Matthew.
Right, okay. Where does the Thorns come from in Wakefield Thorns? Because it's Thorns with an E, isn't it?
All I know is there's a place called Thorns Park, which is right next door to where we play.
Okay.
So maybe that could be.
Something
I'll do some digging into that for you.
Yeah,
I'll get back to you. But yeah, I imagine I'm not quite sure. You'd have thought I knew, Dan.
Oh, well, I was listening to there's a singer stroke poet from Wakefield, a guy called Matt Abbott. Do you know him? No, he had a sort of few hits with a sort of his singing Skint and Demoralised a few years back.
Okay.
And he's a Wakefield man and a Leeds United fan, I believe, as well.
Yeah.
Baker into Phillips. Yeah, Matt Abbott. I think he's Matt Abbott Poet, and on Twitter. He's quite an interesting guy. Who's got the worst musical taste out of the Gloucestershire squad, Josh?
Worst? Oh. The boys will probably say me, because I just listen to an artist called Sam Fender quite a lot.
Yeah. We know Sam Fender.
If it's... Yeah, they'll probably say me, I think. But...
Joe Phillips.
I'm a bit of Sam Fender, Oasis, Arctic Monkeys.
We like that.
Cortinas, Kings of Leon. But they're not part of that, are they? The younger.
What's your favourite Arctic Monkeys track as Baker comes in?
There's too many. Too many to go to.
I think I'm a 505 man myself.
Yeah. There's so many good songs out there that it's tough to call, I reckon.
Phillips forward. Well, after watching you bat against Durham and plonking Axar Patel into the mound stand there, I thought you were giving it some hypersonic missiles into the
I like it, very good.
into the mound stand. Defended. Ollie Price and Dom Goodman, they quite like Jerry Cinnamon, I believe. They've got that's reasonable. That's a decent taste in music.
They've they're two that get on the playlist quite a lot in the change room. We're actually we've booked to go see Sam Fender. We have the back end of August, I think we're going there. There's a few of us.
Where's that? Ashton Gate?
No, that is at Reading Festival. So we're just going for the day.
Okay.
Just going for the main event.
Josh, you're a professional athlete. You can't go to festivals in the cricket.
The main event of the day is the quarter-final that hopefully we'll win, and then we can rush off to Reading Festival.
Yeah, that'll be good.
Fingers crossed.
So that's in the 50 over competition?
Yeah, I think it's Saturday the 25th. It's either the semi or the quarter. So hopefully we win that, and then we can go have a little boogie at Sam Fender.
Exactly. So, are you looking forward to that competition? I'll come on to that after. Pennington has bowled to Ollie Price, defends that. You looking forward to it?
Yeah, I think it's still good to have the 50 over competition around for sure. You know, I think we're still in two competitions. Hopefully a win here this week, leading into the last three. We're hopefully in a decent position to have a good push over the last three games. Then certainly the aim is for the 50 over cup to go and win that. So hopefully we can do so. Obviously starting here with the game on Sunday against Wiltshire.
Yeah.
I imagine quite a few of the lads who are playing in this probably won't play just because of the loads of Cheltenham Festival, how hectic it is.
Oh, tell me about
it.
Pennington. Price plays that back to him. Yeah, I think the 50 over competition as well for, I'm speaking as a fan here, I think it's one of the best sort of days because you see both teams bat.
Yep.
And you get a full day's cricket. It's not like a 3-hour game. You get a sort of 7-8 hour game.
Yep.
You see both teams bat. You see both teams bowl, and it's still got sort of, it's not slogging like.
No.
T20. I like it. It's got its place in the game. I'll come on to it after this ball from Pennington. That's a nice shot from Price. Can't pierce the field. Kashi Valley there. But yeah, I think it's definitely got, the 50 over, and one of the games here, I think it's the Friday game against Northamptonshire. I believe tickets selling really well for that. So
that's good.
if you want a ticket, get on the Gloucestershire website. Come and see Josh Shaw.
Fingers crossed, Dan.
Bring him a Sam Fender CD.
Yeah.
Defended by Price. Ollie Price has been really impressive, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a massive fan of his.
Yeah, he's kicked on from last year, hasn't he? He's showed glimpses last year, and this year he's managed to take that and bring it into this season. He's doing really well.
Yeah.
Sort of nailed down that number 3 role for me. If we're talking about that, he's done really well. Also, his off spin isn't out of question either. He's very nice bowler.
Yeah. Very polite, the Price boys.
Yeah,
They're so polite. It's just
down.
Come off the pad there. Pre-signal from Martin Saggers for tapping his leg for a leg by. Yeah, they're very polite. I mean, all the youngsters are so polite. Is there a hierarchy in the dressing room? Is it like a wolf pack where you keep them all in order?
Well,
or?
you think Denty would be the leader of that, as he's the oldest one, but he's actually the biggest child out of everyone, which is funny. No, I think everyone just gets on really well. I think everyone's well mannered, which is good. There's no egos in there.
No,
it's very good, to be honest. It's a good changing room to be in.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's. I'm sure results will come. That's another one off the pad, I think, there.
Yep.
No, he's got inside edge on it.
Both needs his eye testing done, I think.
You hate that as a bowler, don't you?
All the ears testing.
Don't you hate that as a bowler? When like a run goes off, it's a leg by and a run comes off it, and you're just thinking, why me?
It's the ones down the leg side that they just get a faint edge on that goes so far you're open, he gives it a leg by, but it never seems to go that way.
Yeah. Club cricket now, a lot of it's 50 overs, and I'm not a fan. It's something, I'll come on to it another time. But the 5 wides is just like the nadir. It's the worst thing in 50 over cricket.
Yeah.
Get sides giving away 30, 35 wides because there's 4 lots of 5 wides in the innings.
Yeah. Can cost you, for sure.
Yeah.
Go change a ball in.
Joe Leach.
Joe Leach to come on at the College Lawn end.
We had Richie Benno just visit the box there for a quick...
Yes, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Richie.
Maybe I'll call back when hopefully we chew for chew. Hopefully. Or 1 should it be, sorry.
Yeah. That's a nice shot.
Looking good, isn't he?
He is looking good. Let's not put the mockers on him. Let's not put the mockers on him, Josh. Do you know Joe Leach much?
Not just from playing against him, really.
Yeah.
He gets stuck into me a little bit when I'm speaking to Matt. He says we're just barking at each other when we talk. Obviously can't understand the northern accent, really.
I described him as being a man who looks as if you don't want to owe money to.
Yeah.
But he's a lovely bloke, apparently, isn't he?
Yeah, he seems to be a nice bloke, yeah.
Oh, shot. Phillips, he's not going to go all the way. Didn't time that as well as I thought he did initially. Kashif Ali does the fielding. And that's 2 more.
Wonder
to the Cornishman.
So Joe broke his bat this morning in the nets. He went out to bat with his number 1 bat in the nets and he broke it. And I obviously asked the question, I said, is that your number 1? He says, yeah. I was just wondering why he batted with his number 1 in the nets, so maybe he's found his replacement fairly quickly.
I bet he has, yeah. Defended there. 10 minutes left to tea. I'm Dan Whiting, joined by Josh Shaw, Gloucestershire all-rounder, I call him now, after his exploits earlier in the season.
Thank you very much.
It's all right. You deserve it. You've got your own ability. That Glamorgan wicket you bowled on the other day, that was...
wasn't
it's a
favourable.
Graveyard,
yeah,
wasn't
it wasn't favourable for the seam, really.
No.
But never mind.
Defended. Did you play in the game at New Road earlier in the season?
No, I didn't. I wasn't there for that. That was a nice wicket to bowl on by the looks of it. It looked like there's a bit of grass in there. But no, I missed that one. I thought that was Price's hat-trick and
his 100.
100, yeah.
And again, he's so polite that he just sort of, takes it all in his stride.
Felt rude taking his helmet off, raising the bat sort of thing.
Yeah. I'd have done a lap of New Road naked if that was me, I tell you.
It's a sight for sore eyes, Dan.
Lead. Well, if I've got 100 and a hat-trick on the same day.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how many people have done that. There must be a stat out there for us somewhere.
I think Mike Proctor did it for Gloucestershire, I believe.
Did he?
Yeah, I believe back in about 1972, possibly.
I did actually look at him before the ball had bowled. I said, this is the week where you get 110 for. I know it's just a bit of a throwaway comment. Lo and behold, I think he got 6 or 7 in the game and 100.
Yeah.
It wasn't far off.
He was in my fantasy team as well.
Good man to have.
Yeah. Yeah, I've just brought Ollie into my fantasy side this week as well. Thought he might bowl a little bit. Didn't bowl in the first innings, but I thought he might bowl, and he's been in good form with the bat. Phillips plays that out to Kashif Ali at mid-wicket. Worcestershire got a few bowling vacancies going next season. No, they've obviously lost Pat Brown.
It's almost like Notts have walked into the changing room and mind-swept, isn't it?
Don't. I feel for them.
Yeah.
I feel for them. I feel for any smaller county. And Will Brown, the Gloucestershire CEO, spoke at lunchtime about possibly smaller counties getting compensated the way football clubs do, and there being add-ons. So when they move to a third county, still the county that's produced them gets some sort of compensation.
It's a good idea.
No, I think that's fair. Baker's going to give it a go from the Chapel end. I think we enjoyed it last year. We saw Zach Chappell bowling for the Chapel end, didn't we?
Yeah.
He's doing well, isn't he? He's enjoying life.
Yeah, he's doing very well. Had a good T20 tournament. Earned himself a 100 spot, which is always good to see. Good bloke as well, mainly, which is good.
I seem to remember him putting up a load of Skyers out here for James Healy, who shelled, I think, all of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Price defence.
Yeah. Dislocated his finger, he just said, yeah. Looks easy, doesn't it, Jimmer?
Baker around the wicket, giving that one a little bit more air, which is nice.
Crucial couple of overs this for Gloucester. Hopefully we don't go in without any more wickets down. We're in a great spot.
Is Paul van Makeren.
You're doing.
Paul, fresh from his 4-wicket haul. Price defend. Oh, Price has got away with that. It was in the air for a long time. Safe shot in the end. I thought he'd put that straight down Libby's throat there.
He'd have been kicking himself with that one, I think.
So, tale of two Cornishmen in this game. Jake Libby, 800 runs for the season.
Yep.
Joe Phillips, 15 runs for the season.
Yep.
And you just thought, who'd be the top run scorer out of the two of them? Price defends.
Both opening the batting as well.
Both opening the batting. Libby out fourth ball.
Yep.
Joe Phillips, 76, not out.
It's batting very nicely.
Yeah. Libby's a good player though, isn't he? He's
yeah.
You know, to average 55 at New Road, it takes some doing.
Especially this season, it looks like it's done a little bit there, and everywhere he's been really, looks like he's got runs.
Well, if you look at the averages, I mean, you know, the next one's Roderick with 33, Hose 32, Waite 31, and then Azhar Ali, I mean, you know, 97 tests or whatever. only averaging 28.
Yeah.
And then you've got some, real quality there. People like Ed Pollock's a decent player, he's only averaging 17. D'Oliveira's only averaging 21. I thought he batted really well, so I think it's a tough place to bat.
Yeah.
Leach, short,
Short.
pulled. 4 runs to Phillips. Moves into the 80s.
Nice shot. Very nice shot.
Paul Van Makeren's coming here, smashing up the marquee. Not enough that he disintegrated David Lloyd's helmet in the game against Glamorgan last week. He's now coming in here and vandalising our marquee.
He looks like a very bored man. Does Paul. Finished his bowling, got not a lot to do, and he's going and causing carnage in the commentary tent. Yeah.
Leach past Jack Shantry. Phillips has gone. Leach has found the edge. And is that Baker has snaffled him
Yep.
at slip.
Bit tea as well, I imagine.
And that's going to be T. Heartbreak for Phillips. Goes for 80. But he's going to get a really warm round of applause here. He's batted beautifully. And that was the 100 partnership as well between those two. Phillips will be absolutely gutted, but he deserves to milk every inch of this applause here from Cheltenham crowd, basking in the sunshine. And that's 118 for 2. So Josh, thank you for joining us. It's been a pleasure. We might have Paul Van Makeren on after tea if he's, wants to cure his boredom. We won't get him sunburnt this time like we did in one of the games last year.
It's just coming up to the afternoon nap time, I believe, so get him on. Perfect timing.
I'll get him on. We're going to take a short break now. We're going to put the kettle on. We suggest you do too at home. And join us back in 20 minutes where we'll see Gloucestershire resume their innings. See you soon.
Umpires are on the way after tea at Cheltenham. Tea taken fractionally early because of the fall of the wicket of Joe Phillips, who I suspect Dan Whiting will be in demand to be interviewed for the first time in his career at the close, having made a very, very promising 80.
Well, he's a quiet lad, actually. He's a lovely lad, but he's quite a quiet lad. And I asked him the other day, I said to him, what can you tell me about yourself? He said, well, I don't know, really. I suppose it's quite a tough question for them to answer.
Well, Miles Hammond in at number 4. And he will join Ollie Price, who is on 26. So he's got to start again. England are 9 down in the test, 270 for 9 in the 53rd over. And the last wicket pair are Chris Wokes and James Anderson. Last man out, Stuart Broad for 7.
Joe Leach is just going to complete his over from the College Lawn end.
Here are the county scores and indeed 2 results probably at the end of the over.
Yeah, so Leach is just going to bowl a couple of balls, 118 for 2. Miles Hammond will face. Left-hander. Leading run scorer this season. And in decent nick is Leach bowling at him. Hammond plays that out to Azhar Ali.
Yeah, Hammond has got 7 50s, an average of 43. He's got 607 runs, and I say his last 4 scores have all been north of 50, and the last of them brought up 3,000 first-class runs.
And he scores at a decent lick as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Lets that one go from Leach. That's the end of the over. No, it's not. 2 balls left. Says Dan Whiting, the ECB level 2 qualified umpire who can't count to 6. Ian Randall just having a cup of slightly stronger tea. I've got to inspect this actually, Ian. It's slightly better than the miserable offering from the other day. Oh, that's out. Hammond's gone. Caught second slip. And Leach strikes twice in the over. 118 for 3. Hammond departs for a duck.
There we were, building him up. 'Twas always the way.
Adam Hose doing the catching.
Life of a commentator. And we'd expect James Bracey to walk out at number 5, and indeed he is.
Important innings this from Ollie Price now.
Yes, that was a bit of a bonus, I suspect, for Leach, because Paul van Meekeren just came to see Josh Shaw just as T was approaching. I just said to him nothing more than that. What's he doing out there? Nothing, he said. That was pretty decisive. So the 2 results in the Championship in the First Division from today: Essex have beaten Hampshire by 6 wickets at Southampton, and Middlesex have beaten Warwickshire by 8 wickets at Edgbaston. Give you the county scores as they currently are.
Essex go top of the table temporarily,
and
depending on what happens at Taunton.
Somerset battling to avoid being beaten in 3 days by Surrey. So James Bracey in at number 5.
Leach just bowling good areas here, using all his experience. Bracey plays that out to Kashif Ali, that completes a rather disappointing over for the hosts and a rather wonderful one for the wonderful Worcesters. And
One
not for the glorious Gloucesters.
And 1 bowling point secured by Leach, effectively in that over, by taking
Yeah.
2 wickets either side of tee. Elsewhere, First Division, Northants 342, Lancashire 276 for 2 in reply. Kent are all out against Notts, 316, that's a deficit of 34. They're between innings at Trent Bridge. And at Taunton, Somerset 139 for 7 in their second innings. They still trail Surrey by 59. Derbyshire have made a pretty good fist of trying to match the 521 for 8 declared by Glamorgan. The Derbyshire 309 for 6 in reply in 99 overs. It will be Josh Baker to continue with his slow left arm spin to Ollie Price. And there's just the one slip. He's got a short straight mid on. That's flighted quite say extravagantly by Baker, but he certainly gave that delivery plenty of air and squeezed out by Ollie Price into the leg side. So he's got a square leg just in front of square and a short straight mid on. That's just pushed quietly into the offside by Roderick. One of the match in the second division is at Scarborough. Give you the score there after this ball from Baker. Tossed right up and Price plays it from the crease. Yorkshire 340, Durham 106 for 1. There will be no further play at North Marine Road today. It does rain in the north occasionally, apparently.
Not according to Marty.
If you follow him on Twitter, at Marty Cricket, M-A-R-T-Y Cricket. He's the BBC correspondent for Durham, for BBC Newcastle. Baker into Price, plays that into the ground past Azhar Ali and up to Kashif Ali at mid-on, orthodox mid-on. Joe Leach is at kind of leg gully, I suppose you'd say. Short fine leg, short from Baker. That was the drag down, but it wasn't really attacked by Ollie Price, just pushed out for a single. He will keep the strike. And Gloucestershire 118 for 3, having lost 2 wickets either side of the tee interval. Joe Phillips having made 80 in only his second championship match, 80 with 13 fours and a stand worth exactly 100 with Ollie Price. He was out before tee, caught by Baker off Leach, and then Hammond 3 balls after tee, caught by Hose off Leach in the same over. And Leach now has 2 for 16, and he's had a sit down and a cup of tea and a sandwich, and he'll probably be fresh for another 4 or 5 overs.
Yeah, here he comes. Ollie Price defending.
I did wonder whether Pennington might bowl at the Chapel End after tea, actually, because he took his cap off and walked towards the umpire, but at the moment Brett D'Oliveira decided to persevere with the spinner.
I've been impressed with Pennington. He's got something about him, I think.
I think Notts thought the same. I'll remind you of our email address again at the end of the over.
Price defends.
I think this is going to be a period of
reflection.
Just rebalancing the boat a little bit.
Yes, I agree. I agree. So, sit back, relax, and let the dulcet tones of Ian Randall take you through to the close of play.
Oh, he's a wag, that Dan.
Leach. Price leaves that one alone, lets it go through to Gareth Roderick.
And Gloucestershire have to get 2, 5, 6, don't they?
Yeah.
which ought to be fine on this pitch.
Yeah, I mean, we've been out there. We had a little look at the wicket at tea, didn't we, Ian? And it's closer to the Stamford Road side of the ground than you think.
And I think I'm
Turned
also right in
into the
saying
onside.
that deceit is a harsh word, but Dan was certainly deceived by the slope on the square.
I was deceived.
Because if you watch the game from the Thurleston Road side, it looks like it's a little bit of a slope, but nothing too appreciable. But you get out in the middle, and it's a different story.
I haven't been that deceived, Ian, since I accepted 3 cryptocurrency dealers on Instagram, I tell you. Here's Leach to Price, who defends that. Yeah, no, it is. It's deceptive.
And you can see why David Graveney and John Childs always liked to bowl from the chapel end,
Yeah.
where possible, because it just aided the natural spin of the ball from the slow left armour.
Price defends.
Quite a few people at tea had quite nice words about Joe Phillips, saying,
And rightly so.
Plays the ball quite late.
Yeah, has got a lot of time, as you said
Yeah.
as well. You noticed that very early, Ian. I'll give you that. You picked up on that very early. Josh Shaw said that as well. Even against the new ball, he seems to have a lot more time. And to think he's got 80 out of this 119 so far. It's
Only in his second championship game as well.
It's a big ratio, those runs.
So James Bracey to face his first ball. I'm sure he would have
I tell you what,
felt a bit more confident after that 60 against Glamorgan.
Joe Phillips probably put down a marker for the September fixtures in 4-day cricket with that innings.
Yeah, and you'd have to say that, opening or not, you try and find a space for him in the batting order somewhere.
Yeah, you would.
So Baker over the wicket to Bracey, who his first ball is just bunted out to Azhar Ali at
Second ball.
second ball. First ball from Baker in this over. Bracey goes to try and squeeze that through. Well, it's actually quite a big gap on the offside, but that was quite expansive for this time in his innings. Didn't get a touch. Baker in again. And Bracey defends. 35 overs to go in the day, so we're probably talking 6:45 finish, that sort of order. Bracey clips up to D'Oliveira at, well, he's at mid-on, but he's very deep there. Coming now in to speak to Josh Baker about how he might try and conjure an error from Bracey. They're going to put Pennington back onto the boundary, almost onto the boundary at backward point. Give Bracey a space to play into, which he does. And Pennington will come in off the rope and they'll just pick up one. If you've not been with us for all that much of the day, 4:30 now. Worcestershire started 265 for 7. They finished up getting 406. D'Oliveira made 90. Baker, a career best, 75. And Finch, arguably a career best because he wasn't out, 33. Pennington made 26, batting at number 11. Ollie Price with a slip and a silly mid-off in now. for Baker around the wicket to him.
Yeah, Worcestershire on the attack here.
Baker's bowled 12,
Sensing blood.
12 overs for 26, and he's just trying to apply a break so that if D'Oliveira wants to rotate the quicker bowlers from the other end, he's got the option to do so. If he picks up a wicket, that'll be a bonus for Worcestershire, I think. Here it's more about just trying to dry the runs up.
Leach. Not calling you a leech here, I'm saying he's about to bowl from the college lawn end. Ground bathed in sunshine. Bracey gets forward, defends. Could do with one of those James Bracey innings here, couldn't we? As we saw last year, like that 177 versus Yorkshire.
That was in the third innings, wasn't it, as I recall, of the match?
It was, yeah. And it was against a really good attack as well. Matt Fisher was superb in that. Harris Ralph was bowling serious wheels. Defended. James Healy's with us, bringing the pictures to your home. My name's Dan Whiting. I'm joined by Ian Randall. In the marquee with us, we've got Harry Clements, the team analyst, and Terry, the voice, Blake. Everyone looking at their phones.
England 283 all out at the Test match at the Oval.
As Arthur Daly would say, oh my good goal, Terence.
54.4 overs for those 283. Harry Brook 85. Chris Wokes last out for 36.
That's not great at the Oval. But the Australians have to bat on it. Yeah. Bracey leaves that one alone, lets it go through to Gareth Roderick from Leach.
As you can see on your screen, he's only conceded 16 runs and he's in his 10th over. Joe Leach.
Miserly.
.440 first-class wickets at 26 and a bit. Pretty good effort. .441.
Gloucestershire now in trouble. Leach doing the damage here.
Bracey caught behind. Now on the batting order, Tom Price is due to come in at number 6, and you wonder if this is kind of the situation that Price, where Price is the called for batter, or whether it calls more for a Jack Taylor.
I think they're both similar batters actually.
Sort of counter punchers.
Yeah, both counter attackers. Yeah.
It will be Tom Price. So that's from a point earlier in the season where he was batting at 9 below Zafar Gahar, certainly at 8. He's now up 2 spots in the order for the first time. Not seen him bat at 6 before.
Well, Leach has absolutely done the damage here. Gloucestershire 118 for 1, slipping to 120 for 4. Leach, the catalyst of this collapse. 3 for 16.
Job to get the ball out of his hand at the moment, I would think.
Yeah.
And I know it's kind of boring and you've heard it before, but it's simple disciplines, isn't it?
Well, all have either been caught behind or caught in the cordon.
Those bowling bonus points you were talking about, Ian, I'm blaming you for this.
Leach in. It's Tom Price. Plays out to mid-wicket. That's going to be in the over. Tom Price, last time he played Worcestershire, got 100 off just 90 balls. And can the Prices rebuild this Gloucestershire innings?
Wicket made for Joe Leach. So he's taken 3 wickets in his last 2 overs, either side of tee. Our fishing correspondent J.R. Healy is just shaking his head.
He's suffering today. He hasn't been at his most sort of. He's not been full of bonhomie and
Self-inflicted.
yeah, it's self-inflicted. But he hasn't been full of his normal chipper West Country self.
Baker then to Ollie Price, coming around the wicket from the chapel end of about 4 paces. And an appeal for an LBW. What's Martin Saggers saying about that? Not out, he says.
Was that pad first? Let's have a look again.
He's taking leg stump, isn't he, Ollie Price here? Is there a touch of the inside edge there, perhaps? Baker in. And Ollie Price up to D'Oliveira at
Baker's
mid-off.
got a good appeal on him. Gets down on one knee.
He's a pleader.
He is a pleader.
Overall, a lovely day at Cheltenham. Just a bit of cloud this morning, but the forecast was it would get brighter through the day. That's a cutaway by Ollie Price. There'll be a chase for weight, and he's not reached it. That's cut away for 4. On the Sanford roadside, he was running right alongside the rope and the covers behind, and couldn't haul that in. Might see weight again shortly, actually, if Oliveira thinks that he'd like to go back to seam at both ends. Baker trots in, and Ollie Price defends. Ollie Price into the 30s. 91 balls faced. 92 now with that last defensive shot. Silly mid off and a slip. Baker in. Again, that's tossed right up, allowing Ollie Price to come forward and defend. So he's bowling at the end where, in theory, there is a slight slope across the wicket, so the ball would naturally go away from the right-hander. And Ollie Price with a big stride in, just pops that out to Kashif Ali at silly mid-off, end of the over. 13 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 30. So he's generally dried the runs up without actually really getting through a maiden, without offering a ball from which Gloucestershire can score the majority of the time. That's what's happened. And our email address, if you want to get in touch with us on this second day, final session on the second day, still 33 overs to go. There we are, commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Dan's the handsome one on the left.
Ian's the handsome one on the right.
We were presented with a photograph by Tony Hickey yesterday.
Leach.
Dan's got his dark shades on in that picture. And that's
To hide the bags under my eyes, Ian.
I wasn't going to say that, Dan. I wasn't going to say that. I don't believe Terry the Voice Blake is with us tomorrow, so he could miss a very, very sunny Cheltenham day. Forecast is decent for tomorrow.
Just turn around the corner there by Tom Price, he'll stick with a single.
Gets him off the mark.
Everyone just soaking this in, intrigued. The marquees are full. People down at the bottom end of the ground in front of that chapel. Look at that, the bar's full.
And
Ollie defends.
a little unlike Bristol, you might say this is, well, it's naturally the case because Cheltenham is smaller than Bristol is. The old free after tea concept, people can, in theory, walk from town to the cricket.
Yeah.
You know, you could get here at 5 o'clock, and well, tonight you could watch an hour and 3/4
Yeah.
of the match.
Yeah, come along if you're in Cheltenham. Come along, pop in. Come and have a Thatcher's. Come and have a tribute, whatever's your tipple of choice. Come and watch the Price brothers bat.
But please not if you're driving, obviously.
Well, you can have one. Come and soak up the evening sunshine. Thursday night, it's the new Friday. Ollie defends.
Very watchful, isn't he?
Yeah,
Ollie Price.
yeah, he watches the ball all the way onto the bat.
And you feel that, as I admit, you might say that Joe Phillips might offer another option here, but you know, to get a right-hander into the top order has been something that certain supporters have been banging the drum about for a while, with all the left-handers Gloucestershire have got.
Well, he's made that number 3 position his own, as Josh Shaw said, you know, before tea. Oh, that's a gorgeous shot. That's well fielded there from Dylan Pennington, diving away. Not easy for the big man to get down. He cut off a certain boundary. The Price brothers scamper through for a single, and Ollie retains the strike.
So Leach, I think 5 overs in this spell, but how do we just check that? Because obviously you've got the tea interval in between. I think it's 5. You bowled 6 in the opening spell, and I think 5 in this one. Baker to continue. Worcestershire just trying to crowd his personal space a bit with that silly mid-off in there. Cashy Valley's quite straight.
And very close.
Baker in again, and Price goes straighter up to Azhar Ali at, it's a pretty straightish extra cover. Fairly orthodox leg side field. Baker in. Kashif turned on the shot there. He figured that was going to be hit harder than it actually was, and Ollie Price just squeezed it past him on the bounce out to Matthew Waite. On the cover boundaries, the sweeper out there. And he had one spell from Waite so far. And now Tom Price takes guard to face Baker. Wheels in once more and goes back, and he's able to just play that square comfortably out to Matthew Waite for a single.
Baker in his 14th over. Means that he's completed a Baker's dozen, Ian.
Long stretch from Ollie Price. Pennington just limbering up as if he might be getting ready for another burst. Baker in again and into the ground this time from Ollie Price. Now faced more than 100 balls for his 33, but he's doing an important job trying to glue this innings together. Gloucestershire on the cusp of tea, very well placed, with Phillips and Ollie Price having added exactly 100, and then Phillips out before tea, caught by Baker off leach for 80 with 13 fours, and then since tea Hammond caught by Hose off leach without scoring, and Bracey caught by Roderick off leach for 1.
Harry Clements looks like he's tiring somewhat. I think he needs a bit of stamina training.
Needs to at least have one more.
Leach.
Three for 18 for Leach, as you can see on your screen.
Tom Price just defending. Not easy to tell apart, these two, are they? Both bat and long sleeve shirts, both in the same helmets.
And slightly taller. Ollie's slightly taller, I would say.
Yeah. These different makes of bat.
I'm going to move Libby here out from
And Tom's.
third slip into
Is that Millichamp Hall he's got? And Ollie's.
a catching mid-wicket, and the dropped point back to the boundary.
Tom goes on the hook, misses it. Ollie's got the grey nickels. And that is really the only way you can distinguish them. Ollie's is slightly taller, but not a lot.
So Jack Taylor at 7, Zafar Gahar at 8, the next two Gloucestershire batters. Probably sat with their pads on, just in case.
Tom Price works that one round the corner. You could well get, no, he's going to settle for 1. No need to do anything silly at this stage.
No, we joked at tea about the 256, which is the follow-on figure, but you know, those extra 2 wickets have just
Planted the seed of doubt, haven't
they've
they,
just
Ian?
forced Gloucestershire to just think, okay, don't fritter away what was actually quite a reasonable start
Yeah.
at 118 for 1, even facing a big score of 406.
He's just adjusting his field. Ollie Price pulls, rolls his wrists.
Finch is down in front of the scoreboard, I think.
Who is it?
Finch,
Is that Finch?
who
Not Waite. Oh no, Waite's at mid-on. Who's warming up? Yeah, it's Finch.
I'm not sure we might see much more of Finch today, what we've seen so far. Everybody else has kept things pretty tight, but Gloucestershire have been particularly severe.
Price drives
Finch.
handsomely up to mid-off. Hills here, bathed in sunshine. In Randall's house, bathed in sunshine. In Randall's manor. The Squire. Oh, Ollie Price just has a little fish at that one. That completes Leach's 12th over. 3 for 20. Excellent figures on this surface. Gloucestershire 130 for 4.
It's quite wide, actually. Tom Price didn't need to really play at that. if there is a thought, yes there is, of a change to bring one of the other seam bowlers back. It will be Matthew Waite. So Waite replacing Baker, 14 overs, 2 maidens, none for 32. He's taken. 30 overs remain on the day, as you can see on your screen. But you could not ask for better conditions to bat in, really, or to play in particular. But on the face of it, to bat in, bright sunshine, the ball 45 overs old, but Leach in a good spell at the one end. Can anybody match him? Well, not with a delivery like that. What's a loosener from Waite? That's been put away by Ollie Price. It's a long chase for Finch, and he won't haul it in. Away at extra cover, and he picks up another boundary. Ollie Price. Not huge force in that last shot, but still says 4 in the book. Price to 38. Wait to bowl to him. Most of got Waite's run-up's not very long. The pace that he does generate is a lot through the actual delivery stride and the arm action. So it's coming through the shoulder effectively. D'Oliveira now orchestrating things from short mid-wicket. Waite barrels in and tumbling stop at mid-on. Still Baker and Hose in the slips. A catch each so far, and two to keeper Roderick. Almost through. Waite thought he got his man there. Quite an unfussy cricketer, Matthew Waite. Pleasantly played in the end by Ollie Price, but he thought by just offering that little bit of extra length, just being a little bit fuller, he might have got under that highly raised bat of Ollie Price. That's pleasantly played, but up to mid-on again. Fielded by Pennington. I think Rihanna Davalath is on the field at the moment, who's for Worcestershire, is the 12th man. He's just down to our left. He's at deep square, so I'm not sure who has gone off. Maybe Kashif Ali has gone off the field briefly. Azza is at short extra, and D'Oliveira is just coming in straighter here. Yes, it is a Davalath, and he's going to come into square leg just in front of square, and D'Oliveira is at a short straight mid-on for Ollie Price, and that's clipped just past the Davalath's dive. There'll be a chase for Pennington. He should haul it in. They'll get a couple, but I'd be surprised if they try to take one on the throw, which they don't. Roderick not getting the best throw from his quick bowler. It was a bit short, and he had to come and get it rather than let it come to him.
I believe Mr. Bairstow has just spilled a chance in the test match. Quite a tough one, I believe, but a chance is a chance.
There was there I know, did I see a quote from Johnny Bairstow that said he felt that the criticism of his wicket keeping was out of order? Is that correct?
Well, before Old Trafford he'd taken 12 out of 19 chances, which at test level he's not good enough. At club level it's probably not good enough. At school level It's probably not good enough for him. Here's Leach to Tom Price. Nice shot, lovely shot, Tom Price. As our rally's in pursuit, he's going to haul it in just before it gets to the boundary. Gets rid of the ball quickly, which keeps them down to 2.
Yes, needed just a little bit. He needed another Weetabix for that, to get his boundary.
Get down the gym, Tom. No, he's don't want to go too hard at it. That's the thing. I think, you know, just be respectful at the moment. Respect the bowling. These two are got a rebuilding job on their hands. Price defends to mid wicket. Can they do what they did at Headingley? How many did they put on at Headingley? These two, Ian, 100.
Was that in
150? Was it?
I'll check that.
Their side needs them. At the moment, they're just playing each ball on its merits. Here's Leach bustling in. Price defends. Tom Price defends.
So Gloucestershire made 464 in their innings at Headingley. Ollie Price made 113 and Tom Price made 59. And the stand was worth 162.
162.
Yep.
Leach, Tom Price cloths that a little bit, runs away down the hill, but it's going to be fielded down there by Kashif Ali, I think it is, down there.
Took the score from 246 for 6 to 408 for 7.
Leach to Ollie Price. Been very watchful.
You can see why Worcestershire fans have really been appreciative of Joe Leach for the last 10 years, can't you? Because he's a 7 out of 10 nearly every day of the season, I would suggest.
Lovely shot. Ollie Price showing his class.
Drinks coming out for the batters here. 28 overs to go on the day's play. Gloucestershire 4 down, still need 113 to avoid the follow-on. That has to be the first target.
Look at that view.
Hopefully with as little damage on the board as possible in getting there, and then they can try and set about getting up to the Worcestershire first innings score of 406.
Look at that view there on his screens.
That's from our camera at the College Lawn end.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Barely a cloud in the sky.
Yeah. This is what festival cricket's about. Played in the summer holidays, 4-day cricket in the summer holidays. Great to see, isn't it?
Email going from Dan Whiting to the ECB. There's a change at the Chapel end. Adam Finch is coming back, a little surprisingly. Baker has been tidy in in terms of drawing the runs up. 14 overs for 32 he's bowled. Maybe this is a little bit of a gamble by D'Oliveira, thinking that there might just be a wicket-taking ball in Finch, even if he does go for a few runs. And immediately Tom Price works him out to Ben Cox, who's I think on the field as a sub-fielder at the moment. Finch with Ollie Price on 44. Clips that comfortably away. Wait. Can get round to it and keep them down to a single. Chat between the two batters. Tom Price might prefer to face Finch in the V up to Leach at mid-off. Waite's bowled 6 overs for 19, but Worcestershire can't leave all the wicket taking to Leach, can they? They've got to find some wickets from somewhere else if they're going to.
Well, Pennington's got one,
try
but
and force a situation. Everyone's got to chip in here, you'd have thought. Such a bat and pad there, I think. Certainly was a soft sound, and in fact, that was an inside edge. So Gloucestershire pick up one more. And Tom Price goes to 8. So 110 more needed to get to the follow-on target tonight. That would be about where Dan said he thought Gloucestershire might get. You might get a bit, might have thought of getting a bit higher than that total just at tea, but a couple of wickets have set Gloucestershire back a bit. Finch into Ollie Price again, fielded by Finch off his own bowling on the follow-through.
Do you remember the motor racing driver Tom Price? Ian? Welshman. Price with a Y. He was killed in the 70s in the...
I don't know the name.
Yeah. He was killed at a marshal. I think he was in South African Grand Prix. Kyalami, was it? The South African Grand Prix?
Finch to Ollie Price, clipped into the leg side. D'Oliveira slides to stop it, he'll only get one. Fires in a return. He took his score from 53 overnight to 90 today before he was finally out. And his partner at the start of play, Josh Baker, went from 40 to 75. Worcestershire got to 406 in the end. Well, there. No, there's going to be a switch, and Leach is coming off, so that, I would say that might be him done for the day. 13 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 27, but Waite is changing ends.
Yeah, Waite's going to have a go from the College Lawn end.
Matthew Waite returning at the College Lawn end.
Here he comes to Ollie Price, who defends that one out to mid-on.
Interesting, Kent have signed James Baisley, I think his name is. He's an Australian who's been playing club cricket for Sandwich, and he's going to play in the One Day Cup for them.
Okay.
I suppose if he's been over here and he's playing.
Good club, Sandwich Town. Jordan Cox came through there. Ollie Price defends. Some good cricket in the Kent League, some good clubs. Beckenham, Bromley, We do some travelling down there as well. The Moat at Maidstone used to be a good side. I don't know what they're like now. You think if you're in sort of Beckenham, South East London,
There's a lot of travelling there, isn't there?
hell of a lot. If you've got Dover away, that's a good 70-mile trip. James Healy
I've done Dover and back in a day from here.
from here. That's a trek. Broadstairs, very nice part of the world down there. Nice beach at Broadstairs.
Yeah, Dover and back in a day was quite a long way.
Whitstable Cricket Club, they're a good side where Joe Denley came through. He's left alone by Ollie Price. Always nice. Get oysters for tea. No, you don't. You don't. But it's a nice day out, Whitstable. I quite like the Kent coast. Broadstairs. Margate's gone very trendy. It's like Shoreditch on Sea, they're calling it now. It's not the kiss me quick hats of old. It's actually...
I don't know the county of Kent all that well.
Price defends.
I mean, I have to say, I do like Canterbury as a cricket venue, mind you.
Kent, yeah, and they're a knowledgeable crowd at Canterbury. They sit up on that bank where that big beer marquee is at the back, and they just watch the cricket, talk about cricket, and drink the Spitfire ale. And they're a knowledgeable crowd, and they're a friendly bunch as well. I like my trips to Canterbury.
And just to
Defended.
say, we did joke earlier about the fact they'd had problems at Scarborough today. They've had no play at all today at Scarborough. So 104 overs completely gone from that game.
Marty's
And
packed his swimming trunks as well.
So the final day, obviously, for the games that started on Tuesday. We started Wednesday here. And I think Cameron Hasty is taking a tea order.
Ian Randall Dent have a cup of tea from Cameron Hasty after that mean, tepid offering last week.
Tom Price on 8 faces Finch, and he punches that up to mid-off. So this is so Gloucestershire scoring at around about 3 and over at the moment, and it is about just making sure that you don't open the door to Worcestershire to have a chance of potentially getting into a dominant position in the match.
Yep, consolidation is the name of the game at the moment for Gloucestershire.
Finch in, that's pulled safely by Tom Price out to Pennington at deep mid-wicket.
Gloucestershire fan Matthew Lee has just poked his head round the corner.
I think he was wanting a better position than this during the tea interval. That was my impression anyway.
Who, Matthew?
Yeah.
He was.
Leicestershire announced that Tom Scriven is staying for 2 more years. That's been announced today. Finch staying over the wicket to Ollie Price. He doesn't get that out of the middle. That's gone off the outside half of the bat, bobbling up to mid-on. Leicestershire, of course, have lost 3 for next season. Chris Wright to Sussex, Callum Parkinson to Durham, and Colin Ackerman to Durham. So a retention is something for the Foxes supporters, I suppose. Finch to Ollie Price again, who plays the ball quite late. Should he be 1 there? Pennington's coming in quickly from deep square, and that's all there will be.
Ollie wanted it, Tom didn't.
I think it probably wasn't 2 there. Not a safe 2 anyway, and run-outs would be wasteful in this situation.
Oh, that would be
terribly wasteful.
Not just wasteful, and it would be a dereliction of duty. It really would be.
Dan Whiting's gone for the can of fizz.
Oh yeah, I need something cold.
Do. Finch clipped again on the leg side. So he's at the moment, Finch seems to be offering enough that's straight or certainly hinting towards leg stump for Gloucester just to pick off the singles. 150 is up. 150 for 4. In reply to 406. There was a message from Dale Bankenstein during the forum at lunchtime. Might come back to that after this ball from Finch, which is defended by Ollie Price. That's the end of the over. Finch has bowled 7 overs for 44, and it's kind of an obvious thing to say, but it was something that Dale did bring up, and he said that if you are going into bat and the opposition's been getting 400 on a lot of occasions this season, it feels like you're on the back foot.
Yeah, it does.
And
you're chasing the game the whole time, aren't you?
It's hard to win a game from there. However quickly they may have scored the 400, just puts the pressure on you to bat big in the first innings, which Paul Farbrace has been beating the drum about for some while at Sussex and saying that's what they need to do more of, and then bowl well in the third innings. Here's Waite.
To Tom Price. Oh, he's edged that one past leg stump. It's going to run away down there, but it's cut off. It's Leach down there. Instantly recognisable figure of Joe Leach. 2 to Tom Price. Moral victory to Waite though.
Going steadily along, these two at the moment. No.
Played out to mid-off.
No particular panache about things. Doesn't need it.
No.
James Healy has the wasp in his sights with that copy of the Sunday paper again, I think.
Can't be said that wasp, I think, is magnetically drawn to James Healy's hula hoops. Waite to Price, who leaves.
Price TJ.
Price TJ. Not OJ.
No. Say that if you can't be with us on Sunday, we will be covering the stream match, on the stream, the match in the National Counties Challenge with Wiltshire.
Waite, Tom Price drives, Waite parries it to Pennington at mid-on.
Alex Duffel from Wiltshire Cricket will be with us on Sunday.
Finch at mid-on, I think.
And it will be I think a young Gloucestershire team is probably what we would anticipate. So
I'd expect to see Joe Phillips in that side. Driven by Tom Price, but can't get it past Jake Libby and cover.
Middleton will probably play.
Ed Middleton?
Yeah, Ben Wells. I think Tom Smith will play. Because he needs some cricket ahead of the One Day Cup.
Yeah, I saw him warm up as well earlier on.
I would think Jack Taylor would play for the same reason.
Ajit had a bowl earlier. Should be touch and go to see whether he's fit. Wait to Price, Tom Price, who defends that. That's the end of the over.
Would Luke
152 for 4.
I wonder. Chance of Luke Charlesworth probably being involved?
Possibly. How young are we going to go? I mean, are we going to see the likes of Tommy Borman or Archie Bailey, perhaps? He's supposed to be quite quick. I've not seen anything of Archie Bailey, but I hear he's reasonably sharp. Dominic Goodman will play. Josh Shaw will probably play.
The bowlers who
Will we
are
see Jared Warner?
liable to be used in the one-day cup are in need of some cricket.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Competitive cricket, anyway. Finch, 2 overs into this spell at the moment, to Ollie Price, who seems to be playing him relatively easily.
But also, I mean, you know, the likes of even Dent, who's playing red ball, or James Bracey's played a lot of red ball cricket. White ball's a completely different scenario. We saw Bracey play in the game against Wiltshire last year, didn't we? Here at Cheltenham College.
Finch in quite bright sunshine now, steered by Ollie Price out onto the offside, but securely enough.
Bracey ended up with 125 not out in that game. Ben Wells 124. Ben Charlesworth got 67. And then the bowlers, Josh Shaw got 2, Tom Smith got 3, Jack Taylor got 2. And there was a wicket apiece for Jared Warner, Paul Van Makeren and Dominic Goodman.
7 fours so far for Ollie Price. And he'll clip another single down to weight at fine leg. Gloucestershire just ticking the runs slowly up a little bit, like they did in response to that Glamorgan total when they were batting on the close of the second day. And it's not a dissimilar situation here. Tom Price waits for Finch. Stands tall again.
John Price got something to prove here.
Defends.
He wants to bat further up the order. This is his opportunity here at 6. Gone from a 9 to a 6 in a year.
Initially, you thought it was going to be a sort of a flip of a coin, whether he and Zafar were going to go 7 and 8 in all probability. Donovan defends, and then that century at New Road sort of changed people's thinking about Tom's batting a bit.
Yeah.
And here, because of the inclusion of Jack Taylor in the team, I wouldn't say an experiment might be a bit of a strong word, but well, kind of what have you got to lose? You've got the insurance policy of the more experienced batter behind you. So let's try Tom Price at 6. And he's
Thought he was going to take that one on there.
ducked out of that decision. So Finch, just I think the single from that over. 153 for 4. 8 overs for 45 he's bowled. None of the other Worcestershire bowlers anything like as expensive. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Pennington back shortly. Wait, though, is going to keep going from the College Lawn end for the time being. The wickets, 3 to Leach and 1 to Pennington. 3 for 27 for Leach, Pennington 1 for 26. And Gloucestershire, it's about just Price got
Umpires are just having a little
here.
conflab.
Is that about the are they going to check the ball again, are they? Yes, it's going to. Will it go through the hoop?
No.
It won't. So Ollie Price wants a drink, and there will be possibly a change of ball. So just to update you on the scores, particularly in the second division, England 283 all out in the test at the Oval, Australia 33 without loss in reply. the Essex 6-wicket win over Hampshire and the Middlesex 8-wicket win over Warwickshire. Both those matches completed early today. Lancashire have done really well to get past Northants 342. 366 for 2 they are at Old Trafford. Josh Bohannon's got an unbeaten 100 there. He's 126 not out in that game. My screen has just gone back one stage too far, so let's try again.
My fantasy team's doing rather well.
Have you got Bohannon in it?
I've got Bohannon in it. I've got Ollie Price in it. I've got Dylan
Trent
Pennington
Bridge,
in it.
Notts 38 without loss in their second innings, lead Kent by 72. Somerset are 9 down now against Surrey. They're 204 for 9 in their second innings. They lead by 6 with the last pair together, so possible that game could be over tonight. Derbyshire are following on now against Glamorgan. They've been bowled out for 318, so just short of the follow-on target, and they are 6 without loss, and they are still 197 in arrears. So Glamorgan going for what could be a key win there. As you know, no play today at Scarborough. So who have Somerset got left to try and repel the Surrey attack? And that is the last pair is Craig Overton and Shire Bashir. Overton's got 50 or 56 balls, so it looks as though they're trying to counter-attack in the way that Somerset often do when there appears to be almost no hope.
Yeah. Their tail wags, doesn't it? Possibly because their top order batters have struggled so badly in recent years.
So you haven't missed anything here. We've got 23 overs to go.
Yep, Cheltenham bathed in glorious sunshine.
And wait to continue.
Ollie Price, what a lovely way to get to your 50. Really patient one this time. 128 balls.
8 fours.
8 fours in there, yeah. But he's really sort of guts this one out. You know, we know he can play flamboyantly, but he's shown real mental fortitude here, and his side have needed it. That's the 150 up as well. Sorry, the 150 came up before that. The scoreboard's slightly behind, isn't it?
Yeah, 157.
Yeah.
So now the follow-on target down below 100.
Which they should do.
Yes, there would need to be a pretty horrible clatter of wickets to for that to
Ian Randall and I both looking at each other.
not happen. He's a very calm.
We know that look, don't we?
He's a very calm presence in the middle, Ollie Price. Like, people talk about, you know, decision making in all sorts of sports, all sorts of situations. For a batter, he's making a decision on every ball, whether to play it, leave it, what shot to play, and Price doesn't look flustered about making those decisions over an extended period of time.
Again, he leaves that one alone. He just regroups, starts again. If there's one weakness in his game, it's not converting. It's getting to sort of 70 or 80 and not converting. But remember, he's only 21, 22 years old. He's got a massive future ahead of him. Really lovely lad as well. Oh, that's wide from weight. No, it just swung, and Roderick took that in front of, sort of between first and second slip there, I think. Where did that go? Oh, lucky not to be called a wide for that one. Jack Shantry
Generous.
obviously feeling a little bit generous. Left alone, more generous than his father when he was taking them swimming back in the day. That's the end of the over. 157 for 4. Ollie Price 52. Tom Price 12. Waits none for 21 off 8. Finch none for 45 off 8. As Pennington's just going through his little, well, his warm up.
Yeah, the table tightening up again with Glamorgan bowling Derbyshire out. They've got back to 115 points. So Worcestershire and Glamorgan both on 115. Ahead of Sussex 113, Leicestershire 111 down the leg side from Finch. Probably not been his best day with the ball, Adam Finch. That's why I wonder whether Pennington might have another burst.
I think so.
At the Chapel end.
I mean, there's still a long way to go in the game. There's still, what, 22 overs in the game, or 21 overs now. You know, I think there might be basically all of Worcestershire's bowlers used again.
Oh, got too early at that. Tom Price just about got away with it. Could easily have been a little leading edge or a little top edge.
See him in the helmet, I think.
It was inadvertent if it did. Have a second look at that. Has it gone up off? Yeah, it's gone up. So he's tried to pull out of the way. So here come the physio Chris Powell just to check that he's okay. May have a need for another helmet. That would normally be the way of things, unless it actually didn't strike him on the head guard. He's going to take a drink, Tom Price, and 157 for 4 is the score. The board is not quite updated on your screen. It
Where's that hit him?
will catch up shortly.
I think I see him in the jaw. Underneath the helmet, possibly. He's all right. Tough lad, though, Tom.
They haven't changed the helmet. And the 54th over of the day for these Worcestershire bowlers. Tom Price waits again, and he'll work that fine. There's a chase for weight, and he will just about haul it in right by the rope in front of the committee marquee, and they'll come back for 2. So that little flurry of activity either side of tee with 3 wickets for Leach in 2 overs, a little bit like the start yesterday where we had 3 wickets quickly and then a session where things became calmer, and it's the Price brothers who are just settling things down again.
Fits and starts, peaks and troughs. The sublime to the ridiculous.
Finch to Tom Price on the pad. Finch thought he'd got through there. He's in his 9th over.
Chantry, umpire, just going from square leg to point. Umpires often do this. He's looking into the sun there, though, I believe, but sometimes if you can't see the line, you go across to point, or maybe he just fancies getting a better suntan.
Finch to Tom Price, goes back.
He's got aggression, hasn't he, Finch? He's fired up.
He's obviously tried the Yorker to Joe Phillips with some success, only for it to be called a no ball. I mean, very nearly bowled Ollie Price with a Yorker, but I suppose you bring that ball out too often, it doesn't become a surprise, does it?
No.
Down the leg side, taken by.
There's a leg slip in place for Tom Price now.
Fired in. Yeah, Kashi Valley's the fielder there, but that was a stray one from Finch at the end of the over.
Yeah, it doesn't stop Tom Price from playing the shot though.
9 overs for 47. The other Worcestershire bowling figures tidier than that. There's the overall card with Phillips's 80 at the top on only his second championship innings. Very much the highlight of the day. And wait to keep plugging away from this College Lawn end.
And Ollie Price wants to be there tomorrow.
Probably both these two do, even if it means slowing up the scoring rate. They may feel there is time to make that up.
Waite comes in past Chantry. Ollie Price drives to mid-on.
Worcestershire, it feels as if Worcestershire are kind of running the game at the moment, though, Dan, doesn't it? Not in a big way, but they've got the upper hand. I would say.
Upper hand, but they're. I mean, it's still quite defensive. You know, they've got a deep square. They've just got the line and length bowlers just plugging away. They're waiting for Gloucestershire to make the mistake. That goes through. Is that Kashi Valley there?
Skipper D'Oliveira, I think.
D'Oliveira, yeah. A backwards point. Two runs to Ollie Price.
It's a bit like, a professional rugby player misplacing a pass, or a footballer misplacing a pass. It's one of the facets of being a pro cricketer.
Wait to Ollie Price.
Misfeels occasionally are kind of inevitable.
Yeah. Oh, you see about 10 an innings at club level, don't you? That's one thing that's improved in cricket in the last 30 years, though, isn't it? I mean, they do fielding drills now every day. Lovely shot from Ollie Price, well fielded by Pennington at mid-off. They do fielding drills every day. Long gone are the days of Mike Gatting's warm-ups of a bacon sandwich or a cup of coffee and a Benson and Hedges, perhaps. They've gone out the window. Wait, trying, working hard.
Yeah,
161 for 4.
They've been trying to make the batsman play a lot, haven't they?
Yep.
As a rule.
Yeah, they have. They're just waiting, as I said, for Gloucestershire to make the mistake. You wonder. Glamorgan were a little bit like this as well, and you're wondering if these tactics. You're chasing promotion. Whether you need to be a little bit more attacking, perhaps.
Finch in down the leg side. They've got Stan said they've got Kashi Valley in at leg slip here, as well as the two orthodox slips. That little flick. Pennington definitely loosening up. So if we're getting down to 18 overs left in the day, I reckon Pennington certainly might have another 4. Possibly Leach might have 4.
Yeah.
Baker's probably going to come back and try and hold one end up here. Maybe after Finch has completed this spell, and that is pulled by Tom Price way out to Waite. It's going down in instalments a little bit with his fielding, but he gets the throw in quickly. I think Matthew Waite knows he's been out in the field for 55 overs today. That was a little bit of a weary effort. Ollie Price on 54, trying to hold this middle order together. Just gets past Finch. Pennington absolutely getting ready. The question will be from which end?
I think he might have a go from the College Lawn end, actually. I think
Baker would prefer to bowl with the slope, so it might be that he bowls out the day from that end, and that leaves Leach and Pennington to both have a burst. Finch, it's clipped very fine by Ollie Price. That will be 4. I think Waite can't reach that, despite the fact the leg slip is in there. He's been actually pretty ruthless on anything around his pads. Just, wait, and if there is a ball that you can play with very, very low risk, he's done it. And once again, Finch has a 4 ball in most overs. Turned into the leg side by Ollie Price, past the fielder at short mid wicket, who is Kashi Valley.
Yeah, Worcestershire are looking a little weary in the field here.
120 for 4. These two have added 47. Tom Price waits for Finch. It's quite deep in his crease and just dabs that out on the offside. So Finch has bowled 10 overs for 53. Ollie Price has 59. Tom Price has 15. And Waite's going to have at least 1 more over. But I reckon that's probably it for Finch for the moment. And going to see another burst from Pennington in due course, probably next over at the chapel end. Somerset all out in the game against Surrey. Surrey will need 29 to win.
So you're going to go back to the top of the table?
So that game ought to be over tonight.
Ooh, just turns Ollie Price there, a little bit of a leading edge.
A Glamorgan win would be a big fillip for their promotion chances if they were to force that against Derbyshire. They've still got a lead of 175. They've got to take 10 wickets though, and they've only got 1 more day to do it. But they've got a reasonable lead. Need to bat again, you'd have thought, wouldn't you? 521 for 8 and 318 in reply from Derbyshire. They probably might need to bat again, need to be prepared to bat again in that Derbyshire total. Wickets shared: McElroy 2, Von der Hugten 3, Swepson 2, Gorvin 2. 131 of those runs were made by Lewis Rees as well, so Derbyshire's definitely indebted to him.
Waite, Price, Plays that backward of square. Can only find D'Oliveira. 167 for 4. Ollie Price, 59. Tom Price, 15. James Healy, hungover. Tired. Weary. Hair of the dog, James? No way, he replies. Wait. Left alone by Ollie Price. Gives him a little nod of approval.
Still Baker and Hose in the slips. Well, they've been for a lot of the day. If they've been down to one slip, generally it's been Hose who has stayed there.
Price just works that one off his legs. Down to Azhar Ali patrolling the deep square boundaries.
It's the nature, dare I say, of Division 2 county players that, compared to a Test cricketer, they cannot put the ball on a sixpence every single time. Therefore, it's just waiting for that one delivery which is slightly awry.
Oh, that beats Tom Price. That's a good delivery from Waite.
And picking it off. So, in that weight over, decent ball at the end. Couldn't quite draw the edge. 4 balls pretty much on the spot. One which was able to be put away for a single. Nothing fundamentally wrong with it. It's just that ability of the batter to have the patience to wait, that's the pun, for the ball where he can score with relatively little risk. Pennington coming back on. So here is the, I think possibly he and maybe another burst coming from Leach shortly. I think Worcestershire trying to go for the real push.
Well, if Worcestershire can winkle out a couple before close, they'll be pleased with their work here.
Yeah, they'll almost, bear in mind, they'll almost be getting to second new ball territory by the close. They'll be at 75 over, so they won't have too long to wait in the morning. You'd still back Gloucestershire to get to the follow-on target from here, but it's not impossible to say that Worcestershire might have a handy lead if they keep chipping away at this Gloucestershire order. And ultimately, when Gloucestershire were finally all out in the Glamorgan game last week, they were well within striking distance of the Glamorgan total. Here's Pennington back into the attack, and that's outside the off stump and let go by Ollie Price. So now it's just over 3 hours at the crease, Ollie Price, for his 60. This is where Gloucestershire found the wickets difficult to get with the older ball. Pennington into Ollie Price's play to let that go. .250 might be a bit optimistic now, I think, for the score tonight. That was where we were looking at one stage, but
yeah, they
mightn't quite get there, I don't think, now.
These two have just slowed down a little. The boundaries have been cut out. I think we've had a boundary since Ollie Price got to his 50, have we? Oh no, we have one down here.
One.
Tickled round the corner.
Yeah, just one.
Yeah.
Worcestershire trying to keep their morale up, trying to keep going in this last hour.
Australia 48 without loss.
Pennington. It's quite high stepping approach, and again Roderick has to take it low. Down on the offside. Only 4 extras in this Gloucestershire total at the moment. 2 runs from leg byes and 2 runs from no balls.
And what a no ball it was.
It was Finch's
Yeah.
for the
Yeah.
wicket of Phillips. What the wicket in inverted commas. Absolutely smashed the stumps, and then stopped his follow through and was
A little bit of cat and mouse here. I think Pennington's pushing it quite a long way outside the off stump, waiting for one of the Prices to make a mistake here and nick off.
If he thinks Ollie Price is going to chase one, I think he might have to wait a while. Here is Pennington in, and Price with a little bit of a awkward bounce out to D'Oliveira. Pennington back into the attack with a maiden. Josh Baker's trotting off, I think, for the moment. So there's a sub-fielder out for Worcestershire. And wait, he's going to spiritedly keep going for a little longer. So no Leach yet, still 17 overs to go on the day. I find it impossible to feel that Leach will not be back at some point, but not just yet.
Played out to backward point there by Tom Price. If you're batting with Matthew Waite, would you give it yes, no, wait, sorry?
That's the title of it used to be a horse racing syndicate run by Chris Cody, who had a big part, who has had a big part for the last 30 years.
I saw him yesterday.
At Cheltenham. He's on the ground today too, actually.
Wait to Tom Price.
And he had a syndicate of owners. I think Kim Barnett was in it, and it was called the Yes, No, Wait, Sorries.
This game just winding down a little bit in the evening sunshine here at Cheltenham College.
I don't think either wants to let the other get it strengthen their position any further than they have at the moment.
No, I agree with you.
So Worcestershire are trying to dry the runs up. Gloucestershire saying, okay, you're going to dry the runs up. We'll just try and see this little session out. 4 wickets down. Darvalath is out as the sub-fielder at the moment for Josh Baker. Young batsman who's played in the Championship this year.
That's run off the face there by Tom Price. Going to go away over those practice strips. Will it go all the way? No. D'Oliveira hauls it in as the Price brothers run 3. And that's their 50 partnership. Well batted, those boys.
It's a decent
Ollie
effort.
with 33, Tom with 18.
So it's nearly 18 overs. So it's it's steady Championship batting.
Yeah.
When Tom Price walked out, it was a tricky position.
Yeah.
120 for 4. So the old
Ollie Price plays that to mid-wicket. No run.
in the old pattern of some pundits, add 2 wickets.
Well,
and then see what the board looks like. And that's what Worcestershire probably said at tea.
yeah.
You know, add 2 and then see whether we're in the game or not.
And they did pretty quickly after tea, didn't they?
Well, they added 3. 3 wickets fell for just 2 runs either side of tea.
Played to mid-on there by Ollie Price. So, 16 overs remaining in the day. Gloucestershire 171 for 4. Can they get another 60 odd by the end of play? Take their deficit down to about 160.
Yes, which will still mean there's quite a bit of batting to do tomorrow.
Yeah. Tomorrow's going to be a really interesting day. It could go one way or the other, couldn't it?
And if you end up with a situation that's vaguely parity, who is going to press the accelerator? Pennington, yeah, that's let go by Tom Price.
Well, I think Worcestershire would, because I don't think they've got sort of masses to lose. It depends when Gloucestershire get bowled out tomorrow, or you know how they go about their business tomorrow. So
see 170.
if they got 300 tomorrow, it gives them a lead of 130. But 300's
300
big ask from here.
and it would take most of the day, I think.
Yeah, it would.
Pennington into Tom Price again.
But it
Lets that go.
could give Worcestershire an awkward last half hour tomorrow evening.
Yeah,
I'm getting ahead of myself here, Ian, and whenever I get ahead of myself, a wicket falls, and then
Yes, if you ended up with Gloucestershire batting until mid-afternoon tomorrow, and you end up with vaguely parity on the board, the overs remaining would be maybe 1 Pennington in, maybe 150 overs left.
yeah.
Worcestershire's problem in that situation is, are you going to bowl a side out in 60 overs on the last day on this wicket? And if you're not,
It might crumble. You never know.
it might, but they don't really have a spinner who would run through a team. I don't think. I expect Baker to do that. Pennington in. Ooh, not quite timed by Tom Price. Goes straight out to Azhar Ali.
Would you expect both sides then to try and set something up? I mean, Glamorgan would be furious if that happened, wouldn't they? Considering Gloucestershire turned down their offer.
And I think Worcestershire, because they won at Oakham School, if they could get
A win and a draw on the road.
a win and a draw on the road, they might be all right with that.
Yeah.
Pennington in. Oh, and Tom Price almost drags that on. Not seen many errors. How far was this away? Probably further than it appeared from our vantage point. Yes, it's quite a way outside the off stump. In a way, you need one of these teams to have a lead to increase the likelihood of a result, I think. Pennington almost getting through, but again, Tom Price defending. He's been determined to keep Pennington out. That was a maiden. 11 overs, 1 for 26 from Pennington. And
I think there's been a wicket at the Oval. I'll tell you, just after I see this advert for washing machines, I don't know if James Healy's iPad's trying to tell me something here. Fridge freezers.
Joe Leach returning the ball at the college lawn end.
think understandable. Leach is coming back.
Ollie Price defends. David Warner's out.
Yes, the Gloucestershire card is an odd affair, isn't it? There's an 80 and a 60, and they've only got 171.
Yeah.
It's very lopsided.
Is that David Warner's penultimate test innings? Cause slip. Oh, good catch there. Leach trying to get through Ollie Price's defence here.
Ollie Price's century at Headingley, obviously his career best, 113 not out. Followed that up, he made 23 and 4 in the game at Durham, but then 84 in the first innings, or his only innings in fact, against Glamorgan. And he's got an 85 already this season as well. So those scores, 2 80s and a century in his last 5 innings, and now a 60 to follow it up.
Leach bustling in. Price defends. He seems to quite like Cheltenham. He's got, last year here against Hampshire, he got 59 and 20. And against Northampton, he got 23. He did get a duck in the second innings of that. Didn't play in the game against Wiltshire here, but against Warwickshire in the Royal London Cup, he got 36. And then 84 against Glamorgan last week, so he's got a decent record here at Cheltenham. He just works that one into the onside for a single.
There were a large number of spectators on the ground during the tee, and all the clubs said that people would go and out and have a look at the wicket, look at the square.
Including us, Ian.
Yeah, the most often uttered question was, what do you think? Between any two people.
Tom Price just defends that. Well, it's 22 yards long.
Yeah.
Grass is shorter than elsewhere on the ground.
It's very dry.
Yeah.
Certainly by club standards, it's very dry.
Very dry.
What a county player would consider a dry wicket and what a club player would consider a dry wicket. Two completely different things. 172 for 4, they've Gloucestershire in reply to 406. So as you can see, the deficit is 234.
Yeah, we've got 14 overs left in the day.
Seven wickets fall today. For 313 runs at the moment.
Yeah.
So, although it hasn't been as explosive as yesterday, still a pretty good number of runs for the day, and we're going to end up at around about the 350 or up between 350 and 400 kind of mark.
We got 265 in a day yesterday in 2 sessions.
Yeah.
So last night's session was washed out.
Pennington in bright sunshine into Ollie Price again, contented, and he's still, even though he's got 61, he's still watchful, and as all the good batters say, you ignore the last ball and just play the next one.
Yeah.
This game, remember, will be only into day 3 tomorrow. Other matches on their final day. Those that have already finished, and they'll be, I think fair to say there will be 3 tonight. Sorry, a 15 without loss, needing 14 more to beat Somerset.
I believe when teams stay at Somerset that they used to put them up in a quite well-known chain of hotels right next to the M5, which wasn't their favourite place to stay on the county circuit.
Pennington, long straight approach, and Ollie Price said to brother, do you want a single there? Tom said yes, and D'Oliveira didn't go in a great hurry towards the ball, it just dribbled out on the leg side. Comfortable run. Played into the ground again by Tom Price.
He's got a very casual defence, hasn't he, Tom Price? He just sort of looks like he's possibly leaving and then just brings his bat down.
Henry Cullen is out on the field as a sub-fielder for Worcestershire. A couple of different sub-fielders out today. He's at square leg. Pennington comes herring in, but again it's outside the off stump, and Ollie Price not interested. So it is the front line Worcestershire attack at the moment that they're trying to use to get this breakthrough that the Price brothers are preventing them from doing. They joined forces at 120 for 4, so they've added 53 together. It's been quite slow progress. Now, is that Pennington there? He's having a chat with his skipper, I think. Whether he's felt some kind of a twinge or not, I don't know. He's walking away apparently without a problem. Well, that's a thought about how many overs he might bowl in the rest of the day, or whether they'll give him a breather and bring Baker back to try and eke things out. We'll see.
Leach. Price leaves.
Is it the irresistible force against the immovable object here at the moment?
Yeah, this game's... Someone's got to make a move here. I know it's not going to happen tonight, but we're just seeing Worcestershire chasing promotion, putting the ball outside off stump. This game's crawled to a standstill a little.
Well, I forget how many times I heard Richard Dawson say, on occasions you can get to the last hour of a day, and we're into the last hour now with, only 12 overs to go after this one, and you think that nothing may transpire in those closing overs, and it's more likely that Worcestershire get a little lift from something than Gloucestershire will from this position.
Defended, no run.
But as you said, Danny, Worcestershire even get one more wicket tonight just gives them a new batter to potentially go at for a couple of overs tonight. New batter in the morning. Whoever is left in has got to restart. It's a patience game a bit at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is. Leach. Ollie Price defends.
Who blinks first? kind of concept. One of the key moments of the day was actually an illegal moment. Adam Finch's bowling of Joe Phillips for 24, only to find it was a no ball. Phillips went on to make 80, and he got a very good hand when he was finally out just before tea.
Leach. Price defends, covers up. No run.
It's back and across, back and across. I suppose, does that make Leach a little bit easier to play, because he is accurate, he doesn't bowl much rubbish. You don't often get a really rank bad ball from Joe Leach.
That's a big appeal there. Jack Chantry says no. Let's have another look at this one.
It's immediately down at the floor. Jack Chantry wasn't interested.
Oh, that's got to be close. Initial thoughts when I saw it from here was that looks close, and seeing it on the replay doesn't really change my mind.
No, I thought not.
No. Seen them given. Surely was going down with the angle.
But not much in it.
No.
So the Brains Trust are having a chat. D'Oliveira, Dylan Pennington and Joe Leach. I was looking at a tactic here for Tom Price.
12 overs left in the day.
Sun's just gone in, but we've been very lucky to have it for most of the afternoon. Almost unbroken sunshine, actually. So Pennington, having had that chat, is going to come into Tom Price. Just pushes that out onto the offside.
I see it's still shining on your small crofting up there on the hill, Ian.
Harry, can you just tell us what the score was at 50 overs? Please, do that easily. So they scored 23 in the last 13 overs. These two.
Worcestershire have just got their tails up here. That Leach over has given them a leech of life. Well, we scored 23 in the last 15, is that right?
Sorry, 23 in the last 13.
13. That's a nice shot, Tom Price.
He must have heard us.
Yeah, I think you don't want to be dictated to. You don't want to go so much into your shell that the bowlers are dictating to you. And Tom Price is at his best when he's belligerent, when he's counter-punching, and not when he's allowing the opposition to bowl at him.
But you don't want to give a cheap wicket away here. Particularly when we're still quite a long way behind in terms of the board, still more than 200 runs in arrears.
Yeah.
Pennington made the initial breakthrough. comes in. All that's gone low. Past the slip cord and well fielded. Down at third man. A good throw. They're going to come back for a couple. I don't think that was a chance. It was.
Yeah, Cashy Valley down there.
Would have been would have been a worldie of a catch for Adam Hose. Tom Price on 24. Batting in a position he hasn't batted before. That's a nice shot, and it's gone past Leach. It's down the ground towards the chapel. That will run away for 4. There'll be a long chase for Azhar Ali. He won't hold it in, and it just bobbles over the rope about 3 yards before he can get to it. So a welcome boundary for Tom Price.
That's class. That's a shot of real class there from Tom Price.
Both batsmen to get their certainly trying to get themselves hydrated out. It probably is pretty warm actually. It's been a pleasant day. They've been out there for a while. Ollie Price in particular.
It can be warm work when you bat for a while in, you know.
Yeah,
I don't know if
I've
you're
never
aware of
batted
it.
that long. 3.5 hours he's been out there. And
Not sure I've ever batted for 3.5 hours.
even Tom Price has been out there for 90 minutes, so it's been quite a dour stand in some parts, this partnership, but it's been an important one.
Yeah, hugely important. 63 now. Oh, Ollie Price. Knows a full shot. Leach scratching his head. Just rolling his fingers. Look how that went. Leg cutter from Leach.
Quite wide, that's what you'd say.
It was a leg cutter. Just rolling his fingers down one side of the ball there. Getting his wrist on the left-hand side of the ball. Lovely shot there from Ollie Price. He's going to get at least 2. D'Oliveira's going to haul it in. This is better from Gloucestershire. They went into their shell just for a sort of 10 over spell, didn't they?
I think it was kind of understandable because
It was understandable, and also
Really-
Worcestershire bowled well to make them go into their shell as well. Ollie Price covering up.
I wonder if you could almost say, and it sounds like almost a misnomer to suggest this, but it's a pitch where you can stay in, but sometimes really forcing shots on it, not that straightforward.
That's a nice shot for 1. Wait. Ken goes down in instalments.
There's not frightening pace in the pitch, that's for sure.
No.
So
Leach. Tom Price. Thought about leaving now, I think, and it's a little bit late defending.
Surrey have beaten Somerset by 10 wickets.
Oh.
So that's 3 results today. A win for Surrey, a win for Middlesex, and a win for Essex, all those in the First Division.
Got to think, Worcestershire were 7 down at this stage in their innings. Defended. 10 overs left in the day. Yeah, they were 7 down before that wonderful stand between Baker and Brett Oliveira of 141 for the 8th wicket. Managed to get them out of jail slightly.
Over rate reads +1 on the board. So Worcestershire, no problems with the over rate. Just again a brief chat between Leach and D'Oliveira.
Yeah, Saggers is just having a look at Pennington's follow through there, I think.
I wonder whether Baker's going to come back, you know.
Wouldn't surprise me. Just get through a few overs. I think Worcestershire will be glad to get off this pitch today.
They've taken 4 wickets, but they've had to, aside from that little flurry either side of tee from Leach, just the one success from this man, Dylan Pennington, into Ollie Price, but this ball is getting well into its life now. They've had to change it once, but get to the end of the day, Worcestershire know they've only 5 overs for from a second new ball. And Gloucestershire look like they're going to end up today probably around about 180 in arrears, maybe a little more than that. Pennington again to Ollie Price, who just squeezes that out on the leg side behind square. Tom was not interested in a run. Roderick went to it.
Be interesting to see if this wicket breaks up.
On the basis that the Glamorgan wicket, we didn't know whether it would break up or not because we
No.
lost a day and a half in the game.
But on day 4, you wonder if it might start to do a few naughty things.
Pennington, long stride in, but again Ollie Price defends.
I don't think it will, otherwise James Tracy probably wouldn't have inserted the opposition, but you know, do you then counterbalance the green top at the beginning against the break up at the end? We'll know by Saturday.
Yeah, forecast is good again tomorrow. If you're thinking of coming to the ground tomorrow, but you've been watching with us today and you're contemplating coming to the festival tomorrow. Pennington in, down the leg side, taken by Roderick. He's kept well today, Roderick.
Yeah, he has. He's been tidy.
I think, you know, I think
We've got 2 good keepers. Roderick, Ben Cox is a good wicket keeper.
Roderick obviously, as people who know their county cricket, particularly in this part of the world, will know, was quite open about his mental health at certain points in his time at Gloucestershire. But I think he feels he's in a pretty good place, which is strange considering he's got a big workload. He's keeping wicket and opening the batting. But he's kept well today. And again, Ollie Price with a little steer behind square, maybe off the inside half of the bat. And he goes to 66. These two really are conscious of defence at the moment.
Yeah, they're playing for stumps.
It's quite a long way to play for stumps from 9 overs out, but they're just trying not to, having worked hard to get this stand together, they don't want to undo that with a silly error.
Yeah, a long way to go in this game as well. We're going to have a long day tomorrow as well, aren't we? We're going to have a 104 over day. Is that right?
We will tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Making up time lost
James
from
Healy
yesterday.
skipping for joy at that news.
Yeah, well, the difference is James Healy's going to have another night's sleep before he gets to that. So Baker is coming back into the attack there, so that helmet has been called for, and he will, I'm sure, bowl out the day from the college lawn end.
As he was described yesterday as Ma Baker, I think someone wrote in and said it was a rather tenuous Boney M reference, didn't they? Was that right? It was rather tenuous.
$14 overs for 32 so far.
It was a Graham Baker who played football for Southampton, wasn't there, Ian? Here's Josh Baker.
I think
Ollie
there was.
plays that out.
I think there was. In the depths of my
Deep cover.
brain.
Yeah, Graham Baker, I think, Southampton. Is there a Joe Baker footballer as well? Appeal. Oh, they're running. They're taking Leach on, who hurls it in. Waite does the backing up.
Unselfish from Waite there, because it didn't ordinarily look to be a throw onto the non-striker's end.
Cut away by Ollie Price. Moves on to 68.
I was going to say that I'm expecting to see Ollie Price go back deep into his crease here, but that was too wide to do that, so it was a free single.
Oh, edged. That's gone past slip. That's going to run away down there. It might even be. No. D'Oliveira's after it. And they get home for 3 runs. That's edged by Tom Price. Takes them into the 30s.
Adam hoses the slip.
We'll try and find that one for you at the end of the over. I think that might have been in the air.
It's a very sharp chance if it...
It was. Baker. Cut away again by Ollie Price. French student moves on to Soissons-Neuf. And Spanish. What's 69 in Spanish? Eh?
No idea.
Come on, mate, help me out.
No
Help me
idea.
out.
No idea.
Cut away.
Baker's got a ball a bit fuller, I think.
Sesenta Novas. We think. We've been told. Here comes security. Going to turf you out, Ian.
There's a vehicle in the car park and an alarm's gone off. It's not mine, I'm pleased to say.
Nor mine. I thought they'd come to kick you out, Ian. I thought they've...
So Pennington's having a long chat here with
Ford Ranger with a dog in it. This alarm is going. B021TBN. The owner, please go and rescue the dog.
change of bowling. Matthew Waite's coming back on from the Chapel end. So Pennington taken off with 8 overs to go. So he's had a second little burst. 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 38. Waite's bowled 12, Finch has bowled 10, rather expensive ones. Leach has bowled 16, he's been the pick, as we might have expected. But Waite, I think, just trying to prevent some cheap runs being leaked here at the end of the day. And Ollie Price is quite content if he thinks he can see Gloucestershire to the close.
few clouds just building up over Cleve Hill and over the church over there, Ian.
Nothing much.
Well, one of the many churches in our vista.
Sandford Road stand just beginning to thin out a little bit on this Thursday evening. Weight in, and again Ollie Price defends. Score at tee was 118 for 2. So 76 added. That will be in was it 38.4 to go after tee. So they really have slowed to a crawl here. And again, Price defends. So they've been going at not much more than 2 and over since tee. But there were, it's important to say, there were 3 wickets either side of tee. Phillips was out before the interval, and then Hammond for Norton, Bracey for 1 just after it. Since then, the Price brothers have done a pretty good job to stabilise this innings. Now they want to make sure that there's no late drama here on this second day. So we're sure going to have a lead of the thick end of 200 at the close. So Gloucestershire still with quite a bit to do to get up to parity. Wait. To Ollie Price again, defends out on the offside. Straight to Azhar Ali, there's no run. Whether James can show that last ball of that last over.
The slip chance.
Yeah, the one that Adam Hose didn't grab may have been just too difficult for it to be contemplated, but here it is off Josh Baker.
It's well wide. Second slips chance.
So nothing for Hose there.
So in the day today, we've got probably the 7 longest overs of James Healy's life.
Was that brought upon himself though, having had an evening out last night? Can't blame him.
Baker around the wicket. Tom Price leaves that one alone.
And for the whole team based in Bristol, Cheltenham is a big effort.
Nicely driven by Price. Cashy Valley equal to it in the covers though.
And particularly this particular section of the festival, because it's 5 days straight.
Cut nicely by Price. Going to get 4 runs for that one. Oh, there's a proper jet going in there. What's that about? Where's that one come from?
I'm no expert on types of planes, I'm afraid. Dan's going to get one of. There's bound to be an app that would track that plane.
That's exactly what I'm going to do. Driven nicely by Tom.
Ollie Price's strike rate 36.7. Tom Price's strike rate 52.2. So
Driven again.
Ollie very patient.
Private jet. Just pushed down into the covers there by Tom Price. It was a Cessna 750 Citation X. It's a private jet.
Going into the Gloucestershire airport.
It's coming down.
So that would suggest
It's
it
at
is.
625 feet at the moment.
Well, I would certainly hope it's coming into Gloucestershire Airport then, on that basis. If it's coming down and not landing there, then there's a problem.
It's at 500 feet.
What can Matthew Waite muster in the last 3 overs of his work today? That's what he's got left from the chapel end.
It's just landed.
I'm pleased to hear it. Bounced into the ground by Ollie Price. Out to Azhar Ali. One of the pictures you see on the club's social media channels taken by Robbie Stevenson, who's just out to our left-hand side. Don't know how many pictures he takes in a day. I would not like to think. He probably takes a shot of every ball nearly, because every ball is an event in a cricket match.
It certainly is. You snooze, you lose in Rob's game.
Waite into Ollie Price, who again just slightly inadvertently gets a thick inside edge into his pad, and it dribbles out on the leg side. So Gloucestershire just 2 runs shy of 200. Get the deficit down below 200 at the close. It's a little marker. Get them halfway to the Worcestershire total. Bit of a grunt from Waite as he bowls. But in the day here at Cheltenham today, I say only 7 wickets have fallen, and it's indicated that this is a batting pitch is flattening out. Maybe it's going to be difficult to get a result here by potentially bowling a side out on the last day. Price goes back once more. Waite picks up off his own bowling. That may well have been in James Bracey's thinking at the outset, that he wanted to be the side chasing on the last day, more chance of winning perhaps. But
David Payne's just walking around there.
Gloucestershire do score kind of too slowly. He's soaking up time in the match, which might make that more difficult. Pennington with a bit of a misfield, so they'll take 1. It's clipped away into the leg side by Ollie Price, and Ben Cox, who's on the field as a sub-fielder, mops up.
Well, he moves into the 70s.
Stumps at the Oval. Give you the closer play score after this ball from Waite. Last to this over. And Tom Price defends. So England 283, Australia 61 for 1 at the close. Had a full day there. First day, of course. And tomorrow, 3 matches won't be in action in the Championship. 3 matches in the First Division all over today. So here's a bit of left field thinking. 5 overs to go. Brett D'Oliveira is going to have a bowl to see if
you can
winkle one out.
Yeah, exactly, before the end of play.
Change of bowling in the college ball end. Brett D'Oliveira.
Literally bowled a couple, I think it was a couple of overs in the game I saw against Yorkshire. But with the leg spinner, you never quite know, Mike. Would have just drag an error out at this point.
Here he comes. Price drives back to him.
Quite flat as a leg spin bowler, Brett D'Oliveira.
Ollie Price not wanting to give it away this time of night. Driven up to mid-off. Only to find weight in the way. D'Oliveira. Defended again by Price.
We could have stopped watching one of his overs. It wouldn't take very long with 6 dots, would it?
No, I think Worcestershire want to get off the field right now. Ollie Price pushes that one out to Kashi Fally in the colours. And there's the 200 up for Gloucestershire. In the 71st over.
So it's a decent effort from these two. They've been very circumspect about how they've gone about this stand, but they have put together 80 runs, and they're still there. Still Jack Taylor, Zafagahar to come, and then one assumes that Matt Taylor will bat. He hasn't been on the field today because of a sore toe, or more than a sore toe, an infected toe to be accurate. And we're going to see spin at both ends to end the day. Josh Baker's coming back. Switch of ends for him. Ollie Price to take strike. Baker around the wicket. Ollie Price stretches forward. That was his 200th ball he's faced, and that single takes him to 72.
Been a real effort of concentration this from Ollie Price.
Tom's going to take a fresh guard because Baker's going to come around the wicket to him from the chapel end. Comes forward, and we go back to two of the players out there in the middle at different points have said there's very little sideways movement on this pitch. Steered away by Ollie Price to Jake Libby. Ball's not gone to him a lot in the field today, Jake Libby. In the slip cord initially. He's at backward point now. Baker in again, wants tossed right up, trying to tempt Tom Price, which he kind of does. And there's a chase round on the boundary. It's going to go all the way for 4. He's timed that really well. Didn't really pick to hit that very hard at all. But it's gone away through extra cover, and it slid away past weight down on the boundary for 4 runs, and the deficit is down to 201. 205 for 4. Tom Price to 39. He goes back. And Baker fields off his own bowling. Baker in his 17th over. Again, that's a bit short, really. And it will be just punched up the ground to... that might be weight, actually. Picks up. So 3 overs to go. Gloucestershire now definitely looking at stumps and coming back in the morning with the 2 Price brothers together. And this stand is worth 85. Valuable runs down in the context of the game, aren't they?
Yeah, they will. It's interesting, where do Gloucestershire go from here? Do they try and get 300, 350 tomorrow? Can they do that from here with the batting that they've got left? I think they can. And do they then set Worcestershire a rather...
35 overs, basically a session's batting to try and get some batting points.
D'Oliveira. And then do they then try and go 350 and then try and give Worcestershire an awkward last day. Ollie Price defends. Jim has got the drumsticks, the sugar. Been 102 overs we've done today here. Ollie Price just covers up.
It's quite full from D'Oliveira, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it should be too at this point in the day in particular.
So yeah, we've got 35 overs tomorrow, so session and probably
5, session and 7 perhaps.
yeah.
Bear in
Cut
mind,
away, no run.
We're on 104, so the morning session will be at 10 minutes longer, which might mean they bowl 30 in the morning.
Yeah.
So
But it'll be 35 overs for Gloucestershire to try and get
batting points.
Can they get 3 batting points off 35? That'll be 350. That's 150 from here, from 35.
That's not an unrealistic target.
No.
And then you've got 5, if they were bowled out at that point, you'd have 5 sessions with a narrow deficit. So the off stump from Baker. There probably needs to be a deficit to make the game work from here. A deficit or a lead.
Deficit either way, yeah.
Yeah, deficit either way. You don't want parity really. Makes it harder to see how a result could be worked out in that situation. 'Cause it doesn't look like a pitch where you're going to see a side bowled out cheaply. Baker in, and Tom Price defends. So 346 runs in the day here at Cheltenham down the leg side, and might just be a leg by there. Was any bat on that? There was.
Yeah.
Kashif Ali is limbering up, and whether that's optimistic or not, I don't know. He does bowl a little bit of leg spin. There would be 1 over after this. I wonder if Brett D'Oliveira might say, okay. Real left field thinking. Baker in, and again, Ollie Price defends. This has been it's not been Tavare-esque, but it's been very much an accumulation for Ollie Price. 4 hours and 6 minutes he's been out there for his 72, now 73 with a single out to deep point. So end of Baker's work for the day. 18 overs for 49, but again wicketless, and we are going to see Kashif Ali bowl some of his leg spin for the last over of the day. He's only bowled 2 overs in first class cricket before.
Wow. Well, last over of the day here, and what's been a wonderful day here at Cheltenham. We started off with Worcestershire on 265 for 7. D'Oliveira was on 53. Josh Baker was on 40. And they combined to take the score on to 323. D'Oliveira and Finch. Put on another 50 odd. So that's just defended. Before D'Oliveira hoisted Paul Van Makeren to Tom Price at mid-on for the skipper's knock 90. Ali in.
Yeah, must have missed the. I saw him.
That's a no ball. 2 more to the total. Pennington then whacked 26 before he was the last man out, meaning Worcestershire were 406 all out. Paul Van Makeren 4 for 93. Zamanakda 3 for 88. In response, that's cut away for 1 there to Ollie Price, takes him on to 74. In response, Chris Dent went early, snaffled behind the wicket off the bowling of Dylan Pennington before a 100 stand between Joe Phillips, who got his maiden first class 50. He ended up on 80, and Ollie Price kept him company. So that's hoisted out to mid-wicket there by Tom Price. There was a flurry of wickets either side of tee. Phillips went just before tee. Miles Hammond went for a duck. James Bracey went for 1. And Gloucestershire were looking in a spot of bother. Defended there. They were in a spot of bother before this partnership between the Prices, which currently stands at 91, has seen them to a position of not yet comfort, but not far off. So here we go, last ball of the day. Kashif Ali. Ollie Price just turns that one around the corner. And Ollie Price is going to go in overnight on 75. Tom Price is 41. And that's been a 104 over day. Gloucestershire finishing out on 212 for 4.
Yeah, you've had full value if you've been at the ground today. 104 overs bowled. Some enterprising batting, particularly from Joe Phillips. People, I think, will go away talking about him, perhaps seeing somebody who hopefully can establish himself in the Gloucestershire squad. Some sensible batting throughout the day. We haven't seen anybody make 100 today, but we've seen D'Oliveira get to 90, a career best from Baker in the Worcestershire innings, and Ollie Price and Tom Price putting together a very good partnership after Phillips, who played very well off the back foot today, I thought. Was pretty square of the wicket, made his 80. I'm sure that, let's say, he will be requested for media at the close. Thanks to James for sterling efforts as ever on the cameras today. Thanks to you for your input on emails and your interaction with us. We always enjoy that. Day 3 could go any which way tomorrow. Gloucestershire still a long way behind on the board.
It's going to be a really interesting day's play tomorrow.
There's still 194 in arrears, and it's really a question of what will the deficit or advantage, depending on your point of view, be for one of these two teams mid-afternoon tomorrow. Join us if you can on the stream tomorrow morning. We'll be with you from 5 to 11. The forecast is good, and it will be moving day on this second week of 3 here at Cheltenham. From Dan, James and myself, Ian Randall, we'll see you tomorrow at 5 to 11. Enjoy your evening. Bye-bye.